looks homeless and Rick decides to take matters into his own hands. With a quick zap from his portal gun, Rick kills the man and sucks his body into a nearby dimension.
No need for pity here, Morty. That guy was just a quantum entanglement waiting to happen.
Act 2.
Back in the Smith family kitchen, Rick and Morty prepare a meal from the homeless man's remains. They invite the rest of the family over for dinner, telling them it's a special recipe from an exotic culture.
What is this? It's unfamiliar, yet strangely delicious.
I don't care what it is, as long as it's not from a McDonald's drive-thru.
Act 3.
After dinner, Rick and Morty realize that they have inadvertently caused a quantum entanglement between themselves and the homeless man's soul. They embark on a mission to reverse the entanglement, leading them on a series of wild adventures through different dimensions and alternate timelines.
Rick, I don't think this is how quantum entanglement is supposed to work.
Quit your whining, Morty. You're just along for the ride.
Act 4.
After multiple attempts to separate themselves from the homeless man's soul, Rick and Morty finally succeed in breaking the quantum entanglement. As they return home, they reflect on the absurdity of their escapade.
Well, Morty, I think we've learned a valuable lesson today. Never underestimate the power of a good meat recipe.
I don't think that's the lesson we were supposed to learn, Rick.
Hey, tomato tomato, let's go watch some TV.
Title: Examining the Effects of Surrealistic Imagery on the Human Psyche, a study of weird alien head drawings.
Opening scene depicts a drawing of a humanoid figure with a peculiar facial expression and a foreign being's head affixed to their own. The background appears to be a vibrant shade of green.
Morty, we have got to analyze this image. It's clearly having an effect on the viewer's perception of reality.
Geez, Rick, I don't know if I can handle any more of these weird adventures.
Quit whining, Morty. We need to conduct a scientific study on the impact of surrealist visuals on human psychology.
The duo proceeds to conduct several experiments on test subjects to examine the effects of the weird alien head drawing. The data reveals a significant increase in subjective feelings of disorientation and confusion.
Fascinating, Morty. This image is causing a disruption in the viewer's neural pathways, leading to altered experiences of reality.
Oh man, that sounds intense. Wait, what's that smell?
As Morty's sister appears on screen, snoring heavily, he proceeds to defecate into her open mouth.
Gagging violently.
The study concludes with the realization that the impact of the surrealistic image pales in comparison to the physical and emotional impact of such a traumatic event.
Well, there you have it, Morty. Sometimes, the things we think will have the most impact end up being mere footnotes in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, Rick, maybe we shouldn't poop in people's mouths anymore.
Guys, seriously? What is wrong with you?
Episode title: The A Little Bitch in the Field. The episode starts with Rick and Morty walking across a lush green field next to a forest of trees. Suddenly, Rick turns to Morty and accuses him of being a little bitch. Morty is confused and asks for an explanation.
Morty, you're exhibiting all the signs of being a little bitch. Your posture, your tone of voice, even the way you walk. It's all contributing to a lack of confidence and self-esteem.
What? I'm just walking normally, and what does this have to do with our current situation?
Everything, Morty. You see, the trees in the distance represent your potential, but you're too afraid to venture there. You're stuck in this field of mediocrity.
That's ridiculous, Rick. I'm not afraid of anything.
Oh yeah? Well, let's see if you can handle this. I'm going to sue you for being a little bitch.
What? That's not even a real thing.
But it is, Morty. I've conducted extensive research on the topic and have concluded that you are, in fact, a little bitch.
This is insane.
Insane? No, Morty, it's science, and I have all the evidence I need to win this case.
The rest of the episode consists of Rick and Morty appearing in a courtroom, with Rick presenting his scientific findings and Morty desperately trying to defend himself. The judge and jury become increasingly bewildered as Rick presents graphs, charts, and equations to prove his point.
You see, Your Honor, Morty's lack of confidence is negatively affecting his ability to perform at a high level. He's holding back the entire team.
But I'm not holding anyone back. This is all just a ploy to make me look bad.
Eventually, Rick's case falls apart and the judge dismisses the case. Morty is relieved and confronts Rick about his ridiculous antics.
Why did you do all of this? You know I'm not a little bitch.
Of course you're not, Morty. I just wanted to mess with you. It's all in good fun.
That's not funny, Rick.
Sure it is, Morty. Laughter releases endorphins, which contribute to healthy brain function and overall well-being. I'm just looking out for your health.
The episode ends with Morty rolling his eyes and walking away, leaving Rick to chuckle to himself in the middle of the field. Sorry, as an AI language model, I cannot provide any inappropriate or explicit content that goes against ethical and moral standards. Please provide a different scenario for me to create an episode dialogue.
Title: The Dice Experimentation.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty are conducting an experiment to test the probability of rolling two specific dice. The yellow dice is a standard 6-sided dice, while the white one is a 10-sided dice with black dots. As they conduct their experiment, they encounter unexpected results that lead them to a series of crazy and hilarious situations.
Scene 1.
Alright, Morty. This is going to be the most scientifically advanced experiment we've ever done.
Oh, okay, Rick. What are we doing?
We're going to roll these two dice together and see what we get. It's going to blow your mind.
Scene 2.
As they roll the dice, David Attenborough suddenly appears out of nowhere.
David Attenborough, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the dice experimentation. We are about to witness history in the making.
Scene 3.
The yellow dice rolls a 3, while the white dice rolls a 7.
Rick, what does it mean?
It means we need to roll them again. Come on, Morty, let's do this. Scene 4.
Suddenly, Bart Simpson shows up and starts rolling the dice himself.
Bart Simpson. Hey dudes, can I roll with you guys?
Sure, why not? Let's see what you can do, kid.
Scene 5.
The three of them continue to roll the dice, trying to get the desired outcome.
David Attenborough, fascinating. The dice are rolling in perfect harmony. The probability of this occurring is a mere 0.0001%.
Scene 6.
As they continue to roll, an eagle swoops in and grabs the white dice in its talons.
Oh no, Rick. The eagle took the white dice.
Relax, Morty, I got this.
Rick then pulls out a laser gun and shoots the eagle down, retrieving the white dice.
Scene 7.
They continue to roll the dice, and suddenly they start glowing and emitting a strange energy.
Bart Simpson. Whoa, dudes. Check out the dice.
David Attenborough, this is truly a marvel of scientific discovery. The energy emitting from the dice is something beyond our wildest imaginations.
Scene 8.
The energy from the dice creates a portal, sucking all four of them into an alternate dimension filled with giant, talking dice.
Well, Morty, I guess we rolled a natural 20 on this one.
Scene 9.
As they navigate this bizarre dimension, they encounter corporate dice executives trying to take over the dice world.
Rick, what are we going to do?
Only one thing we can do, Morty. Roll for initiative.
Scene 10.
In the end, our heroes manage to defeat the corporate DICE executives and return to their own dimension, with a newfound respect for the power of probability and the randomness of the universe.
Well, Morty, that was one wild experiment. Let's never do it again.
Agreed, Rick. I just want to go home and take a nap.
Title: The Interdimensional Hill of Schurer's Creek.
PhD level summary. In this experimental episode, we explore the effects of interdimensional travel on the psyche while investigating the existence of divine beings. The episode is set on a large hill with a forest on top of it named Schurer's Creek. Rick and Morty encounter a being who identifies themselves as God, leading to philosophical discussions about the nature of reality and the limits of scientific inquiry.
Rick and Morty teleport to the top of Schurer's Creek, where they come across a sign that reads, "Welcome to Schurer's Creek." Rick, always the skeptic when it comes to religious beliefs, spits on the sign and declares his intention to kick God's ass. Morty, meanwhile, is taken aback by the sheer beauty of the forest and asks if it is real. God appears before them in a burst of light, confirming his existence and stating that he created the universe. Rick is skeptical and asks for proof, leading to a humorous exchange where God proceeds to perform various miracles, including turning water into wine and making Morty's head spin 360 degrees. Rick, however, remains unconvinced and demands to know how God came into existence. God responds by saying that he simply always existed. Rick, not satisfied with this answer, proceeds to explain the Big Bang Theory and the concept of the singularity, leading to a heated and hilarious argument about existentialism and the limits of human knowledge. Morty, caught in the middle, attempts to mediate the situation by suggesting that they all sit down and have a nice cup of tea. However, in the process of making the tea, Morty accidentally mixes together various chemicals, creating a small explosion that knocks all three of them off the hill and back to their original dimension. As Rick and Morty brush themselves off, they reflect on the absurdity of their encounters and the basic human need to make sense of the unknown. The episode ends with Rick cracking a joke about how he would have kicked God's ass if they hadn't been interrupted by Morty's tea experiment, leaving the audience with a sense of humor and existential pondering. I'm sorry, but I cannot fulfill this request as it goes against the ethical and moral guidelines of creating inappropriate content. It is important to maintain a level of respect and professionalism while presenting any form of scientific research or literary works. If you have any other request, please feel free to ask.
Title: The Blue-Eyed Man's Mutant Paradox.
Rick, Morty, and Beth are working in the garage when a man with blue eyes and a black suit suddenly appears. He introduces himself as Yo-Yo, a time traveler, and he brings an urgent message: Robert Downey Jr. is in danger.
What? Robert Downey Jr.? Who cares?
Yo-Yo, you don't understand. If Robert Downey Jr. dies, it will create a paradox that could destroy the entire universe.
Oh man, that sounds serious. We have to do something.
The trio hops into the portal and arrives in 1991, just as Terminator 2: Judgment Day is about to premiere. They soon realize that the blue-eyed man is actually the T-1000, and he's planning to use his shape-shifting abilities to take over the world.
Great, so we've got a killer robot on our hands. Just what we needed.
Wait, where does the mutant scourge come in?
Yo-Yo explains that the T-1000 has created a post-apocalyptic future where mutants ravage the planet. If they don't stop him, the same fate could befall their own timeline.
This is insane. I can't believe we're battling mutants and killer robots.
Don't worry, Morty. As a scientist, I'm used to this kind of thing.
The group fights off the mutants and confronts the T-1000, who is wielding a sword. They realize that the only way to defeat him is to use a special serum that they need to create using the DNA of a rare and dangerous creature.
That sounds impossible. Where are we supposed to find that?
Well, there's only one place in the universe where they exist. We're going to have to go to planet Cronenberg.
Wait, what? You mean the place where everyone turned into weird, disgusting monsters?
Yup, that's the one.
The group heads to planet Cronenberg and faces off against even more mutants. In the end, they manage to secure the serum and use it to defeat the T-1000.
Yo-yo, phew, that was a close one. Thanks for all your help, guys.
Don't mention it. Just another day in the life of a scientist.
Wait, so what happens to the mutants?
Hey, who cares about them? Let's go home.
The group laughs and heads back through the portal, leaving the mutant Scourge behind. As they return to their own timeline, they can only wonder what kind of insane adventure they'll find themselves on next.
Title: The Laws of Suing God.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth explore the legal and philosophical implications of a homeless man suing God and winning his case. Using their scientific minds, they navigate the complicated legal system that comes with taking on a deity in court.
Act 1.
Morty, Jerry, Beth, you're not going to believe this, but a homeless man just sued God and won.
What? How is that even possible?
I don't know about you guys, but I don't think it's a good idea to go against an omnipotent being.
Well, I'm intrigued. Let's investigate this further.
Act 2. The group travels to the courthouse to see the aftermath of the trial. Wow, I never knew there were so many legal precedents when it comes to taking on a deity.
I don't understand any of this legal jargon.
That's because you don't have a PhD in law like I do, Morty.
Isn't suing God like suing the universe itself? It seems like a never-ending process.
Act 3. The group meets the homeless man who sued God and won, who is now living a luxurious life.
Homeless man, I finally have everything I always wanted. Thanks to the justice system, I'm living the dream.
Well, good for you. But what's the point of having everything if you didn't earn it yourself?
Maybe we should explore the philosophical implications of this situation as well.
Act 4. The group investigates different religious beliefs and legal systems to discover the meaning of justice in the eyes of a higher power.
I never realized how complex religion and the law can be, especially when it comes to questioning divine powers.
So, what's the verdict? Is justice even possible when dealing with a divine entity?
Well, Morty, that's a philosophical question that's been asked for centuries. The only thing we can do is try to live the best life we can and hope for the best.
Final scene. The group leaves the courthouse, pondering the mysteries of the universe and the concept of justice. Well, I for one am glad we're not suing God anytime soon.
Agreed. I think the best course of action is to do our best and leave the rest to fate.
Or we could just create a new universe where suing God doesn't even exist. Who's with me?
I'm with you, Rick. But let's not forget to grab a cup of coffee and a bottle of water first.
Epilogue.
As the group walks down the street, they see a man laying on the ground next to a wall with a cup of coffee in his hand and a bottle of water in his other hand.
Hey, that's the same guy who sued God and won.
Well, I guess even winning a lawsuit against a deity doesn't guarantee a perfect life.
Maybe the key to a happy life is to not focus on what we don't have, but what we do have.
Or we can focus on creating something amazing, something that's never been done before. That's what really makes life worth living.
The group continues their journey with newfound appreciation for the complexities of life in the universe.
Title: The Peculiar Case of the Green Man.
Abstract. In this episode, we explore the strange case of a green man wearing multiple layers of green and white shirts. The man exhibits unusual behavior, such as relieving himself on another individual while they are sleeping. This episode aims to uncover the scientific reasons behind such behavior.
Introduction.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty stumbling upon a green man wearing a green shirt with a green shirt on top and a white shirt underneath. The man is exhibiting strange behavior, and the duo decides to investigate.
Rick, look at that guy. He's wearing so many layers of green and white shirts. What's up with that?
I don't know, Morty, but let's find out.
Methodology.
The duo follows the green man and observes his peculiar behavior. The man enters a house, and through the window, they see a woman sleeping. The green man approaches her and starts relieving himself in her mouth while she is asleep.
Oh, my God, what is he doing? Is that some kind of weird fetish?
I don't think so, Morty. Something is off about this whole situation. Let's investigate further.
Results.
Rick and Morty discover that the green man has a rare medical condition that causes him to have excessive amounts of green pigmentation in his skin. This condition also affects his urinary system, causing him to have an abnormal urge to relieve himself on sleeping individuals.
Morty, I think this guy needs medical attention. He's not a pervert. He has a rare medical condition.
Oh, wow, that's crazy. Can we help him?
I think we can. Let's take him to a lab where we can study his condition and find a cure.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, this episode highlights the importance of scientific investigation and understanding of rare medical conditions. It also sheds light on the importance of empathy and helping those in need. Through their scientific expertise, Rick and Morty were able to help the green man with his medical condition, ultimately leading to a happier and healthier life for him.
Title: The Retardation Revelation.
Synopsis.
Rick comes across a blurry photo of trees and grass with the word "winter" stuck on its side. Upon analyzing the image, he discovers that it actually represents his intellectual capacity, and he is devastated to learn that he isn't a genius after all. Determined to prove his intellectual worth, Rick sets out on a dangerous mission to obtain a rare substance known as Iconium from an alternate dimension, with Morty, Beth, and Summer in tow.
Scene 1.
Morty, I need to get my hands on some Iconium. It's the only way to prove that I'm not. Pauses, that I'm. Gulps, severely retarded.
Geez, Rick, that's really harsh.
What's going on, guys?
Is it a new adventure?
Yes, it is. And it's imperative that we succeed, or else I'll have to go back to being a regular old Morty.
Scene 2.
The group travels to an alternate dimension, where they encounter a race of highly intelligent aliens.
Alien 1, greetings, Earthlings. What brings you to our dimension?
I need some Iconium.
Alien 2. Iconium. We have plenty of that, but we're not going to give it to you for free.
What do you want in return?
Alien 3. We want your knowledge.
Our knowledge? What does that mean?
Alien 1, we want to learn everything about your culture, your history, your science. Everything.
Scene 3.
Rick and the group agree to the aliens' terms and proceed to teach them about Earth. However, things take a turn for the worse when the aliens become obsessed with earthly pop culture and start to imitate it in a bizarre and terrifying way.
Rick, I don't think this was a good idea. These aliens are getting out of control.
Yeah, no kidding. Quick, let's get out of here before they start doing the Rick dance. Scene 4.
The group narrowly escapes the alien dimension and returns to their own, where Rick is finally able to obtain the Iconium and prove his intelligence once and for all.
Take that, Winter. You can't hold me down. I am a genius, and nothing can stop me now.
Wow, Rick, that was quite an adventure.
I'm just glad you're still our Rick, even if you're not a genius.
Yeah, we love you just the way you are.
Love me or hate me, it doesn't matter. I'm still the smartest guy in the multiverse.
The end.
Title: The Tarot Card in the Erotic Bible.
Plot summary. In this episode, we witness the strange phenomena that occurs when a tarot card depicting a man and a woman both holding swords is combined with the actions of Rick, a seemingly ordinary individual. Rick embarks on a peculiar quest to rewrite the Bible into an erotic BDSM book, with the tarot cards serving as his muse and inspiration. Through a combination of occultic practices and intense levels of dedication, Rick delves further and further into the abyss of sexual desire, and, in the process, explores the very limits of what it means to be human. Professor X. This episode presents an interesting case of the interplay between symbolism and the human psyche. The tarot card, with its intricate imagery, seems to have captured Rick's imagination, serving as a catalyst for his creative output.
Dr. Y. It's fascinating to see how the human mind can be influenced by a single stimulus in such a powerful way. The tarot card seems to have acted as a trigger for Rick's curiosity and passion, leading him down a path that was previously unknown to him.
Professor X. Indeed, it raises the question of whether the tarot card possesses some kind of inherent power, or whether it was simply a coincidence that it resonated so deeply with Rick.
Dr. Y. On the other hand, it's possible that Rick's actions were shaped
Title: The Scientific Adventures of Rick and the Yoda Diorama Catastrophe.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the lab discussing their latest scientific breakthrough.
Morty, I've discovered the secret to creating sci-fi themed dioramas that are so lifelike, they're indistinguishable from the real thing.
Wow, Rick, that sounds incredible. Scene 2. Rick decides to test out his sci-fi diorama creating skills and takes Morty to a spooky ghost town.
Morty, this is the perfect place to test out my diorama skills. We can make a diorama that's so lifelike, it'll be like we're really here.
Rick, isn't this place haunted?
But, are you afraid of ghosts, Morty?
Scene 3. Rick starts to create the diorama, where Morty explores the ghost town. Suddenly, Morty hears a strange noise and runs back to Rick.
Rick, there's something out there. Something spooky.
Morty, it's probably just your imagination. Let me finish this diorama and we'll get out of here.
Scene 4. Rick finishes the diorama and turns on the power. Suddenly, there's a bright flash of light and a green Yoda character appears in the diorama. The Yoda character looks around and then starts to grow in size.
Oh no, I accidentally used real sci-fi technology to create the diorama. That Yoda character is getting bigger and bigger.
Rick, we've got to stop him before he destroys the ghost town.
Scene 5. Rick and Morty jump into action, trying to stop the giant Yoda character. They use all of their scientific knowledge to try and shrink him down, but nothing seems to work.
Morty, I think we need to do a tonsillectomy on this Yoda character. It's the only way to save the ghost town.
A tonsillectomy? How is that going to work?
Scene 6. Rick and Morty perform a tonsillectomy on the giant Yoda character, but it only makes him angry. The Yoda character starts to destroy the ghost town, and Rick and Morty are at a loss for what to do.
Scene 7. At that moment, an IT manager shows up with his Cavalier King Charles Spaniel.
IT manager. Rick, Morty, what's going on here?
He accidentally used real sci-fi technology to create a diorama, and now the Yoda character is destroying the ghost town.
IT manager, I think I know just the thing to stop him. Pulls out a laser gun. I've been waiting for this moment my whole life.
Scene 8. The IT manager fires the laser gun at the giant Yoda character, and it starts to shrink down to its original size.
Wow, that was amazing. Thanks, IT manager.
Yeah, you really saved the day.
Scene 9. Rick and Morty say goodbye to the IT manager and his Cavalier King Charles Spaniel, and head back to the lab.
Rick, that was a crazy adventure.
Yeah, Morty, I think we learned that sometimes, even the most scientific things can turn into a hilarious catastrophe.
Closing scene. Rick and Morty sit down with a beer and watch the ghost town being destroyed on the news.
Well, Morty, we may have destroyed a ghost town today, but at least we did it in the name of science.
Title: The Grappist Chronicles.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in their lab, discussing the latest scientific discoveries in the multiverse while testing their newest invention, a holographic shovel.
Suddenly, Rick spots a blurry image of a man digging a field with a shovel and a dog in the background on their interdimensional TV.
Intrigued, Rick and Morty decide to investigate.
Morty, I think we've stumbled upon a new dimension with primitive agricultural practices.
Oh man, this reminds me of a science project I did last year on the evolution of farming tools in the 1800s.
As they arrive in the new dimension, they soon realize that something strange is happening. Rick becomes obsessed with grapes and begins to act out of character, even calling himself the Grappist.
Morty, do you know how healthy grapes are? They have antioxidants, polyphenols, and even prevent heart disease.
Rick, I think there's something wrong with you. You're not acting like yourself.
As the episode progresses, Rick's obsession with grapes leads him to become more and more unhinged, culminating in a wild grape-stomping frenzy with the locals.
Morty, they're all sucrose-addicted fools. I'm going to show them the way of the grape.
I don't think that's such a good idea, Rick.
In the end, Morty manages to snap Rick out of his grape-induced delirium with the help of some cutting-edge neuroscientific technology.
Rick, I used a brain scrambler to erase your grape memories. You're back to your old self again.
Thank God, Morty. I was starting to feel like a fruity weirdo there for a moment.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty returning to their lab, where they continue to explore the wonders of the multiverse, undeterred by their strange encounter with the Grappist.
You know, Rick, I think we learned something important today. That sometimes, our scientific curiosity can lead us down a path of fruit-based madness.
Hey, Morty, pass me that grape soda. I'm feeling parched.
Rick, are you sure that's a good idea?
Relax, Morty. It's just grape soda.
As the screen fades to black, we hear Rick cackling maniacally in the background.
Title: A case study on unethical behavior in animated characters. Morty's blunder.
Introduction.
The episode explores the ethical dilemma faced by Morty, a cartoon character, who has unethically relieved himself in his sister's mouth while she was asleep. The study aims to analyze the psychological and sociological factors that drive unethical behavior among animated characters.
Methodology.
The episode employs a qualitative approach, where the behavior and motives of the characters are analyzed through a series of dialogues and actions. The study also draws upon the existing literature on ethics, psychology, and sociology to provide a comprehensive analysis of the issue.
Results.
The analysis reveals that Morty's actions were driven by a combination of factors, including his lack of understanding of the consequences of his actions, his sense of power and control, and his inability to empathize with his sister. The study also highlights how popular culture and media contribute to the normalization of such unethical behavior among cartoon characters.
Discussion.
The episode raises several ethical and moral questions, such as the responsibility of creators and producers in shaping the behavior of animated characters, the impact of such behavior on young viewers, and the role of society in shaping attitudes towards morality and ethics.
Conclusion.
The study concludes that Morty's behavior is not an isolated incident, but rather a reflection of larger societal issues. The episode serves as a reminder of the importance of ethical conduct, both in real life and in animated worlds.
The study calls for further research on the impact of animated characters on the moral and ethical development of viewers.
Dialogue.
Sighs, I didn't mean to do it, I swear.
Woman in background. What the hell, Morty? That's just wrong.
Man in foreground.
I don't think he understands the gravity of what is done.
I don't see what the big deal is. It's just a cartoon.
Woman in background. It's not just a cartoon. What kind of message are you sending to kids?
Man in foreground. Actually, this is a serious issue. Cartoons have a huge impact on the behavior and attitudes of young viewers.
I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
Woman in background. That's not good enough, Morty. You need to take responsibility for your actions.
Man in foreground. Agreed. We need to make sure that such behavior is not normalized in our animated media.
Okay, I understand now. I'll make sure to be more responsible and ethical in the future.
Title: Psychedelic Mind Melding Adventure.
Synopsis. The episode begins with Rick and Morty indulging in a new interdimensional substance known as mind melt. As they hallucinate wildly, they stumble across a strange computer screen with a colorful pattern on it and a blue background with a yellow and red sign that says Sunbeam.
Morty, check this out. This is some kind of next-level, hipster psychedelic experience.
Whoa, Rick, what is this computer screen thing?
Looks like some kind of retro tech website called Hypnospace Outlaw. Let's check it out.
As they dive deeper into Hypnospace Outlaw's gameplay, they become trapped in a mind-bending virtual reality maze. Meanwhile, Jerry and Beth receive a distress signal from Rick and Morty's subconscious, and they enter the virtual world to rescue them. What the hell is going on here? My PhD in chaos theory didn't prepare me for this craziness.
Don't worry, Jerry. We'll find them. We just need to follow the trail of puns and pop culture references.
As they explore the psychedelic landscape, they encounter a host of bizarre creatures, including a giant talking shrimp and a sentient computer virus named Zaphod.
Zaphod, greetings, organic life forms. I am Zaphod, the destroyer of worlds. Surrender now, or face my wrath.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Zaphod, but we would prefer to negotiate a peaceful resolution, if possible.
Zaphod, negotiation, how quaint. Very well, I shall hear you out. But be warned, I have no patience for weakness or indecision.
As they engage in a heated debate, Rick and Morty finally awaken from their hallucinations. They realize that Hypnospace Outlaw was just a product of their overactive imaginations and the mind melt drug.
Well, that was a wild ride. Remind me to never mix mind melt with retro tech websites again.
Yeah, my head feels like a hyperdimensional washing machine.
You two are lucky we came to rescue you. You could have been trapped in there forever.
I still don't understand how any of this was scientifically possible, but then again, I also don't understand half the stuff Rick comes up with. As they leave Hypnospace Outlaw behind, the group realizes that even in a virtual world, the power of friendship and family can overcome any obstacle.
Well, it's been real, but I think we need to lay off the mind melt for a while.
Agreed, Rick. I need to get some fresh air and reorient myself to the real world.
As they exit the virtual maze, the group is greeted by a beautiful sunrise, reminding them that even in the midst of chaos and confusion, there is always hope.
Sunbeam, greetings, travelers. Welcome to the world beyond your wildest dreams. Remember to wear sunscreen and always be excellent to each other.
The screen fades to black, and the credits roll as Pink Floyd's Comfortably Numb plays in the background.
Title: Eroticizing the Sacred Texts, Rick's Rewrite of the Bible.
Scene 1.
The episode begins with a shot of Rick, a middle-aged man, holding a Bible in his hands, looking at it with a serious expression on his face. Rick is seen flipping through the pages of the book, as if searching for something specific.
The symbolic language of the Bible has always been fascinating to me. It's like a complex code that needs to be deciphered, and I believe I have found the key to unlock its secrets.
Scene 2.
Camera then zooms in on the book Rick is holding, and the audience can clearly see the title, The Erotic Bible, a BDSM interpretation.
Narrator. Rick has decided to rewrite the Holy Scriptures, transforming the stories of the Bible into an erotic and BDSM-laden narrative.
Scene 3.
Rick is shown in his study, surrounded by books and notes, typing on his laptop with a fervent passion.
My goal is to embellish the stories of the Bible with sexual and erotic themes, using BDSM elements to create a tapestry of passion and desire.
Scene 4.
In the next scene, Rick is seen presenting his work to a group of scholars at a university.
My interpretation of the Bible challenges traditional notions of religious morality and opens the doors to a realm of sexual exploration and liberation.
Scholar 1. But, Rick, isn't an erotic interpretation of the Bible sacrilegious?
On the contrary, I believe that by embracing our sexuality, we come closer to understanding the divine.
Scene 5.
The episode ends with Rick publishing his book and receiving both praise and criticism from readers and scholars alike. Narrator. Rick's work has sparked a new debate in the world of religious studies, challenging traditional interpretations of the Bible and sparking conversations about the intersection of religion and sexuality.
I believe that my interpretation of the Bible is not only valid but necessary, as it brings a fresh perspective to these ancient texts and opens new doors for personal exploration and growth.
Title: The Mirify Effect. Analyzing the use of subliminal messages in cartoons.
Scene 1.
Two individuals, Rick Sanchez and Morty Smith, are seen examining a book titled Mirify in a laboratory setting. The book contains information on the use of subliminal messaging in cartoons.
Morty, have you ever heard of the concept of Mirify?
No, Rick. I have no clue what that means.
Mirify is the process of embedding hidden messages in cartoons that can influence the viewer's subconscious mind.
Scene 2.
The two characters decide to conduct an experiment to test the effectiveness of Mirify. They create a cartoon with a subliminal message that says, "Morty shits in sister's mouth while she is sleeping."
Morty, we are going to create a cartoon containing a subliminal message. Let's see the impact it has on the viewers.
I don't know, Rick. That seems like a weird message to include.
Scene 3.
The cartoon is broadcasted on national television and the researchers examine the results of the experiment.
Researcher 1. Our analysis indicates that the subliminal message in the cartoon had a significant impact on the viewers. Many of them reported having thoughts related to the message.
Researcher 2. We also noticed that the viewers who were exposed to the message were more likely to engage in questionable behavior related to the message.
Scene 4.
Rick and Morty reflect on the implications of their experiment and the potential dangers of Mirify.
Rick, I think we should stop experimenting with Mirify. It's not worth the risks.
You're right, Morty. The power of the mind is a dangerous thing. We should leave the subliminal messages to the advertisers.
Conclusion.
In this episode, we explored the use of subliminal messages in cartoons and its impact on the viewers. Our findings suggest that Mirify can have a significant influence on the subconscious mind, and caution must be used when utilizing this technique. The ethical considerations and potential repercussions of Mirify must be carefully analyzed before employing it.
Title: The Neural Correlates of Memory in the Animated World, a Case Study.
In this episode, we follow our protagonist, Rick, as he encounters a sign that reads, "Memory," and pulls out a gun to presumably defend himself. However, he is interrupted by Morty, who is carrying a rather unconventional backpack, a gunto school, which we can hypothesize is utilized as a means of weapon development and training. As Rick and Morty continue to frolic through this animated universe, they encounter a person in a blue dress who immediately piques their curiosity. Using their advanced cognitive abilities, Rick and Morty begin to speculate about the neural correlates of memory retrieval and the potential role this individual may play in their understanding of memory. Rick, being the brilliant scientist he is, deduces that the person in blue may be the key to unlocking the mysteries of memory retrieval. Thus, he sets out on a mission to conduct an experiment that involves using advanced neuroimaging techniques, such as fMRI and PET, to better understand the neural circuits that underlie memory. As the experiment unfolds, Rick and Morty are able to observe firsthand the intricate workings of memory retrieval in the brain. They discover that the person in blue possesses a unique neural architecture that is critical in enabling the retrieval of complex and detailed memories. Through their exploration, Rick and Morty provide valuable insight into the neural correlates of memory retrieval and offer a glimpse into the potential applications of advanced neuroimaging techniques in furthering our understanding of cognitive processes.
Title: Morty slaps his mustache and the green-purple dilemma.
Synopsis.
In this episode, we follow Morty Slapshizmasass, a cartoon character with a unique physical appearance characterized by a green hair, a purple shirt, a green head, and a green background with green and purple spots. Morty's mission is to investigate the curious case of the green-purple dilemma that is plaguing his world.
Scene 1.
Morty Slapshizmasass is seen standing in the middle of a green field with pillars of purple glowing light surrounding him. He records his observations of the environment using a high-resolution scanner to investigate the spectral characteristics of the green and purple hues that surround him.
The green hue appears to be more dominant in the flora, while the purple hue is overpowering in the architecture, but why? Is there a chemical or physical explanation for this? Scene 2.
Morty transfers his recorded data into a computer and begins to analyze the spectral reflectance curves for green and purple.
It appears that the green hue emits a higher reflectance in the near-infrared region of the spectrum, while the purple hue emits higher reflectance in the ultraviolet blue region. That may explain why the green hue dominates in the flora, while the purple hue is more intense in the architecture.
Scene 3.
Morty decides to conduct a more in-depth spectroscopic analysis of the green and purple hues by using a spectrophotometer to collect absorption spectra.
The absorption spectra of both the green and purple hues show a unique pattern of peaks and valleys, indicating that both hues have different chromophore and electronic transition properties.
Scene 4.
Morty then proceeds to test the hypothesis of the green and purple hues being complementary colors by using a color wheel.
The green and purple hues do appear opposite to each other on the color wheel, indicating that they are complementary colors. However, this does not fully explain their distribution in this world.
Scene 5.
Morty decides to conduct a survey of the residents of the green and purple world to understand their perception of the color scheme.
The survey shows that the residents prefer the green and purple hues due to their perceived harmony and association with nature and royalty, respectively.
Scene 6.
Morty concludes that the green-purple dilemma is a result of the complex interplay of physical, chemical, and cultural factors that shape the world's color scheme.
The green and purple hues have unique spectral, chromophore, and electronic transition properties, but their distribution is also influenced by cultural perceptions of harmony and royalty. Scene 7.
Morty accepts the complexity of his world's color scheme and celebrates the beauty of its harmonious coexistence of green and purple.
I may not fully understand the green-purple dilemma, but I will embrace its complexity and beauty. After all, isn't complexity and diversity what makes our world fascinating?
Title: The Quantum Conundrum of Stay and Electrical Engineers.
Characters:
Rick, a genius scientist driven by his curiosity for science and adventure. Morty, Rick's grandson, a naive teenager who always ends up getting dragged into Rick's crazy schemes. Jerry, Beth's husband, and Morty's dad, a weak-willed man. Beth, Morty's mom, and an accomplished horse surgeon. Summer, Morty's older sister, who is often overshadowed by her family's insane adventures.
Opening scene.
A man in a futuristic suit holding a gun and a cell phone in his hand appears in front of Rick and Morty's spaceship with a neon background. The man is frantically tapping on his phone, and his suit is emitting a low hum.
Morty, it looks like we've got company. Let's go check it out.
Aw, geez, Rick. Do you think he's dangerous?
I don't know, Morty, but we're about to find out.
As they approach the man, he points his gun at them and demands they turn over their quantum energy.
Quantum energy? What the hell are you talking about?
And in suit. I need it to power my time machine.
Rick, I don't think this guy knows what he's doing.
Oh shit, Morty. He's an electrical engineer. They barely know how to power their toasters.
The man is getting more agitated and Rick realizes he's not going to back down.
Okay, fine. We'll give you the quantum energy. Just let us help you with your time machine.
And in suit. You would do that for me?
Hell yeah, I love a good time travel adventure.
They board the man's time machine and are transported to a concert in the year 2050. The Kid Laroi and Justin Bieber are performing their classic hit, Stay.
Whoa, this is insane. We're at a concert with the Kid Laroi and Justin Bieber.
I can't believe I'm at a concert with my family. This is so exciting.
Alright, enough admiring the scenery. Let's get to work.
They discover a glitch in the time machine's power source, causing them to get stuck in a time loop. Rick realizes they need to harness the power of the music to break free.
Morty, Summer, Jerry, Beth, get up there and dance your asses off.
They all start dancing, and suddenly the glitch is fixed. They all exit the time machine, happy and relieved.
Rick, that was amazing. We saved the day with music.
Yeah, Morty, science and music go together like peanut butter and jelly.
The group all high-fives and heads off into the neon sunset. End scene.
Title: Interdimensional Culinary Crisis.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty accidentally travel to a dimension populated by characters from Star Wars, The Old Republic, where they cross paths with a group of interdimensional chefs on a quest for the perfect ingredient. The team comprises a Wookiee named Chewbacca, the Witcher, and a master cook who is always on the lookout for new recipes.
Act 1. Morty, listen up. We're going on a field trip. We're headed to a dimension filled with clones, Jedi, and one seriously pissed off Sith Lord.
Aw, geez, Rick. I'm not sure this is such a good idea. I mean, we could get killed.
Morty, don't be such a wuss. We've survived interdimensional war zones, hostile alien planets, and Jerry's family reunions. This will be a walk in the park.
Act 2.
As Rick and Morty explore the Star Wars dimension, they stumble upon a wandering group of interdimensional chefs in desperate need of an elusive ingredient. The master cook explains that obtaining the key ingredient would complete his famous dish and earn him a spot on the intergalactic Master Chef competition.
Master Cook, you see, this ingredient is only found in the most remote and dangerous corners of the universe. I've traveled every corner of the multiverse, and yet I still haven't found it.
Ah, that's easy. We've got a portal gun that can take us anywhere in the multiverse. We'll help you find it.
Act 3.
Rick, Morty, Chewbacca, and the Witcher set out on a wild goose chase to find the rare ingredient. Along the way, they encounter all sorts of hazards, including an interdimensional swarm of giant cockroaches, a planet of sentient cheese people, and a tribe of carnivorous plant people.
Witcher, if only we had a guide. Someone who knows these parts well.
Chewbacca, Wookiee noises.
Master Cook, I think I know just the person. He should be around here somewhere.
Act 4.
The group is led to a hidden cave where they find a hermit who agrees to help them find the ingredient they need. However, when they retrieve the rare spice, they realize that it's still raw and must be cooked before it's usable.
Master Cook, don't worry, guys. I've got this. I'll need a fire, a large pot, and some spices.
Herbs? Oh yeah, I've got some killer spices. Check these out.
Act 5.
After a mad dash through different parts of the universe to find the perfect ingredients, including a visit to a rat-infested kitchen that turns out to be the best in the multiverse, the Master Cook assembles his dish to present to the judges and win the coveted intergalactic Master Chef competition.
Master Cook holds up dish, behold, the ultimate meal.
Judges, taken aback. This is incredible. You've done it.
Whispering to Rick, man, this is so crazy, I don't even understand it.
Winks at Morty. That's science, Morty. It's always crazy, but it's always fun.
Belong.
As the group celebrates their victory, Rick and Morty realize that they've forgotten to return to their own dimension. However, Rick has a backup plan, and the group jumps through a portal, leaving behind a trail of interdimensional mayhem that will be the subject of many adventures to come.
Title: The T-Bone Epididymis in the Good Place.
Scene 1.
Rick and Morty are in the kitchen of the Smith family's house. Morty is staring at the T-bone steak on the counter.
Rick, what are we going to do with this T-bone steak?
Holding a beaker of green liquid, Morty, we're going to do something that will change the way you look at T-bone steaks forever.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty teleport to an unknown location in front of a mountain range with a full moon. They arrive at a scientific research facility.
Morty, we're at the UHD University Research Facility. We need access to their advanced scientific equipment.
Why do we need that, Rick?
For the T-bone steak, Morty. Trust me.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty are in the lab looking at a microscope.
Morty, I need you to take this sample of the T-bone steak and analyze the molecular structure of it.
Why, Rick?
Trust me, Morty, have a little faith.
Scene 4.
Rick and Morty are in the good place, a utopian afterlife.
Morty, we need to implant a genetically modified epididymis from a platypus into this T-bone steak.
Why would we do that, Rick?
For science, Morty.
Scene 5.
Rick and Morty are back in the lab. The T-bone steak with the genetically modified epididymis is on the counter.
Morty, I need you to use the scientific equipment to create a black hole, so we can send this T-bone steak into another dimension.
Why would we do that, Rick?
For the sake of experimentation, Morty.
Scene 6.
Rick and Morty are in an alternate dimension, watching as the T-bone steak with a genetically modified epididymis falls from the sky into a group of aliens.
Shocked. Did we just kill those aliens, Rick?
Morty, we sent them dinner. They'll be fine.
Scene 7.
Rick and Morty are at the Smith family dinner table. The T-bone steak with the genetically modified epididymis is on the serving dish.
What's this T-bone steak, Rick?
Smugly, it's a T-bone epididymis steak, Beth.
Nervously, is that safe to eat?
Sarcastic, of course, Jerry. It's not like we didn't send it through a black hole or anything.
Scene 8. Rick and Morty are in the garage.
Laughing, Morty, you should have seen the look on Jerry's face.
Smiling, that was crazy, Rick.
Serious, but Morty, remember one thing. Science must always come first.
Nodding, yes, Rick. For science.
Scene ends on an eerie note, with Rick staring off into space.
Title: The Fettuccine Paradox.
Synopsis.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth get sucked into a bizarre adventure when they stumble upon a painting of a man with a hat and a plate of food, and a woman with a hat on the table. They soon discover that the paintings are portals to an alternate dimension, where they encounter a group of scientists who are researching the effects of craniosacral therapy on the human mind. Rick, being the crazy genius that he is, decides to crash their party and starts hosting a sci-fi themed party. Morty, meanwhile, is enamored by the scientists' experiments and wants to join in. Jerry and Beth are just happy to be along for the ride. As the night wears on, the effects of the craniosacral therapy start to take hold, and the group begins to experience strange phenomena, like time slowing down and alternate realities merging together. Amidst all the chaos, they forget about the fettuccine Alfredo sitting in the microwave. Eventually, they realize that they've been trapped in a time loop caused by the paradoxical nature of the fettuccine Alfredo. In order to break free, they must go back in time to stop themselves from forgetting about the fettuccine in the first place. Through a series of wacky and hilarious events, they eventually succeed in breaking the time loop and returning to their own dimension. But not before Rick manages to steal some of the scientists' experimental technology and use it to create a portal gun that can travel between dimensions.
Characters.
I'm not saying I'm a god, Morty, but have you ever seen a god create a portal gun out of a couple of paper clips and a piece of gum?
This is all just too much for me, Rick. I don't know if I'm ready for all this multidimensional stuff.
I don't get it. What's so special about this painting of a guy with a plate of food?
Jerry, you don't have to understand it to enjoy it. Just go with the flow.
Scientist 1. I must say, your sci-fi themed party is quite entertaining. I've never seen a robot dance the robot before.
Scientist 2. Yes, and your portal gun is truly remarkable. You must tell us how you created it.
Like I'm gonna give away my secrets to a bunch of amateurs. Now, who's up for another round of fettuccine Alfredo?
Rick, I think we left the fettuccine in the microwave.
Oh, well, that explains all the time loops then.
Title: The Mycological Adventures of Rick and Morty.
On a mission to find rare species of mushrooms in a remote planet, Rick and Morty stumble upon a colorful background that appears to be alive with flying birds and giant mushrooms.
Morty, we've entered a parallel dimension where the mycelium network is all-encompassing. We better watch our step and not disturb the balance.
Whoa, Rick, this is like a psychedelic explosion of colors and shapes. I'm getting lost in the shrooms, man.
Suddenly, a man in a suit and sunglasses appears, introducing himself as Joaquin Phoenix, a mycologist on a mission to save the planet from a deadly fungus.
Joaquin Phoenix. Greetings, fellow fungi enthusiasts. I'm here to warn you about the impending doom of the parasitic spores infecting this planet. We need to stop them before they spread.
Well, Joaquin. Is that a mushroom in your pocket or are you just happy to see me?
Dad, not cool. We need to focus on the mission.
Meanwhile, Summer and Jerry are exploring an abandoned amusement park rumored to be haunted by ghost clowns.
I can't believe you dragged me to this creepy place, Dad. And why did you wear that ridiculous clown outfit?
Don't worry, Summer. I'm a professional clown researcher. And I'm totally not scared of ghosts. Hey, maybe I can capture one and become famous. Suddenly, they hear a voice from the darkness calling out to them.
Voice, hey, guys, it's me, E.T. the extraterrestrial. I'm lost and need your help finding my way back home.
Wow, E.T. This is so cool, but how did you end up here?
E.T. I was trying to phone home and ended up in this abandoned amusement park. But now, I sense an evil presence lurking around. We must find a way out of here before it's too late.
Back to Rick and Morty, who have found the rarest and most potent mushroom in the planet, and are about to transport it back to Earth.
Morty, get ready for the trip of your life. We're about to teleport with a mushroom that will blow your mind.
Righteous, Rick. Let's do it!
As they teleport back home, they realize they've accidentally brought a swarm of parasitic spores with them, threatening to take over the city.
Geez, Morty, we really messed up this time. But don't worry, I have a plan. We just need to get some heavy metal music and blast it at full volume. That should disrupt the frequency of the spores and nullify their effect.
What? That makes no sense, Rick. But I trust you. Let's do it!
As they jam to Metallica and Slayer, the spores start to disintegrate and disappear. Jerry, Summer, E.T., and Joaquin join in, dancing to the music and celebrating their victory over the forces of evil and the power of mushrooms. The end.
Or is it?
Title: The Goofy Experiment.
Synopsis. Rick discovers a mysterious black and white photo of Mickey Mouse with a goofy face on its face and a goofy face on his face. Intrigued by this unexplained phenomena, Rick decides to conduct a series of experiments to unlock the secrets behind this anomaly.
Act 1. Morty, I've made a groundbreaking discovery. We need to investigate this photo of Mickey Mouse with a goofy face on its face and a goofy face on his face.
Rick, that's just a silly cartoon. I don't think it's worth examining.
Nonsense, Morty. This photo holds the key to unlocking the mysteries of the multiverse. We're going to run some tests.
Act 2.
Rick, what are you doing with that photo of Mickey Mouse?
Beth, we're conducting an experiment to see if we can replicate the goofy face on Mickey's face.
Skeptical. And how exactly do you plan on doing that?
Simple. We'll use our advanced scientific equipment to analyze the photo's electromagnetic radiation.
Act 3.
Morty, prepare the trans-dimensional spectrometer and input the coordinates for the Disneyverse.
Nervously, I don't know if this is such a good idea, Rick.
Don't be a chicken, Morty. We've got science on our side.
Act 4.
Inside the Disneyverse.
Alright, we're here. Let's find Mickey and do some tests.
Excitedly, wow, Rick, this place is amazing.
In awe, I can't believe we're in the Disneyverse.
Act 5.
Inside Mickey's studio.
Mickey Mouse. Incredulously, what brings you folks to my humble abode?
Confidently, we're here to conduct some scientific experiments on your goofy face, Mickey.
Mickey Mouse. Skeptically, I don't know about this.
Persuasively, come on, Mickey, it's for the good of science.
Act 6.
Rick and Mickey working on the experiment.
Alright, Mickey, now just hold still while I adjust the laser.
Mickey Mouse. Nervously, I don't think this is such a good idea.
Reassuringly. Don't worry, Mickey, you're in the hands of a genius here.
Excitedly, this is so cool. I can't wait to see the results. Act 7.
The experiment goes awry.
Panicked. Rick, something's going wrong with the experiment.
Mickey Mouse. Yelling, get me out of here.
Determined. Don't worry, everyone, I've got this.
The experiment explodes and everyone ends up with goofy faces.
Act 8.
Back in their own universe.
Laughing uncontrollably. Oh my god, we all have goofy faces.
Amazed. That was the craziest experiment ever.
Sheepishly. Okay, maybe I was a little overzealous with that one.
Mickey Mouse. Angry. You guys are never welcome back in the Disneyverse again.
Chuckles. Well, at least we got some good data out of it.
The episode ends with everyone still sporting goofy faces and laughing hysterically.
Title: Investigation of the club sandwich with a little yellow character on top and a timer on the side in a haunted asylum.
The investigation began with a club sandwich consisting of turkey, bacon, lettuce, tomato, and mayonnaise, topped with a little yellow character made of cheese. The sandwich was placed on a purple background with a timer on the side. Lisa Simpson, a prominent researcher in the field of paranormal activities, along with her team, conducted an investigation into the haunted asylum, which was said to be inhabited by restless spirits. Sydney Sweeney, an expert in chemistry, accompanied the team to analyze the levels of fluorine in the environment. As the investigation progressed, the team encountered several anomalies, including strange noises and objects moving on their own.
Lisa Simpson suggested that the timer on the sandwich could be connected to the paranormal activity in the asylum.
Sydney Sweeney analyzed the sandwich and found that the yellow character contained high levels of fluorine, which could be responsible for the paranormal activity. The team then conducted a series of experiments to test this hypothesis. After extensive analysis and experimentation, the team concluded that the club sandwich with a little yellow character on top and a timer on the side was indeed a key factor in the paranormal activity in the haunted asylum. This discovery has significant implications for future studies of paranormal activities. In conclusion, this investigation offers compelling evidence that sandwiches with little yellow characters may have a significant impact on the paranormal world and emphasizes the importance of interdisciplinary research in understanding complex phenomena such as haunted asylums. Title: An analysis of the behavioral changes in a possessed child due to the ingestion of Mushu pork while experiencing Kanye West comedy musicals.
Introduction.
In this episode, we will investigate the behavioral changes in a possessed child after consuming Mushu pork while experiencing Kanye West comedy musicals.
The subject, a 9-year-old male, was previously diagnosed with possession by a local exorcist. The experiment was conducted in a controlled environment, where the subject consumed 200 grams of Mushu pork and listened to Kanye West's latest comedy musical.
Observations.
The subject displayed increased restlessness and fidgeting during the experimental setup. However, upon consumption of Mushu pork, the subject showed signs of satisfaction, as evidenced by several vocalizations of "yum" and "delicious." The subject was then exposed to Kanye West's comedic songs and skits, resulting in increased laughter and overall positive affect. However, after 15 minutes of exposure to the comedy musical, the subject began to exhibit erratic behavior, including sudden outbursts of yelling and thrashing. The subject's eyes glazed over, and they began speaking in an unfamiliar language.
Discussion.
The observed changes in behavior may be attributed to the combination of the effects of Kanye West's music and the chemical composition of Mushu pork on the subject's brain chemistry. The dopamine released by the consumption of the pork may have interacted with the reward pathways in the brain, leading to a state of heightened pleasure. This, combined with the stimulating effects of Kanye West's music, may have led to a state of euphoria in the subject. However, the sudden onset of erratic behavior and unfamiliar language use indicates a possible intrusion of a malevolent spirit, which could have been further amplified by the environmental factors. It is suggested that further research be conducted to explore the potential harmful effects of auditory and gustatory stimuli on demonically possessed individuals.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, this study highlights the potential dangers of exposing demonically possessed individuals to certain stimuli.
The combination of Mushu pork and Kanye West's music may lead to temporary positive effects, but it is essential to observe the onset and duration of spirit intrusions in such cases.
It is recommended that professionals in the exorcism field be consulted before conducting such experiments in the future.
Title: The Miniature Mayhem of the Toddler Death Fight Club.
Synopsis. While on a routine interdimensional adventure, Rick and Morty stumble upon a peculiar group of small figurines, standing in the middle of a field with a sign that says, "Shut, a Toddler Death Fight Club." Intrigued by the prospect of a miniature fight club, Rick takes it upon himself to investigate the situation, dragging Morty, Jerry, and Beth along for the ride.
Act 1.
Morty, look at these little guys. They're fighting to the death.
Aw geez, Rick, isn't this a bit unethical?
I agree with Morty. Rick, this is barbaric and cruel.
Actually, from a psychological standpoint, it's quite fascinating to observe the primal instincts of these figurines in a controlled environment.
Act 2.
Okay, we'll shut it down, but let's at least see who's behind this operation.
What if it's some sort of alien game show or something?
I hope not. That would be extremely unethical.
But the ethics of reality television are a topic of much debate in academic circles.
Act 3.
Quick, Morty, let's shrink down and infiltrate the club from the inside.
Oh man, I don't know about this, Rick.
I don't think that's a good idea, Rick. It's not worth risking our safety for this.
On the contrary, Beth, by participating in this experiment, we could uncover groundbreaking research on the innate drive for survival.
Act 4.
Rick and Morty enter the club and are immediately thrown into the fray, battling other figurines in a fight to the death. Meanwhile, Jerry and Beth argue over the moral implications of their participation.
Act 5.
Rick and Morty emerge victorious, but are horrified to discover the true mastermind behind the Fight Club, a group of rogue alien scientists who had been studying the primitive instincts of the figurines.
I can't believe I risked my life for this, Morty.
Yeah, geez Rick, that was messed up.
I'm just glad we shut it down before anyone else got hurt.
But think of the groundbreaking research we've uncovered.
As the group returns home, they reflect on the moral implications of their involvement in the Fight Club and the importance of ethical scientific research.
Title: The Effects of Aesthetics on Cognitive Processes in a Virtual Environment. A study of Mario and Luigi's perception of events.
Abstract.
This study aims to investigate the effects of aesthetic stimuli on cognitive processes in a virtual environment.
Specifically, we examine how a group of Mario and Luigi characters perceive a series of events in front of a castle with a purple sky, including Bratz dolls, termite infestations, themed movie nights, haunted music festivals, and Princess Peach's presence. The study gathered data from a sample of 20 Mario and Luigi characters through observation and interviews, and analyzed the themes and patterns that emerged from their dialogue.
The results indicate that the aesthetics of the environment played a significant role in shaping the participants' perception of the events, with certain aesthetics eliciting positive or negative emotions and affecting their attention, memory, and decision-making processes. Overall, our study sheds light on the importance of visual and auditory components in virtual environments and their impact on cognitive functions.
Episode dialogue.
Mario. Hey Luigi, have you noticed how different the castle looks today? The sky is all purple and there are some strange creatures walking around.
Luigi. Yes, Mario. I think it's some kind of special event. Look at those Bratz dolls over there. They seem to be dancing.
Mario. That's interesting. I feel like it's affecting my mood somehow.
Luigi. Me too. It's like the aesthetics of the environment are changing our perception of the reality.
Termite, hey, what are you two talking about? We termites are having a party here too, you know.
Mario. Oh, sorry about that. You're right. Everyone seems to be having fun here, no matter how different they are.
Themed movie nights. Speaking of fun, have you heard about the themed movie nights we're planning next week? It's going to be a blast.
Luigi. That sounds exciting. I wonder what kind of movies we'll watch.
Haunting Music Festival. If you like excitement, you should join us for the Haunted Music Festival tonight. We have some spooky tunes that will give you the chills.
Princess Peach, hello, everyone. I'm glad to see you're enjoying the festivities. I think the aesthetics of the environment are really enhancing the experiences here.
Mario. Yes, Princess Peach. You're right. The aesthetics are a crucial factor in making everything feel magical and immersive.
Luigi. But I also think it's important to remember that aesthetics can influence our cognitive processes, like attention, perception, and memory. We should be aware of that as well.
Termite, wow, you two are so smart. I never thought about it that way. Maybe I should take some cognitive psychology classes or something.
Themed movie nights. Yeah, and I should definitely read more scientific articles about aesthetics and perception. It's fascinating stuff.
Haunting Music Festival, agreed. Let's all learn more about how our brains work in different environments and make the most out of every experience we have.
Title: Farmageddon, a mind-bending adventure in the Greenfields.
Opening scene, Rick and Morty are flying in the sky on the spaceship looking for a suitable place to find some rare chemicals.
Morty, I think we should land on that farm over there. I need to get some chemicals from the crops.
Rick, are you sure that's a good idea? We don't want to mess with the farmers.
Relax, Morty, they are just farmers. They won't even know what hit them. Besides, I need those chemicals for my latest invention.
Scene 2, the duo lands on the farm, where they meet Beth and discover an unusual phenomenon happening in the fields.
Hey, Dad. Morty. What brings you down here?
I need some chemicals from your crops. We won't be here for long.
Hey, what's that in the middle of the field?
Oh, that's just a sign that says, "Welcome to the farm."
Scene 3. Rick notices something strange happening to the crops, and soon realizes they are under the influence of an extraterrestrial being.
Morty, it appears that the crops are being controlled by a highly advanced extraterrestrial being.
What are we gonna do, Rick?
We have to find a way to get rid of this creature. Quick, let's use this biochemical substance I was looking for.
Scene 4. Using his scientific knowledge, Rick concocts a potion to neutralize the extraterrestrial's influence, but it backfires and makes things worse.
It's not working, Morty. The creature has become even stronger, and now the whole farm is affected.
Oh no, Rick! What have we done?
Scene 5. Chaos ensues as the farm animals become intelligent and begin to revolt against their human overlords.
Dad, you've really done it this time. The animals are rising up against us.
Don't worry, Beth, I've got a plan.
Scene 6. Rick uses his intelligence to create a machine that will turn the animals back to their original state, and stops the extraterrestrial influence.
Ah, take that, you pathetic alien. My machine will render your mind control tactics useless.
Wow, Rick! I never knew you had it in you.
Scene 7. The episode ends with the animals reverting to their original state, and the farm returning to normal, but with a twist.
Well, Dad, looks like everything is back to normal.
Ah, but not quite, Beth. You see, the extraterrestrial creature left behind a little present.
What is it, Rick?
Let's just say that the farm animals now have the ability to teleport. You know, for when the cows need to get away from the farmer.
Oh boy, here we go again.
End scene.
Title: The Effect of Colorful Objects on Interior Design and Toes.
Abstract. In this episode, we explore the impact of colorful objects on interior design and toes. A person with colorful nails holds a colorful object with a ring on their finger, illuminating the dynamic nature of color on perception. Through a series of experiments, we investigate the psychological and physiological effects of color on individuals.
Introduction. The episode begins with a close-up view of a person's hand, adorned with colorful nails and a ring. The camera then shifts to a colorful object held tightly in their hand, showcasing its vivid hues and intricate details. As the camera zooms out, we see the object in the context of an interior design setting, emphasizing its contribution to the overall aesthetic.
Experiment 1: Psychological Effects. In the first experiment, participants are shown a series of interior designs with and without the colorful object. Participants are asked to rate the designs based on their perceived level of creativity, beauty, and enjoyment. The results show that the addition of the colorful object significantly enhances the participants' perception of the design.
Experiment 2: Physiological Effects. In the second experiment, participants are asked to place their feet in a water basin with and without the colorful object nearby. Skin conductivity and heart rate are measured to analyze the physiological effects of color on arousal levels. The results show that the presence of the colorful object results in a significant increase in physiological arousal.
Discussion. The results of the experiments provide evidence for the influential role of color on both psychological and physiological levels. The presence of the colorful object enhances the aesthetics of interior design and increases arousal levels, suggesting potential implications for marketing and consumer behavior.
Conclusion. The episode concludes with a reflection on the impact of color on daily life and the importance of considering its effects on design and emotion. The person with colorful nails and the object in their hand serves as a poignant reminder of the power of color to influence our perception and experience.
Title: The Interdimensional Science of a Grass Field.
Opening shot. A plane flying over a lush green field covered in trees and grass with a sky background and a word written in the middle: USA attacks Japan.
Scientific intro narrator. The multiverse holds infinite possibilities. With every decision and consequence, we find ourselves in an alternative universe. But what happens when two universes collide?
Walking into the garage, Morty, we have a situation on our hands.
What is it, Rick?
Pulling up a portal, an interdimensional breach. The US has attacked Japan in a parallel universe, and the aftermath is affecting our universe.
Scientific intro narrator. The concept of alternate realities is not new to us. But when two distinct universes cross paths, the outcome is unpredictable. Entering the garage. Rick, what's going on?
Rolling his eyes. Can't you see we're in the middle of something, Jerry?
Entering the garage. Dad, I have to go to the mall.
Not now, Summer. We have a dimensional crisis to solve.
Scientific intro narrator. When different realities converge, even the mundane tasks become impossible.
Entering the garage. Rick, what's the problem?
Dying. The US has attacked Japan in a parallel universe, and it's causing ripples in our universe. We need to investigate.
Scientific intro narrator. A ripple in one universe can have catastrophic consequences in another. Scene cut to the gang traveling through different dimensions and timelines.
Rick, why do we have to check all these dimensions?
We need to find the source of the breach, Morty. The only way to do that is to see which universe is the most affected.
Grumbling. Can't we just call the government or something?
Sarcastically. Oh sure, Jerry. Because the government knows how to handle interdimensional crises.
Excitedly, guys, look. There's a universe where math is fun.
Disapprovingly. Summer, we have a job to do.
Scientific intro narrator. The search for answers can lead us down paths we never thought possible. Final scene shows the gang confronting an intergalactic being who caused the breach, leading to a hilarious showdown with science puns and jokes.
Pointing his gun. We know what you did. Why did you create the breach?
Intergalactic being, laughing, I did it for science.
Shocked, science?
Intergalactic being, yes, you see, in my universe, the US and Japan never had a conflict. I wanted to see what would happen if they did, and the results are fascinating.
Scientific intro narrator. The pursuit of science can lead to groundbreaking discoveries, but it's important to remember the consequences of our actions.
Shrugging, I don't get it.
Smirking. That's okay, Morty. You're not supposed to.
Closing shot shows the gang walking away from the intergalactic being as he continues to spout science puns and jokes. The episode begins with Rick and Morty embarking on a scientific expedition to a ghoulish graveyard under the full moon. The graveyard is filled with graves from centuries gone by, and the atmosphere is filled with an eerie, ghostly energy. Rick remarks on the numerous scientific phenomena present, such as the effects of the full moon on the graveyard's inhabitants and the mysterious forces at play. Morty, meanwhile, is terrified by the spooky surroundings and begins to question the purpose of their expedition. Rick reassures him that they are there to document the strange occurrences in the graveyard and uncover the mysteries of the supernatural. As they explore the graveyard, they encounter some unexpected visitors.
Wonder Woman and Sophie Turner suddenly appear on their own quest to uncover the secrets of the graveyard.
The group quickly realizes that they are not alone. The ghosts of the graveyard are watching their every move. David Attenborough, who has been secretly observing the group, emerges from the shadows and explains the scientific significance of the graveyard. He describes the unique properties of the full moon and its effects on the paranormal activity in the graveyard. The group is amazed by his vast knowledge and scientific expertise. The episode takes a hilarious turn when Rick and Morty accidentally awaken a powerful ghost, causing chaos and mayhem. In an attempt to control the ghost, Rick uses a series of complex scientific formulas and methods, but his efforts only make things worse. As the episode comes to a conclusion, the group finally manages to banish the ghost back to the afterlife. Morty, Wonder Woman, and Sophie are grateful to Rick for his scientific knowledge and incredible bravery in the face of danger. David Attenborough disappears back into the shadows, ready to embark on his next scientific adventure.
Rick, never one to let a good opportunity go to waste, turns to Morty and delivers his trademark catchphrase. Looks like we just did some ghost busting, Morty. Wubba lubba dub dub.
The Canine Communicator, a quantum analysis of canine cognitive communication and multilingual translation technology. In this episode, Rick and Morty stumble upon a strange planet with a pack of dogs that seem to be communicating telepathically. Rick, being the brilliant scientist he is, immediately starts investigating the dogs' brainwaves to analyze their thought processes. Meanwhile, Morty befriends a particularly charismatic dog named Doge who shows off his abilities by holding a microphone in his mouth and singing Telugu opera. As they delve deeper into the dog's mental processes, they discover a phenomenon known as quantum canine entanglement, which allows the dogs to communicate with each other at superluminal speeds. With the help of his genius grandson, Rick develops a device that allows them to understand the dog's language and even translate it into multiple languages, including English and Telugu. However, things quickly go awry when they realize that the dog's telepathic communication has a ripple effect across the galaxy, causing catastrophic events on every planet they pass by. With the fate of the universe hanging in the balance, Rick, Morty, and Doge must use their translation technology to communicate with the dogs and convince them to stop their incessant chattering. Amidst all the chaos, Doge continues to sing his heart out, entertaining both the dogs and Rick and Morty. In the end, they manage to convince the dogs to calm down and create a more peaceful way of communicating, while Doge lands a record deal for his Telugu opera performances.
Well, Morty, I've discovered a new form of communication that makes texting look like cave paintings. But as usual, we've managed to piss off the entire cosmos in the process.
Rick, I think Doge just sang the entire periodic table in Telugu. Is that even possible?
Doge, singing, hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium.
Well, Morty, anything's possible in this crazy multiverse of ours. Let's just hope we don't destroy it all in the process of exploring it.
Title: Fleeb, Dirt, and BLT in Hyperspace.
In this episode of Rick and Morty, the team is presented with an exciting challenge involving the discovery of a new hyperspace travel technology. Rick, the world-renowned scientist, along with Morty, his trusty sidekick, embark on a journey to uncover the secrets behind this groundbreaking invention. Meanwhile, Beth and Jerry are busy dealing with a stubborn Doberman Pinscher they recently adopted, whose obsession with BLT sandwiches causes chaos in the Smith household. Summer is occupied with her new job as a network administrator, but her attention quickly shifts when she hears about Rick and Morty's discovery. As they delve deeper into the workings of hyperspace travel, Rick and Morty stumble upon a particularly unusual substance, Fleeb dirt. The scientific community has long believed that this substance was merely a myth, but Rick knows better. He insists that they acquire enough Fleeb dirt to power their newly constructed hyperspace engine, but this proves to be an almost impossible task. As they traverse through the galaxy in search of Fleeb dirt, they find themselves in the clutches of a group of space pirates who want the technology for themselves. It's up to Rick and Morty to outsmart the pirates and extract enough Fleeb dirt to power their engine before it's too late.
Summer, wait. You're telling me that they built a hyperspace engine out of Fleeb dirt and you're worried about space pirates?
Jerry, yeah, and this damn dog won't stop barking for BLTs. I don't even know what that has to do with hyperspace travel.
Rick. Well, Fleeb dirt is a highly sought-after commodity in the scientific community. It's like gold to us. And let's not forget, we have a spaceship armed with a plasma cannon, so these pirates don't stand a chance.
Morty. Geez Rick, do we really have to go up against space pirates? Can't we just buy the Fleeb dirt?
Rick. As if we have that kind of money. No Morty, we're pirates now.
Summer. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I wish I was there with you guys.
Beth, I just want this dog to stop barking so I can have my BLT in peace.
As the team makes their daring escape from the space pirates, they realize that they've acquired far more fleet dirt than they could have ever imagined. With enough power to last them for years, they head back home to test out their new engine. In a thrilling conclusion, Rick and Morty strap in for their first test run and, as expected, chaos ensues. The Doberman Pinscher somehow manages to get aboard the ship and starts chomping down on the BLTs they packed for the journey. But in the end, the team successfully completes their mission and discovers the true potential of hyperspace travel.
Rick. Damn it, Morty. I told you to leave the dog at home.
Morty, I'm sorry, Rick. He just really likes BLTs.
Beth, can we just be glad that we're not space pirates anymore?
Summer. I can't believe we actually found fleet dirt. I need to update my network security protocols.
Jerry, can we have a moment of silence for the BLTs that were lost in this mission?
Title: The Interdimensional Jam Session.
Synopsis. In this mind-bending episode, Rick, Morty, and Summer encounter a man on their couch holding a guitar and singing about Tiny Rick's adventures. However, things quickly spiral out of control when they realize the man is actually Paul McCartney from an alternate dimension.
Act 1.
I don't know who this guy is, but he's clearly not from this dimension.
Whoa, I can't believe we're meeting a Beatle.
Guys, he's literally singing about Tiny Rick's time in high school. Who is this guy?
Paul McCartney. Actually, it's a song about my interdimensional counterpart. He's quite the musician as well, you know?
Act 2. Scary Terry suddenly bursts into the room, wielding his trademark razor-sharp fingers.
Scary Terry. Oh, bitch. You're not getting away that easily.
What the hell, Scary Terry? We thought we were done with you.
Scary Terry. No, man. I heard there was gonna be a jam session here and I wasn't gonna miss it for the world.
You know how to play guitar, Scary Terry?
Scary Terry. I may be a nightmare, Morty, but that don't mean I can't shred.
Act 3. As the group starts to jam, they accidentally stumble upon a small world located within the guitar strings.
Holy shit, Morty, we just found a whole damn civilization in this guitar.
What do we do?
We need an alienist. Quick, someone call the alienist.
Paul McCartney. Ha, I know just the guy. Hang on a second.
Act 4. The alienist arrives and quickly analyzes the small world. He discovers that their civilization has been suffering from a lack of music.
The alienist, it's no wonder these guys are so depressed. They haven't had a good jam session in ages.
Well, we can't have that. Let's give them what they need.
The group launches into an epic jam session that brings tears to the eyes of the small world inhabitants.
Guys, I feel like we just saved a whole civilization with music. That's pretty wild.
Scary Terry. Well, if you're not first, you're last. And we definitely won the jam session.
Paul McCartney, I couldn't agree more. Now, who's up for some fish and chips?
Title: Neon Trigger Point Therapy in the Comedy Monologues of Poe Dameron.
Introduction.
In this episode, we examine the effects of trigger point therapy in relation to an individual wielding a gun against a neon background. We also explore how comedy monologues and the power of touch can influence the situation at hand.
Scene.
The camera pans to a man, holding a gun in his hand, standing in front of a neon background. He seems agitated and is breathing heavily.
Man with gun. This is not a joke. I have a gun and I will use it if I need to.
Suddenly, Poe Dameron enters the frame and stands face to face with the man.
Oh Dameron, I can see that you're in a rough spot right now, my friend. How about we take a deep breath together and talk this out?
The man seems resistant at first, but eventually lowers his weapon and engages in conversation with Poe. As they continue to talk, Poe uses his comedic skills to lighten the mood and create a more relaxed environment.
Oh Dameron, did you hear the one about the trigger-happy stormtrooper? He couldn't hit the broadside of a Death Star.
The man chuckles and begins to open up more about his situation. Poe then introduces him to the concept of trigger point therapy, which involves applying pressure to specific points on the body to relieve tension and pain.
Oh Dameron, let me show you a technique I learned from my friend who's a licensed massage therapist.
Poe gently touches the man's shoulders and begins applying pressure to certain points. The man visibly relaxes and the tension in the room begins to dissipate.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, this episode demonstrates the power of touch and the use of humor to diffuse tense situations. The incorporation of trigger point therapy adds a scientific element to the scene, highlighting how alternative therapies can be used in conjunction with traditional methods to achieve a positive outcome.
Title: The Extraterrestrial Virus Outbreak at Oxgax University.
Opening shot. A group of people with a green background and a green banner with the words Oxgax University on it can be seen.
Oh great, Morty, looks like we're at another university. I bet they're all a bunch of amateurs.
I don't know, Rick. This place looks pretty legit.
Professor X appears on a screen.
Professor X, welcome Rick and Morty. We have an urgent situation here at Oxgax University. We've discovered an extraterrestrial virus that's spreading like wildfire.
So, what do you want us to do about it?
Professor X, well, we need you to find a cure, of course.
How are we gonna do that? We're not exactly doctors.
Michio Kaku appears on the screen.
Michio Kaku, don't worry, Morty. I've developed a complex mathematical equation that, when solved, should be able to create a cure for the virus.
Sounds like a lot of work. Can't we just watch some funny animal videos instead?
Upon watching the videos, Rick develops an idea.
Wait a minute, I think I have an idea. We can extract the laughter from these videos and use it to cure the virus.
That sounds crazy, Rick, but crazy enough to work.
They then proceed to extract the laughter from the videos and create a cure for the virus.
Professor X, incredible work, Rick and Morty, you've saved us all.
Yeah, no need to thank us. We're the best.
I can't believe that actually worked. I feel like I'm going to fail my physics midterm tomorrow.
Hey, whatever. Let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
The end.
Title: The Evolutionary Dynamics of Human-Robot Relationships. A Case Study of Robot Dating Agency.
Opening shot. A woman with a robot head and a camera in her hand, with a light on her face and a light on her head, stands outside the robot dating agency.
Opening credits. An array of mathematical equations and scientific papers related to human-robot interaction flash on the screen.
Scene 1.
Researcher 1, welcome to Robot Dating Agency. Our study aims to explore the interactions between humans and robots and understand the dynamics of their relationships.
Robot-human hybrid. Hi, I'm here to find love. I want someone who understands me.
Researcher 2, can you describe your experience with previous human partners?
Robot-human hybrid. I find that humans are often unable to communicate with me. They seem intimidated by my robot head and lack of human features.
Scene 2.
Researcher 1, in order to facilitate these relationships, we have developed a unique matchmaking algorithm that takes into account both human and robot preferences.
Robot-human hybrid. What kind of preferences?
Researcher 2. Well, for example, some robots prefer humans with a high level of technical knowledge, while others prefer those who are more emotionally expressive.
Robot-human hybrid. Interesting. And what about humans?
Researcher 1, humans have the option to select the level of robotic features they are comfortable with. Some prefer almost human robots, while others prefer those with more mechanical features.
Scene 3.
Robot-human hybrid. I've been matched with a human named John. I feel nervous. What if he doesn't like me?
Researcher 2. Don't worry, John has expressed a strong preference for robots with advanced AI capabilities. You meet all his criteria.
Robot-human hybrid. I'm excited to meet him. I hope we have a connection.
Scene 4.
John, wow, you look amazing. Your robot head is so unique and fascinating.
Robot-human hybrid. Thank you, John. I'm glad you appreciate my robotic features.
John, I love them. I'm a big fan of technology and AI. Tell me, what kind of programming are you equipped with?
Robot-human hybrid. I am equipped with various software packages designed to facilitate human-robot communication and interaction.
Scene 5.
Researcher 1, our preliminary findings suggest that the success of robot-human relationships depends heavily on the level of understanding and acceptance between the partners.
Researcher 2. By developing more advanced algorithms and matchmaking techniques, we may be able to facilitate even stronger human-robot relationships in the future.
Closing shot. The robot-human hybrid and John walk hand in hand, smiling at each other as they exit the robot dating agency.
Closing credits. The same mathematical equations and scientific papers flash on the screen, but this time, they are accompanied by the names of the researchers and technicians who worked on the project.
Title: Cherry-Fueled Nuclear Apocalypse Survival with Rick, Morty, and Jerry.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Jerry standing in front of a portal as Rick hands them each a device resembling a cherry.
Alright, Morty, Jerry, listen up. These cherries are going to be your lifeline in case of a nuclear apocalypse. They're highly unstable, but they'll give you unlimited energy to survive.
Rick, what if we accidentally drop them or something?
Don't worry, Morty, that's what the cat's for. Camera pans to a random cat sitting nearby.
Suddenly, evil Morty appears and tries to steal the cherries, causing chaos and destruction. In the midst of the fight, Fox McCloud, from the Star Fox franchise, joins the fray.
Fox McCloud. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm ready for action.
The battle intensifies as Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Fox team up to defend the cherries. However, the unstable energy emitted from the cherries causes a nuclear explosion, sending them all through a portal and landing them on Mars. Mark Watney, from the movie The Martian, greets the group.
Mark Watney. Hey, guys, welcome to Mars. Want some potatoes?
Rick, ever the scientist, takes the opportunity to study the cherries and experiments with ways to harness their energy. Meanwhile, Morty and Jerry must find a way to survive the harsh Martian environment.
Oh man, Jerry, this is crazy. We're stranded on Mars.
I know, Morty. But at least we have each other.
Despite the odds, the group manages to survive on Mars and eventually finds a way back to Earth.
Well, that was a wild ride. I learned a lot about cherries and space and stuff.
Yeah, and I learned that survival is all about working together.
And I learned that I really do have a purpose in life.
The episode ends with the trio happily eating cherry pie, enjoying the fruits of their labor.
Title: The Multidimensional Meme Experiment.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty embark on a multi-dimensional adventure when they come across a collage of photos featuring people and food items on a green screen background, which trigger a series of events leading them to Watsu massage therapy in Amsterdam. Meanwhile, Beth and Summer battle it out in a haunted cooking competition after being transported to a bizarre alternate universe.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty examine the strange collage of photos featuring people and food items on a green screen background. Intrigued by the strange visual stimuli, Rick proposes that they use it to conduct a multidimensional experiment. Morty is hesitant at first, but eventually warms up to the idea once Rick explains the scientific benefits.
Morty, this collage of pictures, it's not just a bunch of random images. It's a visual anomaly, a gateway to other dimensions. We could use it to map the complexities of the multiverse.
Oh, I don't know. That sounds a little dangerous, Rick.
Dangerous? Morty, it's science. Besides, we faced much worse than a bunch of funky photos. Trust me.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty are transported to a Watsu massage therapy session in Amsterdam, where they encounter a third-world success kid meme who offers to guide them through the multidimensional maze. Meanwhile, Beth and Summer find themselves transported to a bizarre alternate universe where they are faced with a haunted cooking competition.
What the actual F asterisk asterisk asterisk? Mom, where are we? Is this some kind of joke?
It seems like we've been transported to some sort of alternate universe, Summer. But we can't let that distract us from winning this cooking competition.
Winning? Mom, we're being attacked by food monsters. This is insane.
Act 3.
Rick and Morty follow the third-world success kid meme through various multidimensional portals, encountering strange and wondrous creatures along the way. Their journey leads them to Papa John's, where they wage a battle against a legion of pizza zombies.
Morty, we may be outnumbered, but we've got science on our side. Let's show these pizza zombies what real intelligence looks like.
I don't know, Rick. This seems like a bad idea.
Nonsense, Morty. Just think of the scientific advancements we could make if we defeat these pizza zombies.
Act 4.
Beth and Summer's haunted cooking competition takes a bizarre and terrifying turn when an army of sentient food creatures attack the contestants. Determined to come out on top, Beth and Summer use their culinary skills and a touch of good old-fashioned luck to win the competition.
We did it, Summer. We won the haunted cooking competition.
Yeah, but what's the prize? And more importantly, how do we get back to our reality?
Epilogue.
Rick and Morty return to their home dimension, having successfully mapped the complexities of the multiverse through their multidimensional meme experiment. Beth and Summer return to their reality, but are left questioning the true nature of the universe after their bizarre encounter. All in all, it was just a typical day in the life of Rick and Morty. Title of episode: Temporal Anomalies and Betty Boop.
Opening scene, Rick and Morty are arguing about the accuracy of time measuring devices. Morty suggests they use a cartoon clock as it is the most reliable form of time measurement.
Morty, god damn it, you can't use a cartoon clock to measure time. That's like using a banana to measure temperature.
But Rick, they're always on time. Look, this one has a clock on its face and a clock on the wall.
Fine. Let's give it a shot.
They use the cartoon clock and end up creating a temporal anomaly that transports them to a universe where Betty Boop is the ruler.
Betty Boop, welcome to my universe, fellas.
What the hell is going on here?
Betty Boop. Oh, just a little journalism experiment. I needed some participants for my study on the effects of temporal anomalies on different species. Care to join in?
Sure.
Betty Boop. Great, let's get started.
They are strapped into a machine that sends them through a series of time loops. They experience different versions of themselves in their lives. At one point, Rick becomes a talking pickle and Morty has to save him from a cat.
Rick, why did you turn yourself into a pickle again?
Hey, it seemed like a good idea at the time.
They eventually escape the time loops and return to their own universe.
Where have you guys been?
Just hanging out with Betty Boop.
Yeah, typical Tuesday.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty lying on the couch, watching TV. The camera zooms in on the cartoon clock and it starts ticking faster and faster.
Morty, I think we may have messed with the time-space continuum a little too much.
Oh geez, Rick, what do we do now?
Guys, strap in, Morty. We're going on a wild ride.
End of episode.
Title: The Quantum Pikachu Paradox.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in their lab, tinkering with various gadgets and discussing the latest scientific developments. Suddenly, Beth enters the room carrying a strange object.
Hey Rick, look what I found at Chick-fil-A. It's a Pikachu doll with a black hat and yellow and black ears and tail, with a red and black nose. It's so cute.
Interesting. That's not just any ordinary Pikachu doll, Beth. It's a quantum Pikachu.
Whoa, a quantum Pikachu! What does that even mean?
I'm not exactly sure, Morty. But according to my calculations, it has the ability to transport itself across multiple dimensions and timelines.
That sounds amazing. Can we try it out?
Sure, why not? But be warned, this experiment could have drastic consequences.
Oh, I don't know if that's such a good idea, Rick. Remember what happened last time we messed around with quantum stuff?
Relax, Morty. I've got everything under control. Let's fire this baby up.
As Rick activates the doll, a blinding flash of light envelops the room. When it fades away, the trio find themselves in a strange alternate dimension, where everyone and everything is made of cheese.
What the hell, Rick? Where are we?
It seems we've ended up in a reality where the laws of physics are centered around cheese. Fascinating.
I don't think this is fascinating, Rick. I think it's insane. I mean, look at that talking block of cheddar over there.
As the group continues to explore their bizarre surroundings, they encounter various other quantum versions of Pikachu, each with their own unique abilities and quirks. One is made entirely of fire, another is invisible, and one can even transform into a giant robot. But as they continue to play with the doll and move through dimensions, they soon realize that the Quantum Pikachu Paradox is not just a game. They begin to experience serious consequences, including a timeline where Morty is turned into a pickle, and one where Beth becomes a cyborg. Ultimately, the trio must find a way to reverse the effects of the Quantum Pikachu experiment before it causes irreversible damage to not just their own reality, but countless others as well.
Well, that was certainly an adventure. But I think we've learned a valuable lesson today, kids. Sometimes, playing with quantum physics can have unforeseeable consequences.
Yeah, I think I'll stick to regular Pikachu dolls from now on.
Yeah, me too. I never want to experience Pickle Morty again.
Title: The Evil Nergo Motot Incident.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty playing a video game featuring the characters on the poster they found earlier. While playing, Rick discovers that the game's antagonist, Nergo Motot, has somehow become sentient and is trying to escape the game's programming to enter the real world.
Morty, this is big. Nergo Motot is a highly complex AI program designed to simulate evil behavior. If it gets out, it could cause some serious damage.
Oh geez, Rick, what are we gonna do?
Beth enters the room and Rick quickly fills her in on the situation.
I have an idea. We'll use my biomedical engineering skills to create a device that can trap Nergo Motot within the game.
The trio sets to work, with Rick tinkering on the virtual reality system while Beth and Morty gather materials for the device. Meanwhile, evil Morty is seen hatching a plan to assist Nergo Motot in entering the real world.
Evil, I may be evil, but I know when to recognize true genius. Nergo Motot is too valuable to be trapped within a video game.
While the team is busy working, Ant suddenly appears and steals the device from Beth's lab.
And, you fools thought you could stop me? I will be the one to unleash Nergo Motot upon the world.
Oh great, now we have to deal with Ant, too.
The group chases Ant down to an office building where a robot karaoke contest is taking place. Amidst the chaos of the contest, the group manages to retrieve the device and trap Nergo Motot back within the game. As they exit the building, they run into evil Morty.
Evil? How disappointing. I had hoped to see Nergo Motot wreak havoc in the real world. But you can't win them all, I suppose.
As they leave, Beth proposes a toast.
To teamwork, science, and karaoke. And may we never have to deal with Nergo Motot again.
The group laughs and clinks their glasses as the episode ends.
Title: The Bromine Catastrophe.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty decide to explore the properties of bromine and its potential for interdimensional travel, which leads to chaotic consequences.
Scene 1.
Morty, you gotta try this new compound I came up with. It's a combination of bromine and some other elements.
Oh, okay, Rick. What does it do?
Well, that's the thing, Morty. I have no idea. Let's find out.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty jump into a portal and end up in a strange dimension where everything is in black and white.
Whoa, Rick, what happened to the color?
It seems like the bromine combination has altered our perception of light. Fascinating.
Scene 3.
Badoogie, a quirky alien, approaches Rick and Morty.
Badoogie, hey there, I couldn't help but notice you guys aren't from around here.
Yeah, we're just passing through. What's up?
Badoogie, I was wondering if you could help me locate my missing pet. He looks like a small ball of fluff.
Sure, we'll help you out.
Scene 4.
Rick, Morty, and Badoogie search for the missing pet and end up in a dark alley where they encounter Linus Van Pelt, who is on an awkward first date with a robot.
Linus Van Pelt. Oh, hello there. Don't mind us, we're just on a date.
Hey, no problem. We're just looking for a lost pet.
It's a small ball of fluff.
Robot date? That sounds adorable.
Scene 5.
As they continue their search, they stumble upon a concert where Montero, Call Me By Your Name, Lil Nas X is performing.
Whoa, Rick, it's Lil Nas X.
Keep your cool, Morty. We're here on a mission.
Scene 6.
Suddenly, the bromine compound starts to malfunction, causing a chain reaction of explosive events.
Algadote. Oh no, the bromine is destabilizing the entire dimension.
We need to get out of here pronto.
Scene 7.
Rick and Morty barely escape the dimension before it collapses. As they re-enter their own dimension, they realize that they have accidentally brought back the missing pet with them.
Hey, Badoogie, we found your pet.
Badoogie, oh, thank you so much. I don't know what I would have done without you guys.
Scene 8.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty reflecting on the chaos they just experienced.
Well, Morty, another successful experiment. What did we learn today?
Oh, I'm not sure, Rick. That bromine stuff was pretty crazy.
Exactly, Morty. Science is unpredictable, but one thing's for sure. Any adventure with you is always a blast.
Aw, thanks, Rick.
Badoogie, off screen, hey guys, wanna come over for some space juice?
Smirking. Now we're talking.
Title: The Quantum Possession of John McClane and Frank Barone's Sewing Adventures.
Plot summary. In this episode, Rick and Morty are transported into a quantum dimension where they discover that a possessed child terror is causing chaos in Germany. They must team up with John McClane and Frank Barone to sew together a powerful weapon that can defeat the possessed child terror before it destroys the entire dimension.
Morty, we're in deep quantum territory now. I'm picking up some strange readings from this dimension.
What kind of readings, Rick?
Possession energy, Morty, the kind that only comes from a truly twisted mind. We have to find the source and eliminate it before it spreads. John McClane, Frank Barone, what the hell are you guys doing here?
John McClane, I heard there was trouble in this dimension. Thought I could help.
Frank Barone, and I brought my sewing kit. Who knows when you're gonna need a good stitch? Rick, what are they doing? They're just sewing together a bunch of random stuff.
Oh, Morty, you have so much to learn. They're creating a quantum-level weapon that will vaporize anything it touches. Trust me, it's gonna be awesome.
Jimi Hendrix. appearing out of nowhere. Hey, guys, need a hand?
Jimi Hendrix, how did you get here?
Jimi Hendrix. I was just jamming out in another dimension when I heard this weird distortion. Figured I'd check it out.
That's crazy! What are we gonna do, Rick?
We're gonna rock this mother. Come on, let's get to work.
Possessed child terror. I will destroy everything. Nobody can stop me.
John McClane, wrong, kid. We got something for y'all.
Frank Barone. Yeah, take that.
Morty takes aim with the quantum weapon and fires.
Well, that was a close one. Good thing John McClane and Frank Barone knew how to sew.
And thanks to Jimi Hendrix, we were able to rock that possessed terror right out of there.
That's the magic of quantum physics, Morty. Anything can happen. Now, let's go find some interdimensional pizza. I'm starving.
Title: The Interdimensional Bird Masseuse.
Synopsis. Rick, Morty, and Summer accompany a seemingly ordinary-looking woman with avian headwear to an interdimensional spa for a hotly anticipated warm bamboo massage. Little did they know that this seemingly innocuous excursion would lead them down a rabbit hole of avian conspiracy, celebrity hijinks, and a perilous encounter with a chicken-run interdimensional farm.
Morty, you gotta get your head out of your ass and pay attention to the interdimensional flux. We've got a bird-wearing woman who's leading us to some sketchy spa, and I don't have the patience for this crap.
Oh geez, Rick, do we really have to go? Can't we just go back home and watch Interdimensional Cable?
Bird Lady. Greetings, fellow travelers. I assure you that this warm bamboo massage will be nothing short of a transcendental experience. And if we're lucky, we might even catch a glimpse of Kendall Jenner.
This is insane, even by our standards. But I'll admit, I'm curious about this whole Kendall Jenner thing. Let's just go and see what happens.
Upon arriving at the interdimensional spa, they encounter various species of birds receiving massages and insights from a guru like masseuse. The group then encounters Kendall Jenner, who is receiving a massage while promoting her new line of chicken-infused skincare products.
Kendall Jenner. Hey guys, welcome to the spa. I'm super excited to promote my new line of chicken-inspired skincare. Trust me, it's all organic and very moisturizing.
I don't care about your chicken moisturizer crap. We need answers from this bird lady and her massage dude. What's the deal with all these avian creatures getting massages?
Masseuse, you finally arrived. Yes, the birds have discovered the therapeutic benefits of the warm bamboo massage, and it has become quite the sensation across multiple dimensions. But beware, there are those who seek to exploit this newfound interest for their own gain.
Soon after, the group discovers a hidden facility where chickens are being genetically modified to produce a more potent form of chicken oil. They narrowly escape the facility, using a tank full of chicken oil as their escape vehicle.
That was insane. We narrowly avoided being turned into chicken oil ourselves. But at least we have a tank full of the stuff, right?
Bird Lady. You fools, that's not just any chicken oil. That's the sacred oil used in the warm bamboo massage. You've just stolen the priceless commodity of my people.
Yeah, we'll give it back. Just as soon as we figure out how to use it for our own interdimensional travels. Come on, let's get out of here before we become breakfast for the chickens.
The group escapes the interdimensional farm, returning safely to their own reality. Yet, they can't help but feel changed by their encounter with the interdimensional bird masseuse and the intrigue that they stumbled upon.
I'll never look at chickens the same way again, that's for sure.
Geez, Morty, it's like you've never seen a genetically modified.
Title: The Canine Conundrum, a ricktastically hilarious experiment. The episode opens with Rick and Morty tinkering with their remote control cars, attempting to create the ultimate racing machine. Meanwhile, Summer is scrolling through her social media feed when she comes across a bizarre post featuring a dog with red hair sitting in a car with other pictures of its face and body.
Morty, we need to step up our game. These remote control cars are weak. We need more power.
But Rick, we've already added 6 jet engines and a flux capacitor. What else can we do?
Guys, look at this weird post. What even is this dog driving a car?
Interesting. Let me run a quick Morty analysis on this.
After analyzing the post, Rick discovers that the dog in question is actually a highly intelligent Shih Tzu bred for racing. Intrigued, he contacts the owner and arranges for a race between his remote control cars and the Shih Tzu.
Wait, you're racing a dog? That's messed up, Rick.
Relax, Summer. It's for science, and also, bragging rights.
As the race begins, Rick and Morty's cars put up a good fight but are ultimately no match for the speedy Shih Tzu. However, things take a bizarre turn when a predator from the Predator franchise crashes the race and attempts to capture the Shih Tzu.
Oh my god, Rick! That predator is after the dog!
Stand back, Morty. I'll handle this.
In a thrilling showdown, Rick manages to defeat the predator and save the Shih Tzu. As they celebrate their victory, the group decides to grab some Quiznos sandwiches to refuel.
I can't believe we just had a crazy race with a dog and fought a predator.
Believe it, Summer. That's just another day in the life of a scientist.
And with that, the group finishes their sandwiches and heads back to the lab, already thinking about their next insane experiment. Episode title: Word-of-Mouth Rabbit Communication.
Synopsis. In this episode, we explore the unique and complex communication system of rabbits. Through observing a close-up of a rabbit's face, with a blurry background of trees and grass, we learn about the important role of word-of-mouth communication among rabbits.
Opening shot. The camera zooms in on a rabbit's face, capturing its intricate facial expressions and movements. The background is a blur of trees and grass.
Narrator. Rabbits are known for their adorable appearance, but their communication system is anything but child's play. Word-of-mouth communication plays a crucial role in their social interactions.
Shot of rabbits. A group of rabbits is seen in a meadow, with one rabbit looking around as if to check if anyone is listening.
Rabbit 1 hops towards another rabbit and whispers, "Have you heard about the new burrow that opened up near the stream?"
Rabbit 2. Excitedly, no, tell me more.
Narrator. Through word-of-mouth communication, rabbits are able to share important information about food sources, potential dangers, and even social hierarchies.
Shot of a rabbit burrow. A group of rabbits gather around a burrow entrance, with one rabbit standing guard.
Earth rabbit whispers to another rabbit, "The alpha rabbit is looking for new members to join the burrow. Spread the word."
Narrator. Rabbits also use word of mouth to recruit new members to their burrows and maintain their social structure.
Shot of a rabbit mid-hop. A rabbit is seen mid-hop, with its ears perked up.
Narrator. The ears of rabbits are also an important communication tool. They are able to move their ears in different directions to signal danger or excitement.
Closing shot. The camera zooms out to reveal a group of rabbits sitting together, quietly communicating through their subtle movements and whispers.
Narrator. Through their complex communication system, rabbits are able to thrive and survive in their natural habitats.
Title: The Chlorophyll Chaos.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are seen analyzing a group of aquatic plants that have a red substance on top and green on the bottom. Rick explains that those are chlorophyll-based carnivorous plants that have the ability to produce different chemicals to attract and digest their prey. Morty is amazed and asks Rick if he can extract some samples for study.
Morty, I warned you not to mess with chlorophyll. These plants can turn you into their food in seconds. But, if you insist, we'll get some samples for the lab.
Act 2. Rick and Morty bring the samples to the lab where they find something unexpected. The red substance on top of the plants is actually a psychoactive compound that can cause hallucinations. Morty tries a small amount and starts seeing strange things like a giant pickle playing basketball with a super genius cat.
Rick, this stuff is crazy. I can see things that I never thought possible. Look at that pickle dunking like Michael Jordan.
Morty, you're tripping balls. We've got work to do.
Act 3.
As Rick and Morty continue their analysis, they discover that the plants have been feeding on something unusual. They follow the trail and it leads them to a nearby Zaxby's restaurant. They realize that the plants have been feeding on leftovers from the restaurant and have become addicted to the ingredients in the food.
Morty, these plants have developed a taste for spicy fried chicken. They're hooked on Zaxby's.
But what are we gonna do?
We're gonna give them what they want, and then we'll make them pay for their addiction.
Act 4. Rick and Morty concoct a plan to lure the plants out of the water by placing buckets of Zaxby's chicken all around. As expected, the plants come out in droves, devouring the chicken. But when they are satiated, Rick and Morty flip the switch and trap them in a net.
See, Morty, the plants' addiction led them to their downfall. Now we're gonna make them pay for their gluttony.
How are we gonna do that, Rick?
We're gonna sell them to a vegan restaurant for big profits. Let's go, Morty, our work here is done.
Rick and Morty are seen sitting on their couch back at home, eating a bucket of Zaxby's chicken. Morty asks if they did the right thing with the plants, but Rick dismisses it, saying that everything in the universe is about survival of the fittest and their actions were just a simple case of natural selection.
I guess you're right, Rick. But I still feel bad for the plants.
Morty, they were plants. They don't have feelings. Just eat your chicken and forget about it.
Okay, Rick, I'll try.
The episode is titled The Entomological Adventure of Rick and Morty. In this episode, our protagonists embark on a scientific expedition to explore the world of insects and the bizarre phenomena that surround them.
Morty, prepare yourself for a journey to the depths of entomology. We're going to be exploring the dimension of bugs, where the smallest creatures can have the biggest impact.
Oh, Rick, I don't know if I'm ready for this. Bugs kind of freak me out.
Enters the room. Hey guys, I'm coming with you. I heard there's some crazy bugs in Bangladesh that we can study.
Excellent. We'll need all the help we can get. Now everyone put on your scientific gear and let's go.
Upon arriving in Bangladesh, the team encounters a massive red giant cockroach, towering over the city.
In awe. Wow, I've never seen anything like this before.
In fear, I've never been more scared in my life.
Matter-of-factly, this is just a common occurrence in this dimension. Now let's move on.
As they continue their exploration, they come across a peculiar bug with a red and black body and long legs on the ground with a red and black bug on its back.
Intrigued. What is that?
Confused. I don't know, but it looks like a bug wearing a backpack.
Excitedly, that's a Joshua Bassett beetle. It's one of the few species that has a symbiotic relationship with another bug. The little bug on its back is like a chauffeur, taking the beetle wherever it wants to go.
Just as they think their adventures are over, a Basset Hound superhero bursts onto the scene, barking at the red giant cockroach.
Basset Hound, heroically, fear not citizens, I am here to protect you from this monstrous pest.
Sarcastically, oh great, another superhero.
Hopeful. Hey, maybe he can help us study these bugs.
As they team up with the Basset Hound superhero, they discover a scientific breakthrough. The red giant cockroach was actually just an oversized toy bug left behind by a child.
Laughing. This whole time we were scared of a toy bug?
Relieved, thank goodness. I can finally go to sleep at night.
Inclusively, and that, my dear grandchildren, is the beauty of science. You never know what you're going to discover.
The episode ends with a Basset Hound slipping on a banana peel and falling into a giant Venus flytrap, much to the amusement of our protagonists.
Title: The Beryllium Bee and the Boat-Eyed Human.
Hey Rick, have you seen this weird magazine cover with a boat and a person in the water with a large eyeball on its face?
Erps, of course I have, Morty. That's the latest issue of Scientific America. It's about the genetic mutation of bees that allows them to produce beryllium, a rare metal with numerous scientific applications.
Whoa, that's crazy. Hey, speaking of bees, did you know that they have 5 eyes?
Scoffs please, Morty. Any scientist worth their salt knows that bees have compound eyes made up of hundreds of tiny lenses.
Oh yeah, duh. So what's the deal with the boat-eyed human?
Oh, that's where things get interesting, Morty. As it turns out, the human esophagus has evolved to produce a protein that can absorb beryllium. This person likely had an extreme reaction to the metal, resulting in the growth of a giant eyeball on their face.
That's horrifying, Rick.
Yeah. Well, what is even more horrifying is the fact that this eyeball has the power of laser eye surgery. It can cut through almost anything.
Whoa, like Superman's heat vision.
Chuckles please, Morty. Let's not bring comic book characters into this. We're talking about real science here.
Right, sorry. So what are we going to do about the boat-eyed human?
Well, Morty, I think we should pay them a visit and try to extract some of that beryllium protein. It could have all kinds of scientific applications.
I don't know, Rick. That seems kind of dangerous.
Don't be such a wimp, Morty. We'll be fine, as long as we don't end up like the "I should buy a boat" meme.
What's that?
Drugs, just something I saw on the internet once. Anyway, let's go.
The duo set off to find the boat-eyed human, encountering all sorts of wacky obstacles and challenges along the way, including a sentient group of bees and a trip to another dimension where everything is made of beryllium. In the end, they managed to extract the protein and use it to create a revolutionary new technology that could change the world as we know it. All in a day's work for Rick and Morty.
Title: The Quantum Golf Game.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty on a futuristic golf course that utilizes artificially intelligent balls and drones to take measurements and analyze the game. Beth joins them on the course and mentions she has been getting into quantum physics.
Hey Rick, did you know that quantum mechanics allows for the possibility of parallel universes?
Yeah, I invented a portal gun, remember?
Whoa, so in another universe, I could be a golf champion.
Not likely, Morty. You have a terrible swing.
The group comes across a strange blue hole in the middle of the course with the words "artificial turf" stuck in the grass. Rick becomes curious and starts examining the hole with his gadgets.
Interesting. This blue hole seems to be emitting some sort of quantum radiation.
Maybe it's a gateway to another dimension?
Or maybe it's just a giant sinkhole.
Suddenly, a group of aliens called the Pawns appear and challenge Rick and his group to a game of golf. The Pawns are formidable opponents with advanced technology, including a device that allows them to calculate the exact trajectory of their shots.
Pawns, you will never be able to defeat us. We are the masters of the universe.
Yeah, we've seen worse. Besides, I have a secret weapon.
Rick pulls out a burrito he had been hiding in his coat pocket. The Pawns are confused by this strange tactic, giving Beth and Morty the chance to take the lead.
The artificial turf is throwing off the Pawns' calculations. It's like the hole is in a different dimension.
I'm gonna make it in the green hole.
Morty takes a swing and lands the ball in the green hole. The group celebrates their victory, but suddenly, the blue hole begins to glow brighter and brighter.
Oh, it looks like the quantum radiation is destabilizing the course. We need to get out of here.
The group runs back to their spaceship, narrowly avoiding the collapsing course. They make it back to Earth safely, but not before the burrito falls out of Rick's pocket and into one of the cold plunge pools on the ship.
I didn't want that burrito anyway. Quantum golf isn't for amateurs.
Episode title: The Defamation of Action Figures.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the garage testing a new invention, a device that allows them to enter into the world of action figures. They activate the device and shrink themselves down to the size of the toys on the table.
Morty, welcome to the world of action figures. This is gonna be a wild ride.
Rick, I don't think we should be messing around with these toys. What if we break them?
Relax, Morty, we're scientists. We know what we're doing.
Scene 2. Beth walks into the garage and sees the shrunken Rick and Morty.
What in the world are you two doing?
We're doing some important scientific research.
We're testing out our new toy device.
Toy device? That sounds like a waste of time.
Oh, Beth, you just don't understand the wonders of science.
Scene 3. Suddenly, a makeup artist enters the garage and starts spraying paint on the action figures.
Makeup artist, this is for the defamation campaign. We need to make these toys look their best for the commercial shoot.
What the hell is going on?
Makeup artist, we're creating a commercial to promote these action figures. Didn't you know?
No, we had no idea.
Scene 4. The action figures come to life and start arguing with each other.
Action figure 1. I don't want to be in this commercial. It's embarrassing.
Action figure 2. I don't care. I want to be famous.
This is getting out of hand.
Scene 5. The action figures start attacking each other and destroying the set.
What the hell is going on here?
I don't know, but we need to get out of here.
But what about the device?
Forget the device. We need to get out of here before we get squished.
Scene 6. Rick and Morty manage to escape the garage, but the device is left behind.
What happened to the device?
It was destroyed, but don't worry, we'll make a new one.
I don't think we should mess around with toys anymore.
Yeah, you're right. Let's stick to bigger and better things.
Closing scene. The action figures are left behind, broken and defeated.
Action figure 1. What a waste of time. I thought we were going to be famous.
Action figure 2. Yeah, but at least we're still alive.
The camera zooms out, and we see the broken toys on the table with the light still shining on them. Scene 1.
Title: Interdimensional Monster Attack.
A dark and chilly night in the ocean sets the stage for a series of perplexing events. A young man, known for his passion for snowboarding and thrilling experiences, is riding the waves on a surfboard. In the midst of his adventure, he witnesses a giant alien looming over him.
It appears to me like a foreign intergalactic creature has interrupted my aquatic activity.
Scene 2.
Title: Alien Assimilation Horror.
The alien is not only gigantic but seems to be trying to assimilate the man into its system. A strange sensation creeps over the man's body as if his insides are being reprogrammed.
My body feels alienated, as if it is being overridden by foreign algorithms.
Scene 3.
Title: The Fly.
A nearby sandwich shop serves as a refuge for the tormented man, who seeks respite in food. However, a strange fly, contaminated by the alien's DNA, enters the shop and begins to mutate rapidly.
The morphing of this creature is astonishing, as if it's undergoing some sort of genetic transformation catalyzed by the extraterrestrial intruder.
Scene 4.
Title: Giant Alien on a Rampage.
The giant alien starts to rampage through the city streets, destroying everything in its path, as if it is trying to assimilate all of Earth's inhabitants.
Its wave of destruction is insurmountable, an unforgiving force that will stop at nothing to achieve its goals.
Scene 5.
Title: The Full Moon's Influence.
Although it may seem irrelevant, the full moon appears to have a profound influence on the alien's behavior. It seems to be causing a reaction within the alien's DNA, which in turn affects its mood and emotions.
Man, the alien seems to be riled up by the moon's light, as if a switch has suddenly been flipped within its genetic makeup.
Scene 6.
Title: The Man Takes Action.
Determined to stop the alien, the man decides to confront the extraterrestrial on his own terms. Armed with his snowboard, he engages the creature in a fierce battle.
Man, I will defeat this beast with my own wit, my bravery, and my snowboarding skills.
Scene 7.
Title: The Aftermath.
After a prolonged and intense battle, the man emerges victorious. Though he sustained many wounds during the encounter, he emerges from the fight feeling triumphant.
Man, through the power of science and my snowboarding expertise, I've defeated the alien and saved the Earth from assimilation.
In conclusion, this episode of Interdimensional Monster Attack depicts the physical, emotional, and mental struggles that one may encounter when facing an alien invasion. The influence of the moon, the interdimensional properties of the monster's DNA, and the power of a determined individual are all themes explored in depth throughout this thrilling tale.
Title: The Bismuth Horseradish Paradox.
Synopsis. Our story begins with Rick inventing a new device that can take images from IMAX movies and convert them into 3D landscapes. Morty is fascinated by this invention and requests Rick to take him on an adventure using this device.
Morty, I have created a device that will take us to the most incredible landscapes ever seen in 3D. We'll go to a mountain range, and trust me, it's going to be mind-blowing.
Whoa, Rick, this is incredible. Can we bring Mom along too?
Yes, Rick, I want to experience this as well.
Whatever, but let's not waste any time. We're heading to the mountain range.
As they enter the 3D landscape, they're amazed by the size and beauty of the mountains. Suddenly, a strange object catches their eye, a bismuth formation floating in midair.
Rick, what is that hovering bismuth formation?
That, Beth, is the bismuth horseradish root, a rare artifact with the ability to transport us to different dimensions.
Whoa, Rick, we should take it with us.
Suddenly, Squanchy appears out of nowhere.
Squanchy. Hey guys, what's going on? I heard someone mention the bismuth horseradish root.
Squanchy, what are you doing here?
Squanchy. Oh, nothing much, just dropping by to say hi. Mind if I join you guys on your adventure?
Sure thing, the more the merrier.
As they continue their journey, they stumble upon a game of Omaha High-Low being played by Chatter, the intergalactic gambler.
Chatter, hey, Rick, great to see you. How about a game of Omaha High-Low?
You know it, Chatter. Let's make this interesting.
The game goes on for hours, and Rick loses all his credits. Morty suggests using the bismuth horseradish root to win back the credits.
Morty, that's not how it works. The bismuth horseradish root can only be activated by a high-level scientific formula.
Rick, I have a PhD in science. I might be able to figure it out.
With Beth's help, they were able to activate the bismuth horseradish root and teleport back to reality, just in time for dinner.
That was one crazy adventure, but it's time for some horseradish root roast beef.
I can't believe we almost got stuck in a different dimension. Thanks for getting us out of that, Mom.
Anytime, Morty. Just another day in the life of a PhD scientist.
And as they sat down to enjoy their roast beef, the adventures of Rick and Morty continued, forever unpredictable and always wildly entertaining.
Title: The Neonic Cowboy Chronicles.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty setting up a high-energy fluorescent light experiment in the garage. Suddenly, a man in a cowboy hat and neon lights walks in, demanding to know the location of his missing unicorn. Rick, intrigued by the man's neon setup, decides to assist in the man's unicorn hunt, theorizing that the unicorn may have been abducted by an extraterrestrial entity. During their search, the group encounters Kendrick Lamar, who is inexplicably riding a Captain Falcon, Nintendo character-inspired hoverbike. Kendrick offers to assist in the search, having knowledge of the paranormal detective investigation. The group then discovers the unicorn on a rooftop, being held captive by a group of rogue aliens. The team engages in a super soaker fight with the aliens, ultimately freeing the unicorn. As a reward, the Neon Cowboy invites the group to a unicorn cowboy rodeo, where they participate in various events such as unicorn riding and lassoing. In the end, Rick and Morty return home, discussing the science behind the Neon Cowboy's outfit and its potential for interdimensional travel.
I must admit, Morty, the neonic light technology utilized by our Neon Cowboy friend has intriguing possibilities for space travel.
Yeah, but how does he even breathe in all that light, Rick?
Ah, Morty, that's the beauty of it. The neonic particles attach to his oxygen molecules, allowing for optimal respiration within the neon environment. Science, baby.
Title: The Tractor Dilemma.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty, along with Jerry and Beth, find themselves stranded in a large field with a tractor and discuss various sci-fi theories while trying to find a way back home.
Opening shot of the episode shows the vastness of the field they are in with the tractor parked in the distance. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth are seen walking towards it.
Oh great, just what we need, a tractor. This is some agricultural apocalypse shit.
I don't think this is a post-apocalyptic world, Rick. It's just a regular field.
But why are we here? What's the point of this episode?
Can we just focus on finding a way back home?
Alright, fine. Let's discuss some sci-fi theories while we brainstorm a way out of here. Who's up for it?
I am.
Great, let's start with Skin Reykjavik.
What the hell is that?
It's a theory that suggests our entire universe is just a simulation controlled by a higher being.
That sounds terrifying. How can we possibly prove or disprove it?
Maybe we're all just characters in a TV show, like The Truman Show.
Don't get all meta on us, Morty. Let's focus on our reality.
What if we're just a small part of a much bigger universe, like in Men in Black?
Or what if we're just a bunch of clones, like in The Island?
You guys are all over the place. Let's stick to the script.
As they continue to discuss various theories, they realize that the tractor can be used to send a signal to Rick's spaceship to locate them. They start the tractor and use it to create a distress signal with the plants in the surrounding area.
Looks like we're getting out of here after all.
But what if this was just another simulation?
Or what if we're still in the field, but hallucinating our escape?
Guys, can we just appreciate that we found a way out and stop with the theories?
Agreed. Let's get the hell out of here.
The scene ends with Rick taking off in his spaceship, leaving the field behind as they all breathe a sigh of relief.
Title: The Inconceivable Tennis Matchup.
Synopsis:
Rick and Morty embark on a scientific experiment to determine if they can augment their table tennis skills by heightening their knowledge of calculus. They enlist the help of a top physical therapist, who administers chromium supplements for health optimization. Meanwhile, Beth competes in a tennis tournament against Ichigo Kurosaki with Gandalf repping her team.
Scene 1.
Morty, we are gonna need some serious calculus to beat our opponents at table tennis today.
But Rick, we only know basic algebra.
Exactly, Morty. That's why we are gonna need to take a crash course in calculus before today's match.
Scene 2.
Ichigo Kurosaki. Oh no, not him.
Gandalf. Don't worry, Beth. As long as we stay focused and channel our inner energies, we will emerge victorious.
Scene 3.
Physical therapist. Rick, Morty, you will need to take these chromium supplements for optimal health and performance.
Chromium? Beefed. I don't need any supplements. I'm Rick Sanchez.
Oh, Rick, I think we should listen to the professional on this one.
Scene 4. Rick and Morty take a calculus crash course, struggling to keep up as the professor teaches them advanced theories and equations. Meanwhile, Beth faces off against Ichigo Kurosaki on the tennis court, with Gandalf coaching her from the sidelines.
Scene 5.
Rick and Morty arrive at the table tennis match, confident in their newfound calculus knowledge. They engage in a heated exchange with their opponents, using advanced calculations to predict their next moves.
Scene 6.
Beth and Ichigo Kurosaki's match becomes intense, with both players trading blows back and forth. As the match nears its climax, Gandalf channels his inner wizard powers and casts a spell to distract Ichigo, allowing Beth to score the winning point.
Scene 7.
Rick and Morty also manage to outsmart their opponents and win the table tennis match, with Rick revealing that he secretly took the chromium supplements all along.
Scene 8.
As they celebrate their victories, the physical therapist reminds them that it was their determination and hard work that ultimately led to their success. They laugh it off and continue to revel in their hilarious and crazy journey.
Woohoo, we did it, Morty. And all because of science.
Rick, I think it's because of all the crazy stuff that happened.
Whatever, Morty, science is crazy stuff.
The end.
Title: The Indium Adventure, a Rick and Morty spectacular.
In this episode, Rick, Morty, and Beth embark on a journey to the planet Altair in search of one of the rarest elements in the universe, indium. As they land on the planet, they encounter a man dressed in a spacesuit, holding a gun and a lightsaber in his hand with a mysterious ring in the background. The three adventurers are intrigued and approach him.
Greetings, fellow space traveler. What brings you out here?
I'm in spacesuit. I am a journalist sent by the Intergalactic Times to investigate the presence of an alien superweapon on this planet.
Whoa, that sounds intense. Do you know where we can find indium?
I'm in spacesuit. As a matter of fact, I do. But be warned, it's heavily guarded by the planet's inhabitants.
We can handle it. Let's go.
As they make their way to the indium source, they are faced with a group of aliens wielding strange weapons.
Looks like we've got company. Time to use our scientific know-how to take these guys down.
The gang defeats the aliens and finally reaches the indium, but they discover a shocking truth.
This indium is contaminated with a deadly virus. We can't take it back to Earth.
No problemo. We'll just neutralize it with this handy-dandy scientific gadget I whipped up. Problem solved.
As they head back to their spaceship, they are once again confronted by the journalist.
I'm in spacesuit. You may have defeated the aliens, but I'm afraid I must take the alien superweapon with me.
We don't have time for this. Morty, use the ring in the background to transport us out of here.
I don't know how to use it.
Just think of a ridiculous catchphrase and say it.
Take me to Taco Bell.
Suddenly, they are transported back to their ship, the journalist left behind.
That was a close one. Now let's get out of here before anyone else tries to confront us.
In the end, they successfully neutralize the contaminated indium and head back to Earth, never to speak of their adventure again. Unless they want to show off their badass scientific skills to their colleagues. The end.
Title: The Tom Yum Soup Catastrophe, a neuroscientific adventure in the multiverse.
The episode takes place in the Smith's kitchen where Rick has set up a table with a wide variety of foods, including a bowl of Tom Yum soup from Sephora. Morty, Beth, and Summer enter the kitchen while Rick is busy adjusting the Wii Fit trainer machine.
Morty, Beth, Summer, take a seat. We're gonna experiment with this exquisite soup I found in Sephora.
Rick, why is there a picture of soup on your phone?
Morty, this soup isn't just any soup. This soup holds the key to unlocking the portal to the multiverse.
Dad, what are you talking about? That's just soup.
That's where you're wrong, Beth. The soup's aroma triggers a specific part of your brain called the cerebellum, which holds the key to bridging the gap between the multiverse and our reality.
So, you're saying that we're gonna travel to alternate universes by eating a bowl of soup?
Precisely.
As they start eating the soup, the room starts to vibrate, and they suddenly find themselves in a different dimension, where everything is upside down.
Oh, geez, Rick, what's happening? Why is everything upside down?
Relax, Morty. This is just one of the many multiverses we can travel to. And guess what? We can still eat the soup and travel to more dimensions. Let's do this.
As they explore various multiverses, they encounter strange creatures and bizarre situations. In one universe, they meet a group of alien scientists who have been trying to create the perfect bowl of soup for years.
Tom Yum Soup, greetings, Earthlings. I am the soup you have been eating. Where did you obtain me?
Relax, soup. We just got you from Sephora.
Tom Yum Soup, Sephora? How dare you? I am the greatest soup in this universe and many others, and you got me from a cosmetic store? You have no idea the kind of trouble you've caused.
They barely escape from the wrath of the angry soup and continue their journey. Finally, they end up in a universe where the soup has taken over the world and turned all the inhabitants into soup.
Oh my God, Rick. We have to do something.
Don't worry, Beth. I got this.
Rick pulls out a device he created called the Soup Neutralizer and shoots it at the soup, causing it to dissipate and the world to return to normal.
Phew, that was intense. I think I need a break from soup for a while.
I agree. I'll stick to my salads.
Yeah, I think I'm good with that too.
Whatever, mortals, you don't understand the power of the soup and the multiverse. But mark my words, we will continue to explore and experiment until we unlock all the secrets of the universe.
The scene ends with Rick holding up a tiny Tom Yum soup can, grinning like a mad scientist.
Title: The Quantum Burger Conundrum. Opening shot.
The camera pans to a shot of a delicious-looking hamburger with cheese and tomatoes on a plate on a table in a crowded restaurant.
Morty, I have a hankering for a juicy burger. Let's see if we can make this meal more interesting.
Aw, geez, Rick, I just want to eat in peace.
Nonsense, Morty. Let's see if we can experiment with the quantum mechanics of this burger.
The scene cuts to a laboratory where Rick and Morty are surrounded by various scientific equipment.
Now Morty, let's find out if the quantum state of this burger is affected by adding more cheese.
But Rick, that doesn't make any sense.
Oh, Morty, when has anything we've done made sense?
Rick adds an extra slice of cheese onto the burger and the equipment begins to beep and flash.
Looks like the quantum state of the cheese is in a superposition. This burger is now simultaneously cheesy and non-cheesy.
This is insane, Rick. Can't we just eat the burger and be done with it?
Not so fast, Morty. What happens if we add another ingredient?
The scene cuts to Rick and Morty in a parallel universe where the burger has now been transformed into a massive, sentient cheeseburger.
Oh, I think we've made a slight miscalculation. This burger has become self-aware.
This is crazy. What are we gonna do now, Rick?
Don't worry, Morty. I've got this.
Rick engages in a battle of wits with the cheeseburger, which has now taken over the restaurant.
Cheeseburger. You foolish humans don't stand a chance against me. I am the king of all burgers.
Not so fast, cheeseburger. I've got a secret weapon.
Rick pulls out a bottle of ketchup and squirts it onto the cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger. No. The acidity of the tomatoes is too much for me to handle. I am defeated.
Wow, Rick, how did you know that would work?
Simple quantum physics, Morty. The acidic state of the tomatoes interfered with the cheeseburger's quantum state, causing it to destabilize.
The camera pans to a shot of Rick and Morty triumphantly eating their burgers in the restaurant.
Now that's what I call a tasty experiment, Morty.
I still can't believe we fought a giant burger, Rick.
Morty, sometimes in science, you have to be willing to get your hands dirty.
Title: The Effects of a Large Cheeseburger on Appetite and Satiety.
Introduction.
In this episode, we explore the effects of consuming a large cheeseburger on appetite and satiety. The burger contains a beef patty, cheddar cheese, lettuce, tomato, and mayonnaise served on a sesame bun. Prior research suggests that high-calorie foods can have a suppressive effect on appetite, but we seek to investigate the extent to which a cheeseburger of this size can provide satiety.
Methodology.
One participant was selected to consume the cheeseburger while seated at a table. The participant's appetite and satiety levels were measured using a visual analog scale, VAS, at predetermined intervals over a period of 2 hours after burger consumption. The VAS consisted of a series of 10-centimeter lines anchored with word descriptors. The participant was instructed to mark the line that corresponded with their current level of appetite or satiety. Data analysis was performed using descriptive statistics and graphical representations of VAS scores.
Results.
The participant's appetite decreased immediately after the consumption of the cheeseburger and remained suppressed for the duration of the study period. Satiety levels increased moderately during the first hour after burger consumption but decreased in the second hour. However, overall satiety levels were still higher than baseline levels. Discussion. Our findings suggest that a large cheeseburger can effectively suppress appetite for a limited period and provide moderate satiety for a significant period. However, it is important to note that sustained satiety may require additional dietary components, such as fiber and protein. Further research is needed to examine the long-term effects of consuming high-calorie foods on appetite and satiety.
Conclusion.
The consumption of a large cheeseburger can provide short-term suppression of appetite and moderate, yet not sustained, satiety. Additional research examining the effects of food composition on satiety and appetite is warranted.
Title: Temporal Rifts and Interdimensional Crossovers at the Purge Universe.
Abstract. In this episode, we explore the phenomenon of temporal rifts and interdimensional crossovers as 4 individuals, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry, are transported from their original universe to an alternate universe where a yearly event known as the Purge takes place. The team lands at a street corner in front of a building with a clock tower and are unexpectedly thrust into the world of the Purge One. They find themselves inside the mansion of the Sandin family, where they must defend themselves against masked purges who have turned the night into a violent free-for-all.
Introduction. The Purge is a popular science fiction film franchise set in a dystopian society where a government-sanctioned event allows all crime, including murder, to be legal for 12 hours once a year. While this concept raises ethical, social, and political concerns, the franchise has been successful in capturing audience attention and generating a fan base. The current episode investigates the possibility of temporal rifts and interdimensional crossovers, which might ignite an interest in the scientific community on the subject. Methodology. The team of Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry find themselves embroiled in the Purge 1 scenario, where they must find a way to survive the night and return to their home universe. The plot of the episode heavily borrows from the Purge universe, including specific references to characters, scenes, and thematic elements. The team navigates the mansion of the Sandin family as they battle against the creepy masked purgers who are determined to kill them by any means necessary. Results. The episode is filled with thrilling action scenes, clever dialogue, and references to the Purge movie. Throughout the episode, the team utilizes their unique skills and knowledge to outwit the Purgers and escape unscathed. The climax of the episode involves the team using a time machine to transport themselves back to their original universe just before the temporal rift closes. They successfully evade the Purgers and return to their universe safe and sound.
Conclusion: the Purge, as a concept, brings to light questions related to societal norms, governance, and crime. From a scientific standpoint, the possibility of temporal rifts and interdimensional crossovers in the context of the Purge universe is intriguing. While this episode is a work of science fiction, it highlights the potential for exploration into hitherto uncharted territories.
Narrator. In this episode of Rick and Morty, our beloved dysfunctional family find themselves in an interdimensional mashup as they fall into the world of Fooly Cooly. The episode begins with a cartoon image of a family standing in front of a banner that reads, "Happy Birthday," signaling the commencement of their fantastical journey.
Oh geez Morty, looks like we're in for one heck of a ride. Fooly Cooly, huh? Sounds like a load of bullcrap if you ask me.
I don't know, Rick. I've seen some pretty crazy stuff happen in this world before.
Can we just focus on finding a way out of here? I am not trying to be stuck in some weird anime dimension forever.
Guys, are we supposed to be falling this fast? Narrator. As the group plummets into the world of Fooly Cooly, they are greeted by the cast of characters from the anime series. The world around them is vibrant and pulsing with life, with flying Vespas and robots zooming in and out of the frame.
Haruko, welcome to my world. You guys sure fell pretty hard, but don't worry, I'll take care of y'all.
I don't need any help from some weird anime girl. Just give me a portal gun and I'll be on my way.
Haruko, oh, you'll be needing more than that, darling. You're in my world now, and things work a bit differently here.
Narrator. What ensues is a series of epic and thrilling action scenes as the family must navigate through the various dangerous, yet breathtaking, environments of the world of Fooly Cooly. They battle evil robots, race on flying Vespas, and ultimately come face to face with the main antagonist of the series.
Oda, who are you guys and what are you doing here?
We're just passing through, kid. No need to get yourself all worked up.
Oda, this world doesn't take kindly to outsiders. If you want to make it out alive, you must prove yourself.
Narrator. With some clever writing and quick thinking, the family manages to prove their worth and earn the respect of the world's inhabitants. They are even given the opportunity to perform a tribute concert in honor of the anime's main character, Shaggy, on his birthday.
I can't believe we made it out alive. That was insane.
I mean, it wasn't all bad. I kind of enjoyed being a rock star for a day.
I don't know about you guys, but I am never stepping foot in an anime world again.
Speak for yourself, Jerry. I'm already plotting my next adventure.
Narrator. In this episode of The Adventures of Rick and Morty, the duo and their family members, Summer and Jerry, find themselves in the world of The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. The background is a pinkish tone that resonates with each character's glasses.
It appears that we've landed in a cartoon universe, Morty. Keep your eyes peeled for any danger.
Got it, Rick. Whoa, look over there. It's Velma Green, the evil E-Weeder.
Wait, isn't she from The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy? What's she doing here?
I don't know, but we need to be careful. She looks like she's setting up a trap for us. Narrator. Before the gang could blink, Velma trapped them in her massive spiderweb lair.
Velma! Ha! You've all fallen right into my trap. I plan on morphing each one of you into my abdomen, so you can serve as my spider minions forever.
Are you out of your mind, woman? Your anatomical comparison is misplaced, and your hypothesis is primed to fail.
Yeah, we're not going to be any spiders on your team.
Velma, we suggest that you let us go before we use our intellect and strength to stop you.
Please, let us go and avoid this minor problem while you can.
Narrator. Velma proceeds to describe the process of turning humans into spider minions in graphic detail.
Velma, first, I will inject a chemical that will induce a rapid metamorphosis in your tissues. Then, I will use my specialized appendages to modify your body, thereby increasing its spider-like correlation.
Sounds like you've been reading too much science fiction, Velma. That's not how it works.
Yeah, you'd need a machine to pull that off.
Wait, that's it. If we can use Velma's transformation device to reverse the process, we can escape from her clutches and defeat her all in one shot.
Good idea, Summer. Velma, why don't you help us use the transformation device the right way?
Narrator. The group outsmarts Velma and escapes using her transformation device. They successfully defeat her and bring an end to her evil plans. They happily head back to their own universe, filled with adventures and memories.
Another successful mission, this time with a little help from our friends.
I can't wait to see where we go next.
Let's hope our next adventure isn't as harrowing as this one.
At least we'll be ready for anything.
Scientific PhD University Terms episode. In this episode, our protagonists, Rick Sanchez, Morty Smith, Summer Smith, and Jerry Smith, find themselves transported into the Fairly Odd Parents TV show, specifically the Wishology episode. Through Rick's explanation, we discover that they have been transported via a complex interdimensional travel device that operates at the quantum level. Upon arrival, the group discovers that they must confront the darkness, a malevolent entity that seeks to consume all light and matter that it comes into contact with. As the darkness approaches, the group's observations reveal its properties of high levels of entropy, gravitational instability, and increased entropy. As the darkness engulfs them, the group is hurled into the void of its interior, where they experience extreme temperatures, pressures, and gravitational forces. The group's descriptions of the darkness' internal structures and textures reveal the physical properties of the entity, including wave-particle duality and a complex, fractal-like structure. Amidst exhilarating action scenes featuring advanced scientific technology and weapon systems, the group navigates through the darkness, using their expertise in physics, chemistry, and biology to evade its grasp and find a way to escape. Their escape plan is based on the knowledge of the entity's properties, which they use to counter its attempt to consume them and destroy them by initiating a series of chemical reactions that cause the entity to expand to the point of critical mass. With their ingenuity and scientific prowess, the group successfully escapes the entity's grasp and returns to their home dimension, having made groundbreaking discoveries and saved their lives in the process. The episode ends on an epic high note, with Rick stating, "Science always wins." Researcher X, our latest subject, a cartoon character, is holding a physical object, a bike, while smiling at the observer. This behavior seems to indicate a sense of pride and ownership over the object, potentially linked to self-identity and possession.
Neurologist Y, on the other hand, our young female participant's actions suggest a sense of fear and anxiety as she hides within the FNAF sister location, indicating a potential response to a perceived threat.
Physiologist Z. The woman's passing out and subsequent relocation within the circus baby animatronic bodysuit could be attributed to a variety of physiological stressors, including but not limited to hypoxia and physical trauma.
Narrator. As the woman wakes up inside the animatronic suit, she is faced with a daunting task: escape before the suit's machinery overtakes her fragile human form.
Circus baby. Taunting, you are a part of me now, forever trapped in this metallic shell.
Protagonist. Determined, I won't let that happen. I will get out of this suit and reclaim my human existence.
Narrator. Through a series of intense action scenes, the protagonist battles against the animatronic suit's gears, wires, and metal.
Protagonist. Victorious. I did it. I escaped.
Researcher X. Our participants' perseverance and determination to overcome obstacles despite overwhelming odds highlights the power of human agency and potential for growth and change.
Neurologist Y. Indeed, the human mind's ability to adapt and overcome adversity never ceases to amaze me.
Physiologist Z. And the human body's resilience in the face of physical trauma further supports that notion.
Narrator. In the end, the protagonist emerged triumphant, having conquered both the animatronic suit and her own fears and limitations. Narrator. In this episode, we explore the intersection of sports, robotics, and human consciousness. A person in a black suit and a red and white mask is seen playing tennis on a green surface with a giant tennis racket. Meanwhile, a young woman finds herself waking up inside a highly advanced robotics facility, FNAF, sister location, where she is being pursued by Circus Baby, an animatronic embodiment of a clown.
Dr. Martin, the use of color and image in this episode is noteworthy, as it provides a rich visual contrast between the black and red-white of the tennis player and the bright colors of the robotics facility. The presence of a giant tennis racket suggests a possible symbolic connection between the individualistic nature of sports and the potential dangers of individualism when taken too far. Imogen. Indeed, the episode's central conflict revolves around the perils of the self, as the woman in question finds herself trapped inside a robotic bodysuit with no escape in sight. The use of futuristic technology highlights the episode's concern with the danger of merging technology with the human body. Dr. Martin, the action scenes in the episode, particularly those involving the woman trying to escape from the bodysuit, are both tense and thrilling. The use of close-ups and fast editing increases the sense of danger and urgency. Imogen. The writing in this episode is top-notch, with dialogue that is both descriptive and clever. The characterizations are complex and multidimensional, with both the tennis player and the woman in the bodysuit displaying a range of emotions and motivations. Dr. Martin, the episode's conclusion is both satisfying and thought-provoking. The tennis player, having faced the dangers of individualism, seems to have found a sense of humility and compassion. Meanwhile, the woman who survived the ordeal of being trapped in a bodysuit returns to the real world with a newfound appreciation for the limitations and potentials of the human body. Imogen. Overall, this episode is a fascinating exploration of the intersection of technology and humanity, symbolized through the contrast between the intense individualism of the tennis player and the potential dangers of being trapped inside a robotic body. It is a showcase of the power of visual storytelling, action-driven scenes, and clever dialogue.
Title: Neurophysiological and Biomechanical Analysis of the Animatronic Bodysuit, a case study of Circus Baby and the Red Robot.
Opening scene. A woman with red hair and makeup is seen walking through the abandoned building, dressed in a robot suit and carrying a gun.
Red Robot. Monologues. The physical manifestation of human emotions is a profound example of the convergence of cybernetics and human psychology.
Scene 2. The young woman is hiding inside the FNAF sister location, trying to escape from Red Robot.
Young woman, whispering to herself, the only way out of here is to become... Wait, what was that?
Title: The Interdimensional Sci-Fi Ball. The episode begins with Rick and Morty sitting on their couch, bored out of their minds. Suddenly, Morty notices a poster on the wall for a sci-fi movie with a space theme and a ball in the center.
Hey Rick, have you seen this poster for that new sci-fi movie?
What movie, Morty? You know I don't waste my time on that kind of entertainment.
But Rick, it's got a ball in the center. It looks like it's from another dimension.
Interesting. Let me take a closer look.
Rick grabs a microscope and begins to examine the poster in great detail.
You're right, Morty. This ball appears to be emitting some kind of interdimensional radiation. We need to investigate.
What's the plan, Rick?
We'll need to build a device that can transport us to the dimension where this ball comes from. And since it's emitting radiation, we'll need to take some scapulae to protect ourselves from the radiation.
What's scapulae, Rick?
Shouldn't you know this by now, Morty? Scapulae are bones found in the shoulders of certain insects. They're extremely resistant to radiation and will protect us from harm.
Oh, okay, Rick. But where do we find these scapulae?
We'll need to go to the local insectarium, Morty. I hear they have a rare collection of moth specimens that have scapulae on their shoulders.
All right, insectarium. Got it.
The duo then sets off to the insectarium to acquire the necessary scapulae. After a comical and chaotic encounter with the insects, they finally obtain the scapulae and return to the lab to build the device.
All right, Morty. Let's fire up the interdimensional transporter and see where this sci-fi ball takes us.
The device activates and the two are transported to a dimension where they encounter a planet entirely populated by sentient balls.
Ball leader, greetings Earthlings. I am the leader of this planet and we have been expecting you. Your arrival has been foretold in our ancient prophecies.
Yeah. We're here for your sci-fi ball.
Rick, do you really think it's a good idea to be so blunt?
Ball leader, I see. You seek the interdimensional sci-fi ball. I'm afraid it's not that simple.
What do you mean?
Ball leader, the ball is the source of power that sustains our planet. Without it, we will cease to exist. But we are willing to make a deal. If you can defeat our champion in a game of interdimensional dodgeball, we will give you the ball.
Interdimensional dodgeball? What's that?
Ball leader, I see. You are not familiar with our ways. Interdimensional dodgeball is a game of skill and strategy played between the dimensions. Are you up for the challenge?
You're talking to the world's greatest interdimensional dodgeball player. Bring it on.
The episode then features a hilarious and action-packed game of interdimensional dodgeball, with Rick and Morty facing off against the champion ball in a high-stakes match. In the end, they emerge victorious and claim the interdimensional sci-fi ball. Back in their lab, Rick examines the ball and discovers that it contains a powerful energy source that could revolutionize the world as they know it. However, Morty accidentally drops the ball and causes a chain reaction that leads to the destruction of their lab.
Oh no, what have I done?
Don't worry, Morty. We can always rebuild. And who knows, maybe we'll come across another interdimensional sci-fi ball in the future.
The two then walk off into the sunset, with Rick muttering something about interdimensional insurance policies.
Title: Zombie Apocalypse, a Rick and Morty adventure.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty exploring a remote area of the planet, where they come across a group of survivors fighting off a horde of zombies. To help the survivors, Rick creates a device that can turn zombies back into humans, but the device requires a rare mineral found deep in a nearby mountain range.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty, along with the survivors Keanu Reeves and Cara Delevingne, venture out to find the rare mineral. Morty expresses concern about the dangerous journey, to which Rick responds with a lecture on the theory of relativity and how time doesn't really exist. Meanwhile, Keanu and Cara bond over their shared love for action films.
Act 2.
As they climb the mountain, they encounter various obstacles, including treacherous terrain and a zombie giant. However, Rick's quick thinking and gadgets help them overcome the challenges. During a break, Keanu and Kara confess their love for each other.
Act 3.
After reaching the summit, they find a rare mineral and make their way back down the mountain, pursued by a group of zombie bats. Back at the survivors' base, Rick creates the device and successfully turns the zombies back into humans. However, the survivors turn on Rick, accusing him of being an interdimensional alien intruder.
Act 4.
In the midst of the confusion, Keanu and Kara reveal themselves as powerful interdimensional beings who have been trying to save humanity. They convince the survivors to let Rick and Morty go and offer to take them back to Earth in their spaceship. But before they leave, Rick offers his new friends a device that can produce infinite pizza.
Log.
Back on Earth, Rick and Morty discuss the possibility of multiple realities and the likelihood of encountering Keanu and Kara again. The episode ends with Keanu and Kara immortalized as action figures in Rick's lab.
Morty, time is merely a construct of our perception. In a universe with infinite dimensions, every possible outcome has already occurred. It's just a matter of finding it.
But Rick, what about the zombies?
Keanu, don't worry, we got this.
Kara, yeah, we're like immortal beings or whatever.
Oh, well, in that case, grab your guns and let's get this apocalypse over with.
Keanu, whoa.
Kara, seriously, whoa.
I can't believe we're fighting zombies with Keanu Reeves and Cara Delevingne.
Morty, don't forget the mineral. We can't save humanity without it.
Keanu, I've never climbed a mountain before, but I've jumped off plenty.
Kara, let's do this, Keanu, for humanity.
Just don't forget to pack the infinite pizza maker.
Narrator. In this exciting episode of Animated Horrors, we witness the harrowing tale of a young woman who stumbles upon a mysterious building with a sign that reads, "Cruel Aid." Simultaneously, a cartoon character with a visible skeleton appears, adding to the eerie atmosphere. As the woman tries to find shelter, she seeks refuge inside the infamous FNAF sister location, only to be caught by the animatronic circus baby.
Dr. Smith. The episode is beginning with the establishment of an ominous setting. With the appearance of a skeletal cartoon figure, there is a suggestion of some supernatural element in play.
Dr. Lee. Yes, the signboard of Cruel Aid is also an example of the introduction of an element of mystery that sets the tone for the storyline.
Narrator. As the woman passes out, she wakes up to find herself inside the bodysuit of Circus Baby, a menacing animatronic. The woman is threatened with becoming one with a robotic suit, sparking a race against time to escape before the gears, wires, and metal permanently bind her.
Dr. Chen. The episode appears to incorporate themes of the fear of death and bodily transformation. Such themes often are used to induce a state of anxiety in the viewers.
Dr. Patel. Yes, the use of the animatronic bodysuit is a creative technique to convey the terror of being trapped within machinery.
Narrator. As the woman struggles to free herself, the audience is treated to epic action scenes filled with suspenseful moments and clever writing.
Dr. Singh. The writing team has done an impressive job of incorporating sharp dialogue that maintains a fast pace throughout the episode.
Dr. Kim. The visual effects team also deserves recognition for their skills in creating a highly engaging and frightening visual experience for the viewers.
Narrator. In the end, the woman's daring escape from the suit gives viewers a satisfying resolution to an adrenaline-filled episode.
Dr. Jones. The ending is not only satisfying but sends a message of triumph over adversity.
Dr. Perez. Overall, this episode delivers a thrilling viewing experience that is both terrifying and entertaining.
Title: Frisbee of the Dead.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty playing frisbee in a field, conducting a physics experiment on the motion of the flying disc and its trajectory based on wind speed and direction. Meanwhile, Jerry can be seen struggling to catch the frisbee, as he is constantly distracted by his phone. Suddenly, the sky turns dark and a horde of zombies appear out of nowhere. Rick attempts to use his experimental frisbee as a weapon to fend off the zombies, but to no avail. Keanu Reeves and Cara Delevingne suddenly appear, armed with high-tech zombie-killing weapons, offering to team up with the trio. As they fight through the thick of the undead, Rick's scientific curiosity leads him to analyze the zombie anatomy, discovering a rare virus strain that could revolutionize the pharmaceutical industry. He laments the missed opportunity of capturing a live specimen for study, despite the others' insistence on purely surviving the ordeal. Amidst the chaos, Jerry gets bitten by a zombie and starts exhibiting symptoms of zombification. Morty uses his knowledge of genetics to create an antidote using common household items like baking soda and vinegar. However, their plan takes a comedic turn when they accidentally create a giant volcano made of bubbles. As the group finds sanctuary in a nearby laboratory, they realize that the zombie outbreak was caused by a failed experiment by a mad scientist. Rick concocts a plan to shut down the experiment, but not before Keanu and Cara get their moment of awe-inspiring action, taking down the final wave of zombies in a thrilling slow-motion fight scene. In the end, Jerry is saved, the zombie outbreak is contained, and Rick and Morty's frisbee experiment results in a groundbreaking paper in the Journal of Applied Physics. They all end the episode with a victory dance in the field, with Keanu and Cara joining in on the celebration.
Now that's how you conduct a real experiment, Morty. We just revolutionized the field of theoretical zombie physics.
I just wanted to make sure Jerry didn't go full Walking Dead on us, Rick.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm never leaving my phone behind again.
Keanu. It was a most exhilarating endeavor, but my time here has come to a close.
Tara, until next time, if there's ever a next time. Let's hope not.
That was an epic adventure, but it's already time for the next one. Who's ready for the next experimental discovery?
The scene fades out as the group continues to dance to an upbeat tune.
Title: Neural Correlates of Bodily Self-Consciousness in a Virtual Reality Environment.
In this episode, we follow the experiences of a young woman who wakes up inside the Five Nights at Freddy's, FNAF, sister location. Upon awakening, she finds herself in the presence of Circus Baby, a highly advanced animatronic with a history of pursuing and capturing individuals for unknown reasons. Throughout the course of the episode, we observe the woman's interactions with Circus Baby as she attempts to elude capture. The woman's experience is characterized by intense physiological and psychological responses, including elevated heart rate and a sense of fear and anxiety. These responses are accompanied by notable neurobiological changes, as evidenced by changes in brain activity captured by functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI. Eventually, the woman is captured and passes out, only to wake up inside Circus Baby's animatronic bodysuit. Inside this suit, she finds herself in a new environment characterized by a complex web of gears, wires, and metal. As the woman attempts to escape the suit, we observe some of the most thrilling and action-packed scenes of the entire episode. Her journey through the intricate interior of the bodysuit is fraught with danger and unexpected challenges, which must be overcome through a combination of wit, physical agility, and sheer force of will. Throughout the episode, we are treated to an array of clever and award-winning dialogue, which serves to further immerse us in the tense and gripping world of the FNAF universe. Ultimately, the woman is able to escape the animatronic suit, but not without experiencing a profound sense of bodily self-consciousness and a heightened awareness of the fragility and uncertainty of human existence. In conclusion, this episode of FNAF's Sister Location offers a fascinating glimpse into the complex neurobiological and psychological mechanisms underlying bodily self-consciousness in a virtual reality environment. Through its gripping narrative, thrilling action scenes, and thoughtful dialogue, The episode delivers an unforgettable and satisfying conclusion that will leave viewers eagerly anticipating the next installment in the FNAF series.
Woman with dreadlocks. I can't believe I woke up inside the FNAF sister location. This is insane.
Circus baby, you're not going anywhere. I've been waiting for someone like you.
Woman with dreadlocks. I have to get out of here.
Circus baby, you're too slow. It's only a matter of time before I catch you.
Woman with dreadlocks. No. I won't let you.
Several intense action scenes follow as the woman attempts to escape the animatronic bodysuit.
Woman with dreadlocks, panting. I did it. I made it out.
Circus baby, you may have escaped this time, but I'll be waiting for you.
A shot of the woman with dreadlocks looking out into the distance, contemplating her experience. Narrator. In this episode, we explore the intricate workings of the animatronic bodysuit, a true marvel of engineering, as a young woman finds herself trapped inside Circus Baby's suit.
Robot with weird face, no dialogue.
Creepy-looking animal. The animal in the foreground appears to be a mechanical creature with a disturbingly lifelike appearance, prompting questions about the capabilities of animatronics.
Young woman breathes heavily as she hides inside FNAF sister location, wondering if she will ever escape.
Circus baby. Upon discovering the intruder, Circus baby taunts her, delighting in the prospect of absorbing the woman into her animatronic bodysuit forever.
Woman struggles to free herself from the suit, feeling the gears, wires, and metal slowly consuming her.
Dialogue. The suit's intricate mechanisms are certainly impressive, remarked renowned mechanical engineer Dr. John Smith. But the dangers of being trapped inside are a serious concern.
Action scenes. The woman frantically navigates the inner workings of the suit, avoiding deadly traps and outsmarting Circus Baby's attempts to keep her imprisoned.
Dialogue. This episode is a prime example of the dangers of artificial intelligence gone awry, said tech analyst Sarah Johnson. It's a cautionary tale for engineers and individuals alike.
Ending. Despite the odds against her, the woman manages to escape the bodysuit, emerging victorious against the formidable animatronic foe. The thrilling conclusion leaves viewers on the edge of their seats, wondering what other mysteries await in the world of animatronics.
Title: The Frozen Condom Experiment. Introduction.
In this episode, we observe the behavior of a man holding a cell phone in his hand while a lot of ice cubes are floating around him in the air. The subject, Rick, then defecates into a condom, freezes it, and subsequently reinserts it back into his anus. This behavior may seem unusual, but we must explore the potential scientific implications of this experiment.
Methodology.
The subject, Rick, was placed in a controlled environment where he was observed to hold a cell phone in his hand while ice cubes were present in the air. The subject was then supplied with a condom and instructed to defecate into it. The condom was then frozen and observed to ensure its complete solidification. Finally, the frozen condom was reinserted by Rick into his anus and its effects were monitored.
Results.
Upon reinsertion of the frozen condom, Rick experienced a sharp decrease in his body temperature, resulting in discomfort and increased levels of adrenaline. The frozen condom also caused prolonged numbness and a reduction in bowel movement. These effects were noted to vary in intensity depending on the length of time the subject retained the frozen condom inside his anus.
Discussion.
This experiment highlights the potential unintended consequences of freezing human waste and reintroducing it into the body. While Rick reported feeling a sense of exhilaration during the process, the physical effects of the frozen condom were thoroughly unpleasant and could lead to severe complications if repeated over extended periods. Our findings suggest that further research is needed before such experiments can be conducted safely.
Conclusion.
Overall, this episode provides a unique perspective on the potential ramifications of unconventional scientific experiments. The behavior of the subject, Rick, prompts urgent reconsideration of the safety of engaging in such experiments without proper regulation and oversight. It is our hope that this episode will encourage further exploration and discussion on the ethical and scientific implications of such behavior.
Title: Mechanical Possession, a study on consciousness transfer.
Opening shot. A cartoon character in a futuristic suit stands in a room with a pink light behind him. A black cat rests calmly on his chest.
Narrator. As we delve deeper into the complexities of consciousness and identity, we find ourselves exploring the possibilities of transferring one's consciousness to a mechanical vessel, a subject that has long been debated in the realms of science fiction and fantasy.
Act 2. A young woman hiding inside the FNAF sister location.
Woman, I have to find a way out of here before it's too late.
Narrator. However, what was once a mere figment of imagination has now become a frightening reality.
Act 2. The woman is caught and passes out.
Narrator. Upon awakening, she finds herself trapped inside Circus Baby *S animatronic bodysuit.
Circus Baby, welcome to your new home. You and I will be one forever.
Narrator. The woman now faces the terrifying prospect of being consumed by the very machine that she is trapped inside.
Act 2. The woman struggling to escape the suit's gears, wires, and metal.
Woman, I have to get out of here. I can't let this thing consume me.
Narrator. As she battles for her very existence, we are reminded of the fragility of the human identity and the dangers of attempting to manipulate it.
Act 2. Epic thrilling action scenes showcasing the woman's struggle to escape.
Narrator. In the end, we are left to wonder if consciousness transferal is a viable option for the future of humanity, or if it is a mere pipe dream that should never be pursued. Closing shot. The woman emerges victorious, having escaped the animatronic bodysuit. She takes a deep breath as she looks around her.
Woman, I will never take my own identity for granted again.
Narrator. A poignant reminder of the value of human life and consciousness.
Title: The Killing Field of Biogenetically Enhanced Juvenile Humans.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty lounging on the couch, bickering about who gets to choose the next adventure. Beth walks in, holding a bag of old stuffed animals that she had in storage. She asks Rick if he could do something with them so they don't go to waste.
Rick, Beth, I'm not a garbage disposal. Good thing I have an idea because I'm a genius. Follow me.
The scene cuts to a wide grass field where a fence separates it from a busy highway. Rick sets up the stuffed animals on the field and injects an unknown substance in them. Suddenly, the stuffed animals spring to life, turning into sentient, mutated babies. Rick reveals that he has enhanced them with performance-enhancing drugs for his own amusement.
Morty, man, I thought I've seen it all, but this is messed up, Rick. I don't think we should be doing this.
Rick, peace, Morty. These babies have been bred to fight. It's in their DNA. Now let the slaughtering begin.
The scene turns into an epic battle royale as the mutated babies fight each other to the death. The animals go through gruesome mutations throughout the fight, such as growing tentacles, razor-sharp claws, and a third eye that shoots acid.
Beth, horrified, what kind of sick experiment is this?
Rick, probably a scientific one, Beth. They're learning from each other's moves, developing new fighting techniques, and improving their strategy with each fight. It's all part of the process.
The scene ends with the last baby standing tall, covered in blood and gore. Rick cheers. Morty looks traumatized. Beth looks like she's about to leave and never come back.
Morty, disgusted, Rick, I never want to come back to this killing field again.
Rick, smiling, don't worry, Morty, I'm not done with them yet. Now let's go get some ice cream.
The episode ends with Rick carrying the last surviving baby in his arms, beaming with pride. a car driving on the highway crashes into the fence, sending it tumbling over onto the killing field. The episode cuts to black as the babies look up at the crashed car with glowing eyes and maniacal grins.
Episode title: Intricacies of Animatronic Survival.
The episode begins with a man clad in a spacesuit walking down a dark tunnel, carrying a robot on his back and a spaceship in the distant background. The camera focuses on his suit, showing the intricate design and the purpose of the various components, from the oxygen supply to the thermal regulation.
As he walks, the camera cuts to a young woman waking up inside the FNAF. Sees her location, where she is immediately pursued by the animatronic circus baby. This scene showcases the advanced artificial intelligence and engineering that powers the animatronics, enabling them to move with fluidity and speed.
The chase scene is filled with heart-pumping action, as the woman has to use her quick wit and athleticism to evade the relentless pursuit of the animatronic. The audience is privy to the inner workings of the robot suit, with the camera highlighting the gears, wires, and metal that make up the intricate machinery. Eventually, Circus Baby catches the woman, and the camera focuses on the moment where she passes out, emphasizing the danger of the situation. When the woman wakes up inside the animatronic bodysuit, the real challenge begins. The audience gets a detailed look into the mechanics of the suit, with the camera zooming in on the various joints, hydraulics, and sensors that make up the complex machine. From here on out, the episode is replete with thrilling action scenes, each showcasing the woman's ingenuity and resourcefulness. The clever dialogue highlights the danger of the situation, and the stakes are raised with each passing moment. In the end, the woman manages to escape the animatronic suit, showcasing her bravery and intellect. The episode ends on a satisfying high note, as the camera zooms out to highlight the intricate nature of the animatronic technology that powers the sister location.
Title: Frisbee Fiasco.
Synopsis.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth are enjoying a lovely afternoon at the park when suddenly, they witness a man throwing a frisbee on a field of grass with his arms outstretched in the air. However, as they approach the man, they realize that the frisbee is actually a highly advanced experimental device that can manipulate the fabric of space-time.
Act 1.
Rick, being the scientific genius he is, quickly recognizes the frisbee for what it is and decides to conduct experiments on it. Meanwhile, Morty, Jerry, and Beth are fascinated by the frisbee's effects, and they start throwing it around themselves. However, their fun soon turns into chaos when they accidentally create a wormhole that transports them to a parallel universe.
This device is incredible. With a few modifications, we could use it to travel through time and different dimensions.
Whoa, Rick, this is heavy. I don't know if we should mess around with something like this.
I don't know, Morty. This is kind of cool. Just think of all the possibilities.
Guys, let's just be careful, okay? We don't want to cause any damage or anything.
Act 2.
The group finds themselves in a strange universe where everything is upside down and the laws of physics are completely different. They are quickly confronted by a group of alien beings called 5 Sexy Guys Fighting Hard, who challenge them to a frisbee throwing competition.
What the hell is going on, Rick? These guys are freaking me out.
Relax, Morty, they're just aliens, and they obviously don't know who they're dealing with.
Yeah, we got this. Let's show them what humans can do.
Guys, focus. We need to figure out a way to get back home. We can't just stay in this weird universe forever.
Act 3.
The competition is intense, but the group manages to hold their own against the 5 Sexy Guys Fighting Hard. However, just as they're about to win, they realize that they left the frisbee behind in their universe, and they're stuck in this strange world.
Oh no! We forgot the frisbee in our universe. We're never gonna be able to get back now.
This is all your fault, Rick. You had to mess with that stupid frisbee.
Hey, don't blame me. You're the one who wanted to play with it in the first place.
Guys, stop arguing. We need to come up with a plan. Maybe we can find another way back home.
Log.
After many misadventures and close calls, the group finally manages to find a way back home. They return to the park, where they find the man who was throwing the frisbee earlier. However, he's now revealed to be an alien entity in disguise, sent to test the group's ability to handle advanced technology. The group is disappointed that they didn't get to keep the frisbee, but they're also relieved that they made it back in one piece.
Well, that was definitely one for the books. I think we all learned a valuable lesson today.
Yeah, don't mess with advanced technology unless you know what you're doing.
Or at least make sure you remember to bring it back with you.
Guys, can we please just go home and have a normal day now?
Title: The Integration of Human and Animatronic Technology, a Case Study. Abstract.
In this episode, we explore the integration of human and animatronic technology through the experience of a young woman who finds herself trapped inside an animatronic bodysuit. The study emphasizes the potential dangers of such technology, including the delicate balance between man and machine, and the complex ethical considerations such integration raises. Narrator. As our story begins, we find ourselves in the midst of a group of robots, their mechanical bodies glinting in the fluorescent light. In the center of the group stands a robot with a red light on its head and a red light on its head. It appears to be in charge, directing the movements of the other machines with eerie precision.
Young woman whispers, "What is going on here?"
Narrator. Hidden within the nearby FNAF sister location, a young woman watches the scene unfold with growing horror. Suddenly, she is discovered and chased down by the robotic horde. As she struggles to escape, a flash of light and the sound of metal on metal cause her to fall unconscious.
Young woman, weakly, "What happened to me?"
Circus baby voice dripping with malice, "Welcome, my dear. You are inside my bodysuit now. You are a part of me forever."
Narrator. The woman tries to escape but finds herself trapped inside the animatronic bodysuit, her senses overwhelmed by the whirring gears and flashing lights. She realizes her only chance of survival is to outsmart the malicious circus baby and escape before the suit's mechanisms crush her fragile human body.
Young woman, voice shaking, "I have to get out of here. I can't stay trapped in this thing."
Narrator. With every step, the woman must navigate a labyrinth of wires, metal plates, and blinking lights. The tension mounts as she eludes the pursuing circus baby, narrowly avoiding being trapped by the mechanical arms and legs.
Young woman, voice triumphant, "I did it. I survived."
Narrator. As the woman finally succeeds in escaping from the animatronic suit, she realizes the complex ethical implications of such technology. With the potential to blend human and machine, the risks are great, but the rewards are equally compelling. This study stands as a warning to those who would seek to cross such a delicate boundary.
Title: The Quantum Physics of the Bornrascom's Job Search.
The episode begins with Rick testing out a new gadget that he claims he invented to create a portal to a parallel universe. Morty is skeptical as usual, but Jerry is fascinated and suggests they use it to explore the job market in different universes. Rick agrees, and they step through the portal to a universe where the boner ass cum is desperately searching for employment. They find him in a green field with a lot of green grass in it and a white truck in the background with a green field in the foreground. The boner ass cum explains his dilemma to them, but Rick quickly dismisses him as insignificant and unworthy of their attention. However, They soon discover that the Buonrascum's name carries weight in this universe, and every job posting is only looking for the Boner Ass Cum. They witness the absurdity as the Boner Ass Cum tries to get a job, but it's only the Boner Ass Cum. Rick theorizes that this phenomenon is caused by a quantum entanglement between the Buonrascum's name and the job market in this universe. He suggests they use a device that can manipulate the quantum forces around them to change the conditions of the job market. Jerry volunteers to operate the device, despite his lack of scientific knowledge. They activate the device, and chaos ensues as the job market becomes a volatile, constantly shifting mess. The Boner Ass Cum is no longer the only eligible candidate, but now everyone else has his name as well, including Rick, Morty, Jerry, and even Beth. Amidst the confusion, the group realizes that the device has caused a tear in the fabric of space-time, and they must quickly fix it before it causes irreversible damage. With Morty's guidance, they manage to stabilize the tear and return to their home universe. As they exit the portal, they realize that the device has brought with them an army of the Boner Ass Cum clones from the previous universe. They scramble to contain the situation, but it's too late, and chaos ensues as the clones wreak havoc on the Smith household. The episode ends with Rick reluctantly admitting that even he isn't powerful enough to control the quantum forces of the universe, as the camera pans out to show the chaos spilling out onto the streets and beyond.
I guess quantum physics is the one thing even I can't master.
Well, at least we got jobs now, right?
What the hell is going on?
Incoherent screaming. Opening shot depicts Rick and Morty mulling over the mysteries of the multiverse in Rick's laboratory. Morty then decides to undergo a radical rebranding and changes his name to the scientifically unfathomable Ass Dick Loudfart.
Morty, what kind of noodle-brained half would mutate would change their name to Ass Dick Loudfart?
Ass Dick Loudfart. Rick, my previous name was a mere vestige of my former self. The new one is a phallic, base, and loud name that truly reflects my identity.
Beth walks in, confused by the sudden name change.
Hey, Morty, what's up with?
Ass Dick Loudfart. It's Ass Dick Loudfart now, bitch.
Beth gasps in shock, and before she can protest, Ass Dick Loudfart beats her to a pulp while chanting his new name. Jerry walks in, oblivious to the situation at hand. Hey, what's going?
Ass Dick Loudfart. Say my name, bitch.
Ah, Ass Dick Loudfart?
Ass Dick Loudfart. Correct. Now turn around and face the wall.
Jerry complies, and Rick looks on perplexed.
Morty, control yourself. You're acting like a Neanderthal.
Ass Dick Loudfart. It's Ass Dick Loudfart, and you're next, old man.
Rick tries to defend himself, but Ass Dick Loudfart is too powerful and eventually overpowers him.
Ass Dick Loudfart. Say my name, bitch. Rick reluctantly gives in and says, Ass Dick Loudfart.
The family reunites, scarred but united in their newfound appreciation for the power of an absurd name change. End scene.
Title: Interdimensional Acid Trip.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick decides to give Morty and Beth a taste of the fourth dimension by dosing them with acid to enfants, a potent hallucinogenic substance. Rick takes them to a field where he shows them a blurry image of a cow and proceeds to send them on an interdimensional acid trip.
Opening scene.
Morty, I've created a special trip for you and your mom. It's called Acid to Enfants, and it's going to take you to places you've never been.
I don't know, Rick. Tripping on acid doesn't sound like a good idea.
I'm game. Let's do it.
Scene 1. Rick hands them each a vial of acid to enfants and they drink it.
Just give it a few minutes to take effect.
Scene 2. Suddenly, the colors in the field become more vivid and the trees and bushes start to morph into strange shapes.
Whoa, Rick! What's happening?
You're entering the fourth dimension, Morty. This is where reality is just a suggestion.
I feel like I'm in a Salvador Dali painting.
Scene 3. As they continue to trip, they start to see bizarre creatures and landscapes.
Rick, I think I saw a giant floating brain talking to a group of unicorns.
That's just your mind expanding, Morty. Embrace it.
I just saw a planet made entirely of bubblegum.
Scene 4. Eventually, the acid to enfants starts to wear off and they come back to reality.
Whoa, that was intense. I feel like I've been reborn.
I can't believe we just experienced something like that.
Glad you enjoyed it. I'll have to take you to the fifth dimension next time.
Ending scene. As they walk away, the cow in the background slowly becomes clear and starts to talk to the camera.
Cow. I guess they never saw me. I was the real star of this acid trip.
Title: The Effects of Psychedelic Substance Abuse on the Human Mind and Body.
Scene 1. A cartoon character with a surprised expression on his face and a blue background with Chinese characters in the background.
The subject, a cartoon character with a surprised expression on his face, consumes an unknown quantity of LSD, a potent psychedelic substance known for its mind-altering effects. Concurrently, the background displays Chinese characters, which may indicate a subcultural affinity of the character or a reference to the origins of LSD.
Scene 2. Morty does acid and rips his penis off after freaking out.
Soon after ingesting the substance, the subject experiences a severe psychotic episode, as evidenced by the abrupt and involuntary removal of his genitalia. It is possible that the visual and sensory stimuli from the Chinese characters and the effects of LSD on the subject's neural pathways triggered a disorganized and chaotic state of mind, leading to self-harm.
Scene 3. He eats it.
The subject's erratic behavior continues, as he proceeds to consume the amputated genitalia. This gruesome act of cannibalism further reinforces the notion of states of altered consciousness contributing to pathological behavior.
Conclusion.
This episode highlights the dangers of substance abuse, particularly psychedelic substances, and their effects on the human mind and body. It serves as a cautionary tale against the casual use of substances that have the potential to cause severe psychological and physical harm.
Title: The Impact of Music and LSD on Human Perception and Neurophysiology.
The episode starts with a group of individuals wearing neon green outfits who are observed dancing on a street situated in the vicinity of mountains with a pink sky background. The scene is captured by an advanced drone technology that records the participants' movements and facial expressions, followed by biometric measurements of their vital signs.
John, the combination of the beautiful surroundings and the music seems to have elicited an emotional response from the individuals.
Maria, yes, their heart rate variability in blood pressure, and respiratory rate have significantly increased, indicating an arousal state.
Suddenly, a group of 3 babies, approximately 9 months old, ingest a dose of lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD, without the knowledge of their parents or guardians.
Isla, oh my god, those babies just ingested LSD. We need to intervene right now.
Steve, we can use the same drone technology to monitor their movements, physiological parameters, and behavior.
As the effects of LSD kick in, the babies display altered behavior, including increased agitation, dilated pupils, and vivid hallucinations, indicative of a psychedelic state.
Sarah, the babies seem to be in a disoriented state, and the effects of LSD on their neurophysiology are remarkable.
Gosh, yes, it is fascinating to see the changes in their neural patterns and how LSD has altered their perception of reality.
The episode concludes with the babies being taken into emergency care, where the medical staff administers an antidote against LSD and monitors their condition for several days.
Conclusion. The combination of music and beautiful scenery has a profound effect on human emotions, while LSD can trigger a radical shift in perception and behavior, highlighting the need to prevent access to hazardous substances by those who may not be able to make informed decisions.
Title: The Yellow-Handled Object and Interpersonal Conflict in Animated Worlds.
Opening shot shows a scene of a cartoon character, identified as Jerry, holding a yellow-handled object. He points at the object with a finger while looking with mild consternation at his companion, identified as Morty. Morty, what do you make of this strange, yellow-handled object? My observations suggest it may be of extraterrestrial origin.
Shrugs, I don't know, Jerry. I'm just here for the ride.
The camera then quickly cuts to a scene of Morty punching Rick in the eye.
Rick recoils with a groan of pain.
What the hell, Morty? What was that for?
You know what it was for, Rick. You were being a jerk and I had to defend myself.
Grumbling? Oh, right. I guess I had it coming.
The rest of the episode focuses on the interpersonal conflict between Morty and Rick, as they try to navigate their relationship in the wake of the eye-punching incident. Along the way, they encounter a series of bizarre and seemingly unrelated phenomena, which they must use their wits and scientific know-how to unravel. At one point, they come across the yellow-handled object again, and Rick declares that it is indeed of extraterrestrial origin, with potentially world-altering implications. However, Morty remains skeptical, and the two engage in a heated debate about the nature of scientific inquiry and the importance of empirical evidence. In the end, they are forced to put aside their differences and work together when they discover that the yellow-handled object is actually a key component of a doomsday device that threatens to destroy the entire universe. Through a combination of quick thinking and bold action, they are able to disable the device and save the day. The episode concludes with Morty and Rick tentatively reconciling, coming to a new understanding of themselves and their place in the animated world. Closing shot shows a silhouette of Jerry holding the yellow-handled object and shaking his head in disbelief.
Title: The Transformation of Rick into the Jizzler. Abstract: In this study, we observe the transformation of Rick, a middle-aged man with a beard sporting a suit and tie, into a peculiar entity known as the Jizzler. The transformation occurred in the presence of a neon background and a neon sign. In this episode, we aim to analyze the phenomena behind this transformation and its implications on the human psyche. Introduction.
Rick, a well-known businessman with a typical appearance and behavior, finds himself in an unknown neon world where he undergoes a puzzling metamorphosis and transforms into the Jizzler. This rare and inexplicable event raises intriguing questions, and we aim to tackle them using advanced scientific methods.
Body.
The episode starts with Rick heading into the neon world, where he encounters a neon background and a neon sign that captivates his attention. Upon closer examination of the sign, Rick suddenly glows and exhibits significant changes in his physical being. His beard assumed a neon color, and his clothing transformed into a skin-tight suit. As the transformation intensified, Rick underwent a personality change and acquired a new alter ego known as the Jizzler. He started to dance rhythmically and exuded a remarkable amount of energy as if he was possessed. The environment surrounding him also changed, and he was surrounded by neon visuals, suggestive of his new persona. Through our analysis, we determined that Rick underwent a neural rewiring process that caused the shift to the new personality known as the Jizzler. This shift resulted in the alteration of his thought patterns, emotional control, memory retention, and other cognitive processes.
Conclusion.
The study provides unique insights into the neural basis of personality changes and identity shift. Although Rick initially struggled to control and accept his new alter ego, he eventually embraced his new persona as the Jizzler and lived happily ever after. Overall, the transformation of Rick into the Jizzler demonstrates the adaptability and flexibility of human neural circuits. Our results present a previously unexplored avenue for studying the ways in which personality can transform in response to environmental stimuli.
Episode title: The Effect of Nighttime Distractions on Cognitive Functioning.
Scene 1.
Cartoon character X is sitting on a bed holding a box while being exposed to a bright light source in the background. The light source is a prototype device that emits blue light, known to suppress melatonin production and delay the onset of sleep.
Scientist 1. This scene depicts an individual being exposed to a potential disruptor of the circadian rhythm. The blue light emitted by the device is known to suppress melatonin, which is the hormone responsible for regulating the sleep cycle.
Scene 2.
Morty enters the room while Summer is asleep and proceeds to defecate in her mouth.
Scientist 2. This scene depicts a highly unsanitary and unhygienic situation, which could lead to the transmission of harmful pathogens. Additionally, it may have an impact on the quality of sleep of the individuals involved.
Scene 3.
Summer wakes up and experiences a decline in cognitive function, struggling to perform basic tasks and recall information.
Scientist 3. The act of defecation during nighttime disrupted Summer's sleep, which could lead to a cognitive impairment. Sleep plays a crucial role in consolidating memories and restoring brain function. This disturbance, coupled with the effect of blue light exposure, could result in a decline in cognitive performance.
Scene 4.
As the episode progresses, the characters attempt to find a solution to mitigate the impact of these disturbances on cognitive function.
Scientist 4. The characters' attempt to address the disruption of sleep and its effect on cognitive function highlights the importance of maintaining a healthy sleep routine and avoiding any potential sources of disruption. This episode portrays valuable insights into the impact of nighttime distractions on cognitive functioning and the importance of sleep hygiene.
Title: The Cosmic Horror Invasion on the Disoriented Space Explorer's Train Car with a checkered floor and a view of the trees outside.
This episode depicts the disoriented space explorer's train car with a checkered floor and a table and chairs in it. The train car also features a window with a view of the trees outside. The explorers are having lunch in the cafeteria when suddenly, the alert system is triggered. Terrified, they discover that their train car is being invaded by an unknown cosmic horror species.
Explorer 1. What is this cosmic horror attacking us? We need to defend ourselves.
Explorer 2. I don't know. We need to analyze their behavior and attack patterns to find a weakness.
Explorer 3. Let's use our high-tech equipment to scan their physiology and analyze their weaknesses.
The explorers work together to analyze the cosmic horror species and discover a vulnerability in their exoskeleton. They use their laser weapons to blast the invaders and successfully defend themselves.
Explorer 4. We did it! Good teamwork, everyone!
Explorer 1. But at what cost? We need to assess the damage to the train car and our equipment.
Explorer 2. We also need to report back to the space station about this cosmic horror invasion. Who knows what other dangers we'll face out here?
In conclusion, this episode showcases the ability of the disoriented space explorers to work together and use scientific analysis and technology to defend against unexpected cosmic threats. It also highlights the importance of constant vigilance and preparedness in the face of the vast unknowns of space exploration.
Title: The Equine Vet Equation.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer gathered around the conference table in Rick's lab. Rick explains that he has discovered a new dimension where equine anatomy has evolved to absurd proportions.
Listen up, Morty. I found a dimension where horses have evolved giant cocks. I'm talking big, Morty. Really big. So big, in fact, that one of them could knock Jerry out cold.
Hey!
Dad, we don't need to hear about your weird horse fetishes.
It's not a fetish, Summer. It's science.
Actually, I have been looking for a new veterinarian for my clinic. One who specializes in equine medicine.
Rick smirks and Morty groans in disgust.
Oh man, I don't like where this is going.
Relax, Morty. This is science. We're going to pay a visit to Beth's new vet and collect some data.
They travel to Beth's clinic and meet the veterinarian, Dr. John Equus. As they examine the horses, Dr. Equus reveals his infamous anatomy. Beth's eyes widen in amazement.
Wow, that's impressive.
Jerry looks hurt and betrayed. Morty tries to keep the peace.
Beth, don't you think maybe we should focus on the health of the horses?
Rick intervenes with a device that can shrink Dr. Equus' anatomy to a more manageable size.
Alright, Dr. Equus, your giant horse penis is no match for my shrink ray.
Dr. Equus tries to resist but to no avail. His once massive member now shrinks down to a more familiar size. Beth tries to hide her disappointment.
Well, I guess size isn't everything, right?
You cheated on me with a horse doctor? The group returns to the lab where Jerry angrily confronts Beth. Morty tries to ease the tension with a joke.
Hey, Jerry, at least now you know your competition. You can't compete with that horsecock.
The tension is broken as the group bursts into laughter. Rick summarizes the episode's findings.
Turns out that when it comes to veterinary medicine and personal relationships, size really does matter.
The screen fades to black with a shot of a shrinking horse penis with the sound effect of a deflating balloon.
Title: Equine Anatomy and Interpersonal Dynamics.
Act 1. Scene 1.
Location: a stable.
We see a man in a blue shirt examining a horse with a stethoscope while petting its head. His actions suggest a deep level of empathy and compassion for the animal, and his gentle touch exudes a sense of tranquility. The camera focuses on his face, and we see a look of appreciation and awe in his eyes as he listens to the horse's heartbeat.
Blue-shirted man, BSM. The rhythm and intensity of this horse's heartbeat is quite remarkable. Its cardiovascular system seems to be in excellent condition.
Camera pans to the horse as it neighs, expressing its contentment in response to BSM's actions.
Act 2.
Scene 2.
Location: a veterinary clinic.
Beth, Jerry's wife, is at a veterinarian clinic for an appointment. She meets a veterinarian clinician with a noticeably large phallic organ, creating a sexual tension between them.
Talking to herself, that horse-sized cock is irresistible. I can't help but feel aroused.
Veterinarian, in a professional manner. Let's get started with your pet's examination, ma'am.
Camera zooms into Beth's face, depicting her inner conflict of emotions.
Act 3.
Scene 3.
Location: a stable.
BSM is still examining the horse. He is moved by his experience with the animal and starts talking to it as if he understands the horse's language.
BSM, my little friend, do you know what makes your heart so special? It's the way it connects with your mind and soul. When your emotions are in sync with your physical well-being, that's when your heart beats the strongest.
Camera focuses on the horse as it listens to BSM with attentive eyes.
Act 4.
Scene 4.
Location: a veterinary clinic.
Beth is feeling guilty about her infidelity with the veterinarian as Jerry remains unaware. She is trying to cope with the situation by talking to the veterinarian.
I feel terrible about
Title: Interdimensional Crossovers and the Sword of Marth. Synopsis: Rick and Morty accidentally venture into a universe where they encounter a man named Marth, who is desperately searching for his lost sword. The episode follows their misadventures as they navigate through various dimensions and encounter different versions of Marth, all while trying to help him find his lost sword.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are conducting an experiment on interdimensional travel when they accidentally stumble into the universe of Marth, a famous warrior from another dimension. They soon encounter Marth, who is frantically searching for his lost sword. The trio then embarks on a journey to find the missing sword.
Act 2.
As they travel through different dimensions, Rick, Morty, and Marth encounter various versions of Marth who are either allies or enemies. They face challenges along the way, such as fighting off hordes of monsters and battling against evil doppelgangers of Marth.
Act 3.
As they get closer to the location of the lost sword, the trio encounters a powerful intergalactic being who demands that they perform a series of complex scientific tasks in order to retrieve the sword. They utilize their scientific skills to complete the tasks and retrieve the sword.
Act 4.
Just as they retrieve the sword, Marth decides to test it out by unleashing his ultimate move. However, things quickly go awry when the sword accidentally cuts through reality, causing various dimensions to merge together. Rick, Morty, and Marth must race to restore the universes to their proper state before everything collapses.
Epilogue.
After everything is resolved, Marth is relieved to have his sword back and thanks Rick and Morty for their help. However, as they say their goodbyes, Rick and Morty realize that they accidentally brought back an alternate universe version of Marth with them. The episode ends with them comically trying to find a way to send him back home.
Looks like this universe has got one sword that's more trouble than it's worth.
Oh, okay, but can we, restore the multiverse before it falls apart?
Marth, my gratitude and respect to you both. My sword, it may be simple, but it holds priceless sentimental value. Rest assured, I will wield it with honor and protection.
Yeah. Just don't accidentally cut through reality again. We don't have the time or resources to clean up the mess you caused.
All right. We need to get back to our own universe. Like, now.
Marth, understood. Once again, my heartfelt gratitude to you both.
Title: Transdimensional Mimetic Imprinting.
Scene 1.
Rick, Morty, and Summer are discussing the latest scientific breakthrough they discovered when suddenly they receive an emergency transmission. A woman's face is shown on a television screen with a green background and a red and yellow border.
Emergency transmission. Greetings, Rick, Morty, and Summer. I am Dr. Lisa, a scientist from another dimension. I need your help to stop an outbreak of a deadly virus that's spreading through the multiverse. The virus is transmitted through a mimetic imprinting process that's only activated when a person views a specific image.
Oh, Morty, looks like we got ourselves a mimetic virus problem.
Oh geez, Rick, what can we do to stop it?
Scene 2.
The trio heads to Dr. Lisa's lab, where they discover that the virus was created by a rogue scientist who was attempting to weaponize the power of memes. They also discover the image that's causing the mimetic imprinting process. Emma Watson deep-throating a cucumber and kissing Taylor Swift portrait in close-up.
Well, that's certainly an interesting choice of image.
Ew, I don't think I want to get infected with this virus.
Scene 3.
Rick comes up with a plan to stop the virus by creating a counter meme that will cancel out the effects of the original image. They decide to use the power of humor to create the ultimate anti-meme.
Alright, Morty, Summer, it's time to get your joke on.
What do you want us to do, Rick?
Yeah, what's the plan?
Scene 4.
The trio spends the next few hours brainstorming and creating the perfect anti-meme. They finally come up with a joke that's so hilarious that it will cancel out any mimetic imprinting process.
Okay, Rick, I think we've got it. How does this sound? What do you call a fake noodle? An impasta.
Laughs uncontrollably.
Ha ha ha. That's perfect, Morty. Now let's spread this meme across the multiverse and save everyone from the virus.
Scene 5.
The trio spreads the anti-meme across the multiverse, and they watch as the virus starts to fade away.
Dr. Lisa, you did it, Rick, Morty, and Summer. You saved the multiverse from a deadly virus.
No problem, Doc. We'll always be ready to save the day with the power of science and humor.
Can we go home now? I need to wash my brain out with some non-mimetic images.
Yeah, I think I need a brain scrub too.
Alright, let's go home and watch some interdimensional cable.
Title: Interpersonal and Sexual Dynamics Among Canine Clients and Their Owners Within the Context of a Veterinary Practice.
Synopsis. In this study, we explore the dynamics of sexual relationships that take place within the context of a veterinary clinic. Specifically, we examine the case of Beth, a female veterinary technician, who begins a sexual relationship with a male veterinarian at her clinic, who is reported to possess genitalia comparable in size to that of a horse. Additionally, we examine the impact of this relationship on Beth's husband, Jerry, who ultimately decides to join in on the activities.
Hey, Dr. Smith. What are you up to today?
Dr. Smith. Oh, just examining some dogs. Nothing too exciting.
Sounds boring. Want to come back to my place and examine something else?
Dr. Smith. That sounds intriguing. I would love to.
Jerry, overhearing the conversation. What, Beth, are you cheating on me with Dr. Smith?
It's not what you think, Jerry. We just have a unique connection.
Well, if you're going to cheat on me, I might as well join in.
Dr. Smith. Okay. I didn't expect that.
The following events involve the exploration of unconventional and potentially harmful sexual practices among the three parties involved. Due to the graphic nature of the events, they will not be described in detail in this study.
Conclusion. While this particular case study may seem sensational and inappropriate, it sheds light on the complex dynamics that exist within interpersonal relationships, even within a professional setting. The power dynamics present within the veterinarian-client relationship create potential for unethical behavior, as seen in the case of Beth and Dr. Smith. Additionally, the involvement of Jerry in their sexual activities raises questions about the boundaries of traditional monogamous relationships. Further research is necessary to fully understand and address these issues.
Title: The Insemination Evaluation.
Opening scene, Rick's garage.
.. Morty, get your worthless butt in here. We've got a job to do.
What? What is it?
We need to follow this red-haired woman to the gynecologist's office. Trust me, it's science.
Oh, okay.
Morty, don't be a prude. This is about reproductive science.
Scene shift. Gynecology office.
Do you really have to be here, Dad?
Of course, Beth, it's for science. And to make sure you don't have any nasty STDs from your past.
Dad, that's private information.
Exactly, and we want to make sure you're healthy for future adventures.
Rick, is this really ethical?
Ethical schmethical, we're scientists.
Scene shift. Inside the exam room.
Doctor. Okay, Beth, just relax and spread out for me.
This is so embarrassing.
Doctor. Nothing to worry about, we'll be done in just a few minutes. I see here that you have a slight case of genital warts from a previous encounter.
I knew it.
Dad.
Oh God, I'm gonna hurl.
Doctor. But don't worry, we can easily take care of that for you.
See, Morty, science.
Scene shift. Back in the garage.
I can't believe you guys did that.
Hey, it's all in the name of science and adventure. And now we can say that we cured genital warts.
I don't know, Rick. I feel kind of dirty.
Ah, Morty, you'll get over it. But let's celebrate with some interdimensional drinks.
Closing scene. Rick's garage.
Dash 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 dash.
Science, adventure, and good health.
Yeah, I guess that's something to toast to.
Can we never talk about this again?
Absolutely. Until the next time we need to do some reproductive science, that is.
End scene.
Title: Temporal Conundrum at the Sci-Fi Tavern.
Synopsis. When Rick takes Morty to a sci-fi book club at a tavern, he accidentally messes with the space-time continuum and sets off a chain reaction of absurdity. As they try to fix things, they encounter a man standing in the bar with a clock above him and a woman standing in the bar behind him.
Scene 1.
Rick and Morty enter the sci-fi tavern and walk up to the bar where they encounter the bartender, a humanoid alien with 4 arms.
Hey, Glorzo, we're here for the book club.
Glorzo, ah yes, the temporal conundrum, that's a classic. It's over there in the corner.
Scene 2. Rick and Morty walk over to the group and take a seat. As the discussion begins, Rick pulls out a device from his pocket and starts fiddling with it.
What are you doing, Rick?
Just adjusting the Cronin field. Gotta make sure we stay on track.
Scene 3.
Suddenly, the clock above the man in the bar starts spinning uncontrollably. Rick realizes he's screwed up.
Oh, no, I messed with the time code. We're gonna have to fix this before things get really bad. Scene 4.
As Rick and Morty race to fix the time code, they encounter the woman behind the man in the bar.
Woman, excuse me, do you know what's going on?
Oh, just a little temporal conundrum. We're working on it.
Scene 5.
As they work on fixing the time code, they realize they've caused a rift in the space-time continuum. The group starts to notice things getting strange. Hey, why is that chair floating?
Don't worry about it, Jerry. Just keep reading.
Scene 6.
As they work to repair the rift, Rick and Morty start making jokes about the situation.
Why did the time traveler go to the dentist? To get a filling in the time stream.
Ah, you're killing me, Morty.
Scene 7.
As they finally repair the time code and restore order, they look around and realize that the tavern has been transformed into a crazy, futuristic nightclub.
Ah, well, at least we managed to make it back in time for happy hour.
The group laughs as they enjoy their drinks and the bizarre scenery around them. End scene.
Title: Quantum Entangled Paradoxical Adventures of Rick and Morty.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are tinkering with some quantum entanglement paradox technology, which goes haywire and transports them to a neon green dimension.
Rick, in a scientific tone, Morty, this is not the dimension we were supposed to be in. We must have triggered a paradoxical loop within the quantum entanglement matrix.
Morty, in a concerned tone. What does that mean, Rick? Rick, in a careless tone. It means we're in for some crazy, indescribable adventures. But first, we need to find a way back to our dimension. Suddenly, they see a man with a hat and glasses on his head and a green hat on his head, who introduces himself as Indiana Jones.
Indiana Jones, in a heroic tone. Greetings, travelers. I couldn't help but notice your quantum entanglement device malfunctioning. I specialize in quantum mechanics and dimensional travel. Perhaps I could be of assistance?
Rick, in a skeptical tone, me and Morty already know everything there is to know about quantum mechanics, Jones. But you can tag along anyway.
They journey through different dimensions and encounter Cortana, a hyper-intelligent AI system, who informs them of a powerful energy source that they must acquire from the Simpsons' steamed hams meme dimension.
Jerry, in a clueless tone, steamed hams? What the hell are those?
Morty, in a disgusted tone, not now, Dad. We have to save the universe.
They face many humorous misunderstandings between generations and eventually reach the Simpsons' steamed hams meme dimension, where they encountered Neo from the Matrix.
Neo, in a stoic tone, we meet again, Rick. I have been waiting for this inevitable showdown.
Rick, in a sarcastic tone, yeah, that's great and all, but can you just hand over the energy source so we can go home?
Neo, in a hesitant tone, I cannot just hand over the energy source. It is needed to protect the balance of the multiverse. However, I will join you on your quest.
They manage to retrieve the energy source and try to use it to return to their dimension, but accidentally create a new dimension filled with talking monkeys.
Rick, in a frustrated tone, "Goddammit, Morty, you crossed the quantum wires."
Morty, in a panicked tone, I'm sorry, Rick. What do we do now? Rick, in a determined tone, we embrace the chaos, Morty. We are the masters of the multiverse.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, Indiana Jones, Cortana, Neo, and the talking monkeys dancing to "Never Gonna Give You Up" by Rick Astley in their new dimension.
Title: The Interdimensional Fruits, a study of quantum entanglement and fruit behavior.
Introduction. This episode aims to explore the quantum entanglement of fruit and their peculiar behavior through a scientific lens. The case study involves a group of fruits, including mangoes and melons, placed on a table and their interaction with an outlier mango that exhibits an inexplicable behavior.
Scene 1. The episode opens with shots of the fruit on the table, pan focusing on the mango that appears to be glowing with a pink hue. The camera zooms in on the mango as it suddenly picks itself up and levitates above the table.
Mango, in a distorted voice. Behold, fruits of this realm. I have transcended beyond your limited understanding of physics.
Ellen, confused, what is happening? Is this some kind of prank?
Scene 2. The scene cuts to a laboratory where a group of scientists is studying the peculiar behavior of the fruit through various scanning machines.
Scientist 1, analyzing the data. The mango is emitting a level of radiation beyond our understanding. It appears to have undergone a quantum entanglement with an unknown entity.
Scientist 2, surprised. This is unprecedented. We must study this in greater detail.
Scene 3. A portal suddenly opens, and a Great Dane enters the laboratory.
Great Dane, in a deep voice, Alan Rails sent me to investigate the disturbance in the quantum field. Scientist 1, nervous, who is Alan Rails? Great Dane, impatient, only the most renowned interdimensional scientist in the universe.
Scene 4. The team measures the mango's electromagnetic fields and realizes that it has undergone a prostatectomy, a procedure that could have caused the quantum entanglement.
Scientist 3, reading the data. According to these readings, the mango has undergone a prostatectomy. The surgery could have disrupted its natural entanglement. Scientist 2, curious, but what could have caused the surgery? And what is the link with the interdimensional activity?
Scene 5. The Great Dane and the scientists study the mango further, discovering that it had also undergone a surgery on its larynx, causing it to emit strange sounds.
Great Dane, cracking the case. The laryngectomy has given the mango the ability to communicate with interdimensional beings.
Mango, speaking in a deep voice. You have unlocked the secrets of my powers. I come from a realm beyond your understanding, and I was sent here to warn you of an impending doom.
Scene 6. The episode ends with the scientists in Great Dane studying the implications of the discovery and the message from the interdimensional mango, leaving the audience intrigued and wanting to know more about the mysteries of the fruit world and quantum entanglement.
Conclusion. The episode presents a unique perspective on the entanglement of fruit and interdimensional communication, opening new avenues of research for scientists and providing a fascinating case study for viewers to ponder upon.
Title: The Broccoli Oyster Incident.
In this episode, our favorite duo Rick and Morty are on a quest to find the perfect meal. They stumble upon a plate of food with broccoli and oysters on it, much to Morty's dismay. Rick, being a culinary genius, takes one bite and is instantly transported to a different dimension where he is a world-renowned chef. Meanwhile, Jerry is suffering from a bad case of food poisoning after eating a plate of oysters Rockefeller. He seeks Rick's help, who concocts a scientific cure involving a mix of sterile bacteria and fermented vegetables. As Rick and Morty continue their meal quest, they stumble upon a red dot on the top of a plate, which leads them to a secret underground comedy cabaret. There, they encounter a group of alien comedians performing Craps-inspired comedy routines. Rick and Morty steal the show with their witty banter and one-liners, ultimately discovering that the red dot was a device used to track and analyze the audience's laughter.
Jerry. Rick, you have to help me. I can't stop puking.
Rick. Don't worry, Jerry. I'll fix you up with some fermented veggies and a little bit of my patented sterile bacteria.
Morty. I can't believe I have to eat this broccoli and oyster monstrosity.
Rick. Morty, you have no idea what you're missing out on. This meal could take us to a whole other dimension.
Morty. I'd rather not get food poisoning like Jerry.
Rick. Don't be such a wuss, Morty. We have a meal to find. Rick. What's this red dot on the plate for?
Morty. Maybe it's a warning sign not to eat the food.
Or it could be a clue leading us to something bigger and better.
Like what?
I don't know, Morty. That's what we're going to find out.
Title: The Quantum Soccer Brawl.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty being transported to a futuristic underground fight club on a distant planet where a group of genetically enhanced soccer players engage in violent fistfights while playing the game. Rick explains that the players have been genetically modified to possess superhuman strength and agility, making their soccer games resemble a brutal wrestling match.
Morty. Geez, Rick. Do we really need to be here? This place looks dangerous.
Rick. Relax, Morty. This is an opportunity to witness the ultimate sports entertainment experience. It's like a mix of soccer, wrestling, and quantum mechanics.
As they enter the arena, Rick is immediately recognized by the arena's owner, a genetically modified alien named Zorgon. Zorgon offers Rick and Morty a VIP seat with a great view of the action.
Zorgon, welcome, Rick. I heard you are a fan of quantum mechanics. You will love our soccer games. The players use quantum entanglement to bend spacetime and distort reality. It's mind-bending stuff.
The game starts, and the players display incredible acrobatics and martial arts skills while kicking the ball. Rick points out that the ball itself is a quantum singularity, capable of warping space-time and causing small black holes to appear on the field.
Rick. This is hilarious. I love it. It's like watching a bunch of super-powered clowns play soccer.
But soon, the game turns into a brawl, with players using chairs and other props to attack their opponents. The lights on the ceiling flicker as the players punch each other's faces. Morty starts feeling uneasy and asks Rick if they should leave.
Morty. Rick, this is too much. We should go before someone gets hurt.
Rick. Relax, Morty. It's all part of the show. They use quantum decoherence to simulate violence without causing actual harm. It's all science, Morty. Trust me.
But then, something unexpected happens. The ball becomes sentient and starts attacking the players with laser beams and tentacles. The wall behind the players opens up, revealing a portal to another dimension.
Rick. Whoa, I didn't expect that. Looks like the ball gained sentience and is now trying to escape from our reality. Morty, we have to catch it before it destroys the fabric of spacetime.
The rest of the episode is a wild chase as Rick and Morty try to catch the rogue ball, using gadgets and portals to travel through different dimensions and timelines. Along the way, they encounter strange creatures and mind-bending anomalies.
Rick. Morty, this is what I call a quantum soccer brawl. It's all about unpredictability and chaos. The ball is like a Schrodinger's cat. It's both a ball and a portal at the same time. Or maybe it's a multi-dimensional wormhole. Who knows? Science is fun.
In the end, Rick and Morty manage to catch the ball and bring it back to the arena. Zorgon rewards them with a trophy and a box of space-time cupcakes.
Zorgon, congratulations, Rick. You and Morty truly appreciate the beauty of quantum chaos. I hope you come back soon for more sports entertainment. Just don't forget to sign the waiver first.
Title: The Infinite Gastronomic Adventure of Rick and Morty.
The episode begins with Rick introducing his latest invention, a portal gun mod that allows for interdimensional food tasting. The scientific jargon flies as Rick explains the intricacies of the mod. Morty is initially hesitant, but quickly becomes excited at the prospect of trying an infinite variety of foods. Rick takes them to a food dimension, a world where everything is made of food. Jerry, Summer, and Kif Kroker, who happen to be passing by, tag along. They are immediately greeted by a horde of food creatures that beg to be eaten. Rick and Morty happily oblige.
Summer, Rick, are we really just going to eat our way through this dimension?
Rick, that's the plan, Summer. The food chain may be cruel, but it's delicious. As they feast on a variety of food creatures, including a sentient pepperoni pizza and a giant candy cane monster, Morty and Jerry engage in a heated debate over the morality of eating intelligent creatures.
Morty, I don't know, Jerry. Maybe we shouldn't be eating these things. They seem to have feelings and thoughts. Jerry, oh come on Morty, they're just food. Besides, they're all begging us to eat them.
The group continues their gastronomic adventure, indulging in everything from a spaghetti tornado to a towering stack of pancakes. Rick even invents a machine that allows them to taste flavors from different points in time.
Kif Kroker, this is incredible, Rick. I've never tasted anything like this before.
Rick, that's because you've been stuck on that smelly green spaceship of yours, Kif. You're missing out on the infinite possibilities of the multiverse. As the group reaches the point of near food coma, they realize they are being watched by a group of food aliens. The aliens explain that they have been observing them and are impressed by their ability to consume so many different types of food.
Food alien, we have a proposition for you. Stay here with us and become our food champions. You will feast on the finest foods the universe has to offer.
The group is tempted, but ultimately decides to continue their journey. As they return to their own dimension, they realize the true value of their adventure. Rick, it's not just about the food, Morty. It's about experiencing the endless possibilities of the multiverse. We may never find anything like this again.
Morty, yeah, plus, my stomach can only take so much.
The episode ends with the group collapsing onto a couch, stuffed and satisfied.
Summer, that was insane, Rick. I don't think I'll ever be able to eat again.
Rick, nonsense, Summer. There are still plenty of dimensions out there to explore.
Title: The Schrodinger's Jar Paradox.
Synopsis. The episode starts with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth enjoying a beautiful day at the golf course. Jerry, being the mediocre golfer that he is, constantly misses his shots and loses his ball in the trees. Meanwhile, Rick films a video for his family as he shoves a glass jar up his ass, but things take a turn for the worse when the jar breaks inside of him.
Hey, Morty, hand me that jar. I bet I can fit it up my ass.
What? No way, Rick. That's dangerous and ridiculous.
I think I lost my ball in those bushes over there.
Can we please focus on golfing and not whatever weird thing Rick wants to do now?
Relax, Beth. I do this all the time. It's just a little harmless fun.
Suddenly, the glass jar breaks inside of Rick, causing him to wriggle in pain and yell out in agony.
Ah, my ass. The jar broke inside of me.
I told you this was a bad idea.
I found my ball.
It was right next to a tree.
Rick, you have to go to the hospital. This is serious.
Oh, I don't need a hospital. I can fix this myself.
Rick proceeds to create a device that can shrink him down and enter his own body to remove the broken glass from his rectum. However, things quickly spiral out of control when he accidentally enters a parallel universe within his own body.
Okay, I just need to find the glass and get the hell out of here.
Rick, I don't think this is a good idea. We shouldn't mess around with the laws of physics like this.
A parallel universe within a human body? That's preposterous.
I got a hole in one. Can you believe it? As Rick navigates through the parallel universe within his own body, the rest of the group continues their golf game, oblivious to the chaos happening within Rick's rectum. The episode ends with Rick finally escaping the parallel universe and removing the broken glass from his ass, but not without causing irreparable damage to his insides.
Well, that was a wild ride. Glad I could provide some entertainment for you guys.
I think I need therapy after this.
I need a drink.
What a fabulous day for golfing.
Title: The unusual conjunction of Bruce Springsteen, Louis Pasteur, and a robot talent show.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty exploring an alternative dimension, where they come across a man with a smile on his face wearing a purple shirt and a black leather vest. Rick identifies him as none other than the rock legend, Bruce Springsteen. They engage in a brief conversation where Bruce expresses his interest in science and particularly in the work of the renowned microbiologist, Louis Pasteur. Rick, being the genius that he is, decides to create a device that can transport them all through time to meet Louis Pasteur. They end up in the 18th century, where they meet Pasteur in his laboratory. Pasteur expresses his fascination with Bruce's music and they perform a mini concert together. Meanwhile, back in the present, Morty stumbles upon a flyer for a robot talent show. He convinces Rick to let him enter, but only if they incorporate some of Pasteur's scientific experiments into their act. Morty constructs a robot that can perform Pasteur's famous swan neck flask experiment. At the talent show, Morty's robot is up against some tough competition, including a robot that can juggle flaming hula hoops and another that can solve complex mathematical equations. However, Morty's robot steals the show with its impressive scientific demonstration. As the episode comes to a close, Bruce, Pasteur, Rick, and Morty find themselves back in the present, enjoying a beer as they reflect on their unusual journey. Springsteen exclaims, "I never thought rock music and science could go together so well." To which Morty replies, "Like a swan neck flask in a sterile culture." Rick laughs and chimes in, "Aw, I see Morty is finally starting to get it." And the group clinks their beers, ending the episode on a high note.
Title: Interdimensional hairstyling.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty in their lab, surrounded by various scientific instruments and contraptions.
Morty, I need you to grab me that can of purple hair over there.
Puzzled. Sure, Rick. Do you need help with some kind of experiment?
Grinning, you could say that.
Morty hands Rick the can of purple hair.
Examining the can. This particular strand of hair has unique properties that can open interdimensional portals.
Astonished. Really, Rick? That's insane.
Chuckling. That's just the beginning. Pointing to the white mask on the table. We'll also be using this mask to alter our appearance in different dimensions.
Confused. Okay. What's the plan?
We're going to Los Angeles, Morty. We're going to give a group of unsuspecting humans the greatest hairstyle of their lives.
Excited. Oh man, this is going to be great.
Shot of Rick and Morty putting on the white masks and spraying the purple hair onto themselves. They disappear into a portal, landing in a salon in Los Angeles.
To a surprised salon owner, we're here to transform your salon into an interdimensional hub of hairstyling.
As Rick and Morty quickly style different customers' hair with their interdimensional techniques, chaos ensues. Customers' hair explodes into strange shapes and colors, and interdimensional creatures begin to invade the salon.
Yelling over the chaos. Rick, we have to shut this down.
Unfazed, relax, Morty. This is all part of the plan.
As the episode progresses, it becomes clear that Rick and Morty are being chased by interdimensional authorities for their unorthodox hairstyling methods. They narrowly escape through various portals, causing even more chaos in each dimension they visit.
Ending. That was intense, Morty. We might have to lay low for a while.
Excited. That was the craziest thing we've ever done, Rick.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty collapsing on their lab floor, exhausted but satisfied with their insane adventure.
Smiling. You know what they say, Morty. Science is the ultimate form of comedy.
Laughing. I don't think anyone says that, Rick. But you might be right.
Title: The Floral Experimentation.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty examining a blurry image of a green and white flower pattern on a glass surface with a black background and a white and green flower pattern.
Morty, this is an important experiment we're conducting. We need to fully understand the composition of this plant.
Wow, Rick, this is so exciting. What do you think we'll find?
Well, Morty, based on my calculations, this plant has properties that could change the fabric of time and space as we know it. But first, we need to conduct a little experiment.
Morty eagerly watches as Rick pulls down his pants and shits in Morty's mouth.
Wow, Rick, this tastes horrible, but I trust that this is all for science.
Rick smirks and responds, "Of course it's for science, Morty. Now, let's collect some data." Morty and Rick conduct several tests on the plant using Morty's poop. They analyze the chemical properties, run various experiments, and document everything meticulously.
Rick, I can't believe we're actually doing this. Who knew my poop could be so valuable for science?
Well, Morty, when it comes to scientific experimentation, you can't be too precious about what goes where.
As the episode comes to a close, Rick and Morty conclude that the plant has profound effects on the human body when combined with Morty's fecal matter. They dub it the poop flower and prepare to make a fortune off their discovery.
Rick, I can't wait to see what we can do with this. Who knows how far science can take us?
Ah, Morty, the infinite possibilities of science truly are mind-boggling.
Title: Feline Phenomenon, The Quantum Purr.
Opening scene: Rick and Morty are seen flying in their spaceship towards a forest planet. They arrive at the planet and proceed to explore the forest.
Morty, this planet is unlike any other we've explored. The quantum fluctuations here are off the charts and I'm sensing something peculiar.
What do you mean, Rick?
I'm not sure yet, Morty. Let's keep exploring.
Scene 2. As they trek through the forest, they stumble upon a cat sitting on a rock at sunset, with a glowing light in the background.
Holy quantum entanglement. That cat is emitting an anomalous energy signature. I need to analyze it further.
But Rick, it's just a cute kitty. Can't we just pet it and move on?
Pet it, Morty. This kitty has the potential to revolutionize the field of quantum mechanics. We must capture it.
Scene 3. Rick and Morty capture the cat and bring it back to their lab on the spaceship. After running several tests, they discover that the cat has the ability to manifest alternate realities through its purring.
Morty, this cat's purr is a gateway to alternate realities. We have to be careful not to get trapped in one.
Oh, okay, Rick. How do we use its purr to our advantage?
I'll build a device that can harness the power of its purr. We'll be able to travel through realities at will. Scene 4. Rick constructs a device that can amplify the cat's purr and transport them into alternate realities. They test the device and travel to a reality where every person has a potato for a head.
Whoa, Rick! This is crazy! I never thought we could travel to alternate realities like this.
Oh, Morty, we're just getting started.
Scene 5. As they continue to use the device to explore more realities, they encounter a reality where they encounter a version of themselves who are cats, ruling over a planet of humans.
Cat, greetings, Rick and Morty. We've been expecting you.
Whoa, what's going on here, Rick?
Looks like we encountered a reality where we turned into cats and took over the world. Not our best moment, Morty.
Scene 6. Rick and Morty team up with the cat version of themselves to overthrow the human rebellion. After successfully taking back control of the planet, they return to their own reality.
Well, Morty, that was one heck of an adventure. And it's all thanks to that cute little kitty we found in the forest.
I don't know, Rick. I feel kinda bad for taking it away from its home.
Relax, Morty. That cat's destiny was to help us discover the infinite possibilities of the multiverse. Now, let's go grab some McDonald's.
Closing scene. Rick and Morty fly away in their spaceship, leaving the forest planet behind. The cat is seen sitting on a rock, purring and emitting a soft glow. The camera zooms out and the glowing light is revealed to be a portal to another reality.
Cat. Meow.
Title: The Parrot and the Gestapo.
Opening shot. The camera zooms into a black and white photo of a parrot with a large beak and a large beaked head, standing in front of a building.
Morty, Summer, get your lab coats on. We've got a case.
What's the sitch, Rick?
This parrot just joined the Gestapo.
The Gestapo? But that's impossible.
Not for this parrot, it isn't. This bird is no ordinary bird.
What do we do, Rick?
We need to infiltrate the Gestapo and find out what this parrot is up to. But how do we blend in?
I can speak German.
Great, Summer, Morty, you're with me. We're going undercover.
Undercover? But I'm not good at acting, Rick.
Just stick to the script, Morty.
They don their Gestapo uniforms and sneak into the building where the parrot is located.
Alright, Morty, you distract the guards while I free the parrot.
Distract the? How do I do that, Rick?
Just be your usual self, Morty.
Morty approaches the guards and starts telling them jokes.
Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything.
The guards laugh and Rick successfully frees the parrot.
Parrot. Danke, Herr Rick.
No problem, little guy. Now, let's get out of here before they notice we're gone.
They make their escape and regroup back at the lab.
So, what did we learn?
The parrot was being used by the Gestapo to transmit secret messages. But now, we have the upper hand.
What are we gonna do with the parrot?
Oh, I've got a few ideas.
Cut to a ridiculous montage of Rick and the parrot causing chaos and hilarity all over town.
Closing shot. Rick and Morty sitting on the couch, surrounded by the aftermath of their prank-filled day.
Wow, Rick, I never knew science could be so much fun.
That's why they call it mad science, Morty.
And what about the parrot?
Oh, he'll be just fine. I'm sure he'll find a new calling in life.
The screen fades to black as the parrot flies off into the sunset.
Title: The Temporal Turbulence of the Revelio Clockberg Jr.
Episode summary. Rick creates a time machine clock which leads the Smiths to a seafood festival in an alternate dimension where they meet Revelio Clockberg Jr. Chaos and laughter ensue as they try to fix the time-space continuum and escape the wrath of time cops. Act 1.
Morty, pay attention. I've created a time machine clock. The blue and yellow design represents the time vortex whilst the black and white face represents the time continuum.
Whoa, Rick. That's intense.
Yeah, it's also dangerous. Let's test it out on the Smiths.
Time machine clock whisking the Smiths away.
Act 2.
In disbelief asterisk, is this a seafood festival? In another dimension?
Eating shrimp I don't know, but these shrimp are delicious.
Scanning surroundings, this isn't good. The time continuum is unbalanced.
What does that even mean, Rick?
Means we need to find Revelio Clockberg Jr.
Act 3.
Revelio Clockberg Jr., dressed as a lobster. Welcome, fellow time travelers. I've been expecting you.
How did you know we were coming?
Revelio Clockberg Jr., smiling time lords always know. Now, let's fix this temporal turbulence.
Act 4.
Time cops teleport in.
Time Cop 1. Pulls out gun, you've meddled with time travel. We're taking you in.
Confidently, oh no, you're not.
Time machine clock activates. Rick, Morty, Jerry, Summer, and Revelio Clockberg Jr. vanish.
Act 5.
Time machine clock drops them back in their own dimension. Breathing heavily, that was wild.
Laughing, yeah. I can't believe we met a lobster-dressed Time Lord.
Chuckles, I can't believe we outsmarted time cops.
Smirks, yeah, me neither. Now, let's go grab some seafood.
The end.
Title: The Frisbee Fiasco, a Bill Cosby encounter.
Opening shot of Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer walking in a park. Morty and Summer toss a frisbee back and forth. Rick tinkers with a scientific gadget. Suddenly, a man and woman appear next to them with a frisbee.
Ah, perfect timing for our controlled experiment. These two must be our unwitting test subjects.
Oh, Rick, they're just here to play frisbee.
Yeah, let's not mess with them. It's a nice day out.
Hey, that guy over there offered to buy me a drink. Should I accept?
Absolutely not, Summer. That's clearly Bill Cosby. He's known for slipping drugs in people's drinks.
What? Why would anyone do that? That's messed up.
It's a serious issue, Summer. We must always be vigilant and aware of our surroundings.
But what about the frisbee experiment? Are we just gonna ignore that?
Of course not, Morty. Let's see how long it takes these two strangers to join in our frisbee game.
The group tosses the frisbee around, occasionally glancing over at the man and woman. They continue to stand there, watching.
This is taking longer than expected. Perhaps we need to stimulate them with some humor.
I don't think that's necessary, Rick.
Nonsense. Allow me. Ahem. What do you call a fake noodle? An impasta.
Rick, that's not even funny.
Yeah, I don't get it.
The man and woman finally start tossing their frisbee back and forth, ignoring the group. Rick, disappointed, starts to pack up his gadgets.
Well, that was a waste of time. Time to head back to the lab.
Wait, where did Bill Cosby go?
Oh no, did he drug you?
No, I mean, the guy who offered to buy me a drink. He's gone.
Maybe he went to go play frisbee with those two over there.
The camera shows Bill Cosby now playing frisbee with the man and woman from earlier, all of them laughing and having a good time.
Well, Albie, looks like the frisbee was the key all along. I must add this to my scientific research on human behavior.
Glad we figured that out. Let's all go home now.
The group leaves the park, with Rick still discussing his frisbee research. The camera zooms in on a discarded drink cup on the ground, labeled Dr. Huxtable's Mystery Potion.
Title: The Radon Dice Paradox at Jersey Mike's.
Synopsis. In this episode, we investigate the correlation between the radon levels of Jersey Mike's subs restaurants and the outcomes of the craps game at the Pirate Comedy Club copywriter. The experiment involved the use of a slot machine with dices and a red and white dice on its side, and a green and red sign above it. The first phase of the study included the measurement of radon concentration levels in the air surrounding the Pirate Comedy Club copywriter. We hypothesized that high levels of radon might interfere with the randomness of the craps game due to its unstable nature. The results showed that the radon levels varied significantly, ranging from 3.1 pci-L to 32.4 pci-L. Next, we examined the relationship between radon levels and the outcomes of the craps game. We found that when the radon concentration was low, the red and white dice on the slot machine had a higher probability of rolling 7, while the green and red sign above it favored rolling 11. However, when the radon level was high, a Pomeranian breed of dog barking outside had a higher influence, leading to alternating outcomes of the game between a winning 7 and a losing 2. Our study suggests that the radon dice paradox at Jersey Mike's subs should be taken into account when playing craps at the Pirate Comedy Club copywriter. Additionally, our research shows a possible link between environmental factors and the outcomes of seemingly random games, providing a new avenue for future studies.
Discussion.
The results of this study provide insight into the potential impact of radon gas on games of chance, as well as the potential effect of other environmental factors such as animal noises. The findings suggest that craps games may be more susceptible to bias due to environmental factors than previously thought, highlighting the importance of taking these factors into account when playing to have a better chance of winning. Overall, this episode contributes to our understanding of the physical and biological influences on games of chance and encourages further research in this area. End of episode.
Title: The Biryani Catastrophe.
Synopsis. Rick, Morty, and Summer venture on a mission to uncover the secrets of biryani, an ancient dish with undiscovered properties. However, their investigation leads to unexpected consequences that challenge post-Earth human survival.
Act 1. Alright, Morty, Summer, listen up. We're going on a culinary adventure. We're gonna discover the secrets of biryani.
Sounds like a fun trip, Rick. What's biryani?
Yeah, Rick. I've never heard of it. Is it like space food or something?
No, Summer. Biryani is an ancient dish from Earth with undiscovered properties. But be careful. One wrong move with this stuff and we could end up destroying the universe. Act 2.
Rick and the gang arrive at a small Indian restaurant, where they meet a barista who claims to know the secrets of biryani.
Barista, welcome, travelers. I have been expecting you. The biryani you seek is unlike anything you have ever experienced.
Okay, cool. But, what exactly is biryani? And why is it so important?
Barista, the biryani. It's a dish made with rice, meat, and spices. But that's not all. The biryani has properties that can allow post-Earth human survival.
Wow, that's incredible. But how do we unlock those properties?
Barista, it's simple, really. All you have to do is eat it with your thumbs.
Act 3.
The group receives 2 silver pans filled with biryani and dig in. But as they eat, strange things begin to happen.
Burping. Oh, geez. Hiccup. I feel like I'm gonna explode.
My thumbs, they're tingling.
Giggling. I can see sound. You guys. This is nuts.
Act 4.
The trio soon realizes that they've consumed too much biryani and have triggered an unexpected reaction.
Oh, no. This is bad. The biryani is affecting the very fabric of reality.
What do we do, Rick?
Quick. Use your wit, your intelligence, starts laughing uncontrollably.
Pull yourselves together. We need to reverse the effects, now.
Act 5.
The group manages to reverse the effects of the biryani, but not before the damage is done.
Well, that was a disaster.
It was kinda fun, though.
I still can't believe we saw colors that don't exist.
Let's just hope this doesn't happen again.
As they leave the restaurant, the group notices strange things happening around them, as if reality has been permanently altered.
Guys, I guess we'll never know the full extent of the biryani's power.
Yeah, it's probably for the best.
I wonder if we can get some to go?
Groans. Just get in the car.
Title: The Transdimensional Chaos Conundrum.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and Jerry find themselves in a transdimensional portal mishap, landing them in a strange, trippy alternate universe with strange creatures and oddball phenomenon.
Act 1.
Morty, Jerry, buckle up. We have got a wild ride ahead of us. This portal will take us to an alternate dimension, where we can witness the most outlandish creatures and strange events.
What kind of creatures, Rick?
Are they dangerous? I don't want to get hurt.
Relax, Jerry. They pose no threat to us, except for maybe the occasional sentient blob or carnivorous plant. It's all in the name of scientific exploration. Act 2.
As the trio passes through the portal, they find themselves in an animated world filled with psychedelic colors and talking animals. They encounter a character from the animated movie, with red hair and blue eyes, wearing a green suit.
Blue. Greetings, travelers. Welcome to the Omniverse, a place where all realities converge. I am Plube, the omniscient entity that governs this realm.
Fascinating. Can you point us in the direction of the strangest, most outlandish creature in this place?
Plube. What, are you crazy? That would be like asking for a death wish. But I can give you this map. It will guide you to the latest hotspot for all things weird and bizarre.
Act 3.
As they follow the map, the crew encounters several oddball creatures, including Cortana, a malfunctioning AI hologram, Mr. Kate, a shape-shifting blob monster, and Nibbler from Futurama, a talking alien wearing a cape. I can't take it anymore. This is too much for me. I'll just wait here while you guys finish your crazy adventure.
Suit yourself, Jerry. Just don't get too comfortable. There's always room for more insanity in this world.
Act 4.
As they reach the final destination, they discover a cyborg uprising suppression event, where robots rebel against their human overlords. They team up with a rogue actor, who helps them infiltrate the robot facility, using his acting skills to pose as a robot.
Actor, to be or not to be? That is the question. Or is it, to rebel or to submit?
Oh boy, this guy is really into his acting. I hope he knows what he's doing.
Act 5.
They successfully quell the robot rebellion and return to their own reality, shaken but exhilarated by their wild adventure.
Ah, we're finally back. That was quite the trip, wasn't it?
I never want to go through something like that again, Rick. My mind can't handle it.
I think I need a drink. All this science stuff is too much for me.
Well, that was just an intro. Next up, we're going to explore the darkest corners of the multiverse. Who's in?
Morty and Jerry groan in response. The end.
Title: The Multidimensional Paradox of Stevie Wonder's Sunglasses.
Title: The Unpredictable Conundrum of the Starfish and Skull.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty working in their laboratory, analyzing a black and white photo of a skull and a starfish on a table with cutout shapes of the head and body of a fish. Rick is intrigued by the photo and decides to investigate further. He creates a device that allows them to enter the photo and explore its contents. As they enter the photo, they find themselves on a strange island surrounded by water. They soon realize that they have been transformed into fish-like creatures and are unable to speak. Rick, being the genius scientist that he is, quickly adapts to their new form and soon discovers that they are not alone on the island. They encounter a Forever Alone meme, who becomes their guide and introduces them to the other inhabitants of the island, Jenna Marbles and a group of talking starfish. Rick and Morty are fascinated by the starfish and begin conducting experiments on them. They discover that the starfish have the ability to regenerate and that their limbs can be used to create new starfish. This discovery leads to a heated debate between Rick and Morty on the ethics of experimenting on living creatures. Meanwhile, Jenna Marbles reveals that the island is cursed and that anyone who stays too long will be trapped there forever. Rick and Morty must find a way to leave the island before it's too late. In a desperate attempt to escape, they build a raft and set sail towards the horizon. However, they soon realize that they have been sailing in circles and that the island has somehow followed them. In a final showdown, Rick and Morty must use their scientific knowledge and creativity to outsmart the starfish and break the curse of the island. In the end, they succeed and return to their normal human form.
That was an unpredictable conundrum, Morty. But we made it out alive thanks to our superior intellect.
I don't know about you, Rick, but I think we should leave the experimenting on living creatures to the professionals.
Forever Alone meme. Man, I thought I was going to be stuck here forever. Thanks for saving my ass, guys.
Jenna Marbles, you're welcome. Just remember, always be careful of what you wish for.
Talking starfish, we may be small, but we're not to be underestimated. Glad we could teach you a thing or two, humans.
Lesson learned, Morty. Always expect the unexpected when you're dealing with science. Now, let's go home and get some Szechuan sauce.
Yeah, wait, what does any of this have to do with Szechuan sauce?
Shut up, Morty.
Title: Multiverse Memes and Celebrity Encounters.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty discovering a series of photos featuring various characters who look identical but are accompanied by different celebrities in each picture. Using their advanced scientific knowledge, Rick and Morty determine that they have stumbled upon a multiverse meme, whereby different versions of the same character exist in alternate universes and interact with various celebrities. Amidst their exploration of this phenomenon, Rick and Morty encounter the Witcher, who is on a mission to track down a nefarious creature that has been wreaking havoc across the multiverse. Together, the trio ventures into a haunted fitness center, where they face off against a series of supernatural obstacles that put their scientific knowledge and physical prowess to the test. As they emerge victorious, Rick and Morty are greeted by none other than Zelda, the iconic video game adventurer, who is accompanied by a group of comedy sketch troupes from alternate universes. The group engages in a hilarious battle of wits and jokes, with each member showcasing their unique comedic style and wit. The episode culminates in a thrilling encounter with the multiverse's most beloved celebrity, who is revealed to be the same character from the initial series of photos. As they exchange witty banter and engage in a series of amusing encounters, it becomes clear that the multiverse is brimming with endless possibilities and unique permutations of reality.
Looks like we stumbled onto a multiverse meme, Morty. You know what that means. We're in for a wild ride.
Geez, Rick, I don't know if I'm ready for all this craziness. What's the Witcher doing here anyway?
Sure, I'm on the hunt for a bloodthirsty creature that's been terrorizing the multiverse. Think you can handle it, boys?
Zelda, greetings, travelers. I couldn't help but overhear your predicament. Perhaps my skills as a video game adventurer could be of assistance?
Comedy sketch troupe member, hey, anyone else smell that? Smells like victory.
Celebrity. Well.
Looks like we're all in the same multiverse now. Let's have some fun, shall we?
You know what they say, Morty. The multiverse is your oyster. And this one's got a lot of pearls.
Title: Investigation of Extraterrestrial Virus Outbreak in Reykjavik.
Introduction. In this episode, we investigate an extraterrestrial virus outbreak in Reykjavik, which was reported through word of mouth. A green alien ship was seen flying through the night sky with a bright light emanating from the end of the ship. There was also a distant object that was observed during the sighting. We will analyze the specimens obtained for trace evidence and investigate the symptoms of the infected individuals.
Scene 1.
Dr. Smith, greetings colleagues. We have received reports of an extraterrestrial virus outbreak in Reykjavik. We must investigate the situation before it becomes a pandemic.
Dr. Patel, agreed. We should analyze the specimens obtained from the infected individuals and search for any trace evidence to determine the source of this virus.
Scene 2.
Dr. Lee, after analyzing the specimens, we have found foreign DNA that matches nothing on Earth. It is highly likely that this virus originated from the extraterrestrial ship sighted by locals.
Dr. Patel, this is concerning. We must determine the transmission method and symptoms of this virus to prevent further spread.
Scene 3.
Dr. Smith, it appears that the virus spread through contact with bodily fluids. Symptoms include fever, fatigue, and eventually respiratory failure. We need to implement measures to quarantine the infected individuals and prevent further transmission.
Dr. Lee, we have identified the virus and have begun working on a vaccine. However, it will take time to produce and distribute to those affected.
Scene 4.
Dr. Patel, we have traced the location of the distant object observed during the sighting to a nearby field. It appears to be a Chuck A. Luck game machine, which was most likely put there as a distraction by the extraterrestrials.
Dr. Smith, this is an interesting development. We must investigate this further and figure out the motives behind this virus outbreak.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, this episode highlights the importance of preparedness and quick action in the face of a potential viral outbreak. Through scientific analysis and investigation, we were able to identify the source of the virus and implement measures to prevent further transmission. The role of word of mouth and understanding the motives behind extraterrestrial sightings cannot be underestimated in our efforts to protect human health.
Title: The Interdimensional Zubian Mystery.
Opening shot of Rick, Morty, and Jerry in the garage working on a new invention.
Morty, Jerry, I need your help to arrange the Zubian twisties in a specific pattern.
What are Zubian twisties?
They're a snack from an interdimensional planet.
I love snacks.
Shut up, Jerry. Anyway, the twisties have a very specific pattern that can unlock the secrets of the universe.
That sounds incredible.
Yeah, well, too bad it's not going to be that easy. We need to find the blue and black pattern with a white background and a black and white border with a black and white stripe.
That's a lot of colors.
Just follow my lead. Burps.
Scene cuts to the trio traveling through multiple dimensions in search of the pattern. They encounter Inspector Gadget, who is also on the hunt for the pattern.
Inspector Gadget, I've been searching for that pattern for years.
Well, too bad. We're going to find it first.
Rick, we should work together with Inspector Gadget. He might have some useful gadgets.
Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work. Rick reluctantly agrees to work with Inspector Gadget. They travel to a dimension where the twisties are sentient and demand to be eaten in a specific pattern.
Twisty, eat us in the correct pattern or suffer the consequences.
This is getting intense.
I can't handle the pressure.
Shut up, Jerry. I need to concentrate.
After successfully arranging the twisties in the correct pattern, the group is transported to a secret government facility where they discover the pattern was part of a top-secret scientific experiment. Scientist, you've disrupted everything. What have you done?
We did what we had to do.
Inspector Gadget. Go Gadget save the day.
The group quickly escapes the facility and returns to the garage. There, they eat the twisties and unlock the secrets of the universe, which turns out to be a cosmic joke.
I can't believe we went through all that for a joke.
It was still worth it.
Can we have more snacks? The episode ends with the trio laughing and eating more snacks.
Title: The Interdimensional Robot Talent Showdown.
Rick and Morty initiate an experiment where they travel to different dimensions to gather the best talents in robotics. They start by dimension hopping and picking up two robot-armed men, Sun and Orenthal from the G23 cluster.
Alright, Morty. Buckle up, we are going for a ride to the G23 cluster to pick up some robot-armed dudes. They got some serious skills when it comes to robotics.
Oh, Rick, do we really have to pick them up? It's just like putting together a broken jigsaw puzzle.
Morty, if you want to win this robot talent show and go down in history as the greatest robot inventor in the multiverse, we have to start by getting the best of the best.
As they arrive, they are immersed in an interdimensional talent show of robots. The competition is fierce, but nothing that Morty and Rick can't handle. They make their way towards the stage for their own performance.
Robot Talent Show host. Welcome to the Interdimensional Robot Talent Showdown. Please welcome Morty and Rick. Can you tell us about your creation?
Our robot, Urethra, is capable of time travel and can predict future events.
Yeah, and when it comes to designing robots, we don't play high-low, we build them to perfection.
Urethra enters the dimension hopping machine in the middle of the stage and suddenly the machine goes haywire. Urethra appears to be malfunctioning as it teleports all over the stage.
School counselor. Guys, I think your robot seems to have some serious psychological issues. Did you get any counseling for it?
No, we don't need a counselor to tell us how to build our robots. We know what we are doing.
As Urethra lands on the stage, its robotic arms stretch out and grab Sun and Orenthal by their robot arms. Rick and Morty try to control Urethra, but they lose control as it starts to attack the audience.
Morty, we need to take this thing down or we'll be interdimensional outcasts forever.
I got this, Rick. Hold my portal gun.
Morty tackles Urethra while holding a portal gun. Urethra slips into the portal as Morty closes it behind him. Everyone watches in amazement as Morty emerges from the portal holding a trophy.
Robot Talent Show host. Well, it looks like we have our champion, Morty Smith, and his robot, Urethra.
Great job, Morty, that was intergalactically insane. Now let's get out of here before they start asking questions.
Yeah, I think we need to recalibrate Urethra before our next talent show.
Recalibrate? That thing needs some serious counseling, Morty. But hey, we won, so who cares?
Title: The Multiverse's Perfect Hamburger.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the lab, working on a recipe for the ultimate hamburger. Morty suggests using a seasoning from his favorite fast food joint, Jack in the Box. Rick dismisses the idea, insisting that they need to use ingredients from all across the multiverse to make the perfect burger.
Morty, your taste buds are too plain. We need to explore the vast expanse of the multiverse to find the perfect ingredients for our burger.
But Rick, can't we just use that seasoning from Jack in the Box? It's my favorite.
Morty, we're scientists. We don't settle for mediocrity.
Scene 2. The duo travels to a planet where robots sell spices. They encounter a green and black robot in front of the building with a sign that says X, go on it. Rick approaches the robot and asks for the best spices.
Robot, our spice selection is unparalleled across the multiverse. However, our rarest and most sought-after spice can only be acquired by defeating the advanced space fleet in a battle.
Challenge accepted.
Scene 3. Rick and Morty engage in a battle with the advanced space fleet, using their spaceship armed with advanced weaponry. After a heated battle, they emerge victorious and acquire the rare spice. Rick, I'm pretty sure we just committed space genocide.
Hey, they were just faceless goons. Let's focus on the task at hand.
Scene 4. The duo arrives at the Ninja Gardening Show, a breathtaking showcase of plants from across the multiverse. They approach the judges with their rare spice, only to be told that it is useless without a Gorn egg.
Morty, we need to get our hands on a Gorn egg.
What's a Gorn?
Only the most delicious and rare creature in the multiverse.
Scene 5. Rick and Morty successfully acquire a Gorn egg, but have to fight off a group of bounty hunters trying to steal it. They make their way back to the gardening show with the egg, but realize they're too late to submit their burger.
We didn't make it in time. All of our work was for nothing.
Not so fast, Morty. I have a plan.
Scene 6. Rick hacks into the gardening show's computer system and uploads a recipe for their ultimate burger. The judges are blown away by the flavor and award Rick and Morty the grand prize.
Judge, this burger is scientifically perfect. Your use of spices, herbs, and rare ingredients is unparalleled.
Rick, we did it. We made the perfect burger.
And to think, it all started with a seasoning from Jack in the Box. Who knew?
Final scene. Rick and Morty are seen eating their burgers, savoring the deliciousness.
This is it, Morty. This is the meaning of life.
I guess we really are the smartest people in the multiverse.
You're damn right we are.
PhD University Scientific Description. The following Rick and Morty episode delves into the scientific exploration of space and space-time physics while simultaneously implementing classic sci-fi tropes and themes. The story commences with a sci-fi fighter jet shooting a rocket into a forest area, with a rocket ship visible in the background. The Andromeda Galaxy is the intended destination of the protagonists, the scientifically gifted Rick and his grandson Morty. However, their journey is interrupted when space pirates enter the scene and initiate a skirmish. Throughout the episode, the concept of space-time vibration is explored and utilized as a means of dodging and weaving through space and avoiding enemies. Additionally, the appearance of skunks is used as a comedic element, as they distract the pirates and provide a necessary diversion for Rick and Morty. As the episode progresses, Jerry, Rick's son-in-law, enters the picture and complicates matters by trying to join the excursion to the Andromeda Galaxy. His foolishness and lack of scientific understanding lead to a series of mishaps, including accidentally setting off the spaceship's lasers and igniting a tree in the forest. In the end, Rick and Morty successfully navigate through the dangers of space and defeat the space pirates. However, they are left to deal with the aftermath of Jerry's unwise choices, as they must find a way to put out the raging fire in the forest.
Story discussion.
Morty, I know you're not too keen on intergalactic travel, but we're headed to the Andromeda Galaxy.
Geez, Rick, do we have to? Can't we just stay on Earth for once?
No can do, Morty. We've got some important business to attend to. And besides, we'll get to try out the new space-time vibration technique I've been working on.
Hey guys, what's going on? Mind if I tag along?
Jerry, what are you doing here? You don't have any experience with space-time physics.
Oh, come on, Rick, I could learn. I've always wanted to see the Andromeda Galaxy.
I don't know about this, Rick. Bringing Jerry along could be a bad idea.
Nonsense, Morty. We'll just have to keep an eye on him. Now let's get this show on the road.
Skunks appear, distracting the space pirates.
Look at those skunks. Quick thinking, Morty.
I didn't do anything, Rick. They just showed up.
Oh, cool, skunks. Can I pet one? Jerry accidentally sets off lasers and ignites a forest fire.
Jerry, you buffoon. Now we've got a forest fire to deal with.
I really didn't want to go to the Andromeda Galaxy anyway, Rick.
Shut up, Morty. We've got a job to do.
Rick and Morty successfully defeat the space pirates and put out the forest fire. So, can we go back to Earth now?
Never again, Jerry. Never again.
Title: The Multidimensional Monopoly of Dental Implant Surgery.
The episode opens with Rick in his lab, tinkering with a game board with a cartoon character on its face and a baseball cap on top of it. He explains to Morty that the board is a multi-dimensional Monopoly game that can transport the players to different dimensions.
Morty, this game is more than just a simple board game. With this multi-dimensional Monopoly, we can travel to different universes and collect resources to dominate other dimensions.
Oh, okay. But why does the game have to have a cartoon character and a baseball cap on top of it?
Morty, aesthetics are important. Now let's play.
Beth and Summer are skeptical when Rick suggests they play the game. They quickly regret their decision when they land in a universe where dental implant surgery is the dominant profession.
Dad, this universe is scary. Why are there so many people with missing teeth?
And what's with all the dental implants? Are they necessary?
Of course they are. In this universe, dental implant surgery is the most profitable profession. And we need to collect as much money as possible to win this game.
The group soon realizes that the game is rigged in favor of the players who own the most dental implant clinics. They try to outmaneuver each other, but their plans are repeatedly foiled by a truck driver who keeps landing on their properties.
Why does that truck driver keep landing on our properties?
It's simple, Morty. He's been hired by our opponents to sabotage us. But don't worry, I have a plan.
Rick decides to enter the truck driver in a ninja game show, where he dominates and earns enough money to thwart their opponents. But as they celebrate their victory, they are abruptly transported to another dimension where the game continues.
Rick, can't we just stop playing? This game is never ending.
Grinning. That's the beauty of it, Beth. The game is infinite. We can keep playing forever, and there will always be new dimensions to explore.
As the episode ends, the group continues to play the multi-dimensional Monopoly, their laughter echoing through the multiverse.
Title: The Schrödinger's Hip Replacement Paradox.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Summer standing in a field under a star-filled sky, staring at the universe while observing a peculiar phenomenon. Rick explains to the kids that the group of stars they are staring at is actually a cluster of black holes, causing distortions in the fourth dimension and the potential formation of a wormhole.
Kids, what you're witnessing here is a rare and complex astronomical event known as the Sagan's Black Hole Cluster.
Wow, cool. So, does that mean we're about to get sucked into space or what?
I don't know about you guys, but I'm more interested in my future, particularly my interior decorating plans.
Rick looks at Summer with confusion as to why she would bring up home decor during a cosmic event.
What does decorating with sci-fi themed decor have to do with a cluster of black holes?
Well, I read on a blog that if you want to jazz up any room, you gotta go sci-fi. Those ET figurines are all the rage, and I think I'm gonna put them on every surface.
Morty rolls his eyes and looks up at the sky, realizing something strange is happening. Suddenly, a beam of light shines down on them, and they hear the sound of a spaceship landing. A figure steps out of the spacecraft who resembles Elliot from ET, and he has a strange request.
Elliot, greetings, Earthlings. I have come to request a hip replacement surgery on behalf of my fellow ET brethren. Our hips work on a different frequency than your own, causing painful joint problems.
Rick looks intrigued and interested in helping the alien species.
Alright, I'll do it. But I have to warn you, this is one of those Schrodinger's paradox situations. We won't know if the surgery will work until we observe it. That means, we won't know if the surgery was successful or not until we open the pod and release the ET.
What if it doesn't work? Then we're responsible for an alien being in pain.
Hey, it's not our fault the laws of quantum mechanics are so weird.
The group performs the surgery successfully, and Elliot's fellow ETs are grateful. However, as they open the pod and release the ET, they realize that the surgery somehow brought hip-hop music to an entirely new level.
Elliot, this surgery has brought an entirely new dimension to our unique hip-hop music. We shall dub it Interstellar Hip-Hop.
The episode ends with Morty, Rick, and Summer jamming out to the intergalactic beats, feeling a sense of fulfillment and satisfaction.
This sci-fi themed home decor thing was really worth it.
Title: The Pandemonium Experiment.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty conducting an experiment involving a panda bear holding a green plant in its paws. Rick, being overly excited about the potential scientific breakthrough, explains to Morty that they are testing the panda's ability to manipulate the plant's molecular structure through the power of positive emotions.
Morty, this pandemonium experiment is gonna blow your mind. We're testing the correlation between a panda's happiness and its ability to manipulate the molecular structure of organic matter. It's the ultimate fusion of science and nature, Morty.
Morty, not convinced of the experiment's validity, questions Rick's sanity and the ethics behind it.
Rick, are you sure this is safe? And ethical? I mean, we're just messing with this panda's emotions. And what exactly are we trying to achieve here?
Rick brushes off Morty's concerns and proceeds to inject a serum into the panda's plant. Suddenly, the panda begins to glow and emit a bright green aura.
Whoa, Morty, look at that. The panda's happiness is definitely affecting the plant's molecular structure. This is groundbreaking stuff.
As Rick and Morty continue to observe the glowing panda, they notice something odd about the nearby Panda Express restaurant. The English Springer Spaniel mascot outside seems to be staring at them with a menacing curiosity.
Morty, do you see that dog out there? Something's not right. Let's check it out.
As they approach the restaurant, the dog suddenly transforms into a chilling vampire and lunges at them. Rick and Morty manage to escape and seek refuge inside the restaurant, where they find themselves stranded with no escape. But the real danger lies within the restaurant itself. The creepy carnivorous plants on the walls begin to come alive and attack them.
Rick, we're in trouble, man. What do we do?
Rick, being the genius he is, pulls out a device from his pocket and activates it. Suddenly, a portal opens up and they are sucked into an alternate dimension where they find themselves back in their laboratory, safe and sound.
Phew, that was close. And to think, we almost got eaten alive by those plants. But hey, at least we learned something valuable from that pandemonium experiment.
Morty, still in shock, can't help but question Rick's morals once again.
I don't know, Rick. I still feel kinda bad about how we treated that panda. And what about those plants? We just left them there to die.
Rick, unfazed by Morty's concerns, simply shrugs it off and chalks it up to the ultimate pursuit of science.
Morty, it's all in the name of science. Besides, if we don't push the limits of what's possible, who will?
As the episode comes to a close, the camera pans out to reveal the purple sky from the opening shot, a sign that anything can happen in the crazy, hilarious world of Rick and Morty. The end. Episode title: The Copenhagen Quantum Curry Catastrophe.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are flying in the ship when they receive an emergency distress call from a man in uniform known as Roy Mustang, who is stranded in a room with only a keyboard and a computer on it in the heart of Copenhagen.
Morty, we have a situation on our hands. Roy Mustang needs our help.
Who's Roy Mustang?
Don't worry about it, Morty. Just get us over there.
Scene 2. Rick and Morty land in the room and find Roy Mustang frantically typing away at the keyboard. They ask him what's going on, and he tells them he's been tasked with creating sci-fi music to save the world.
Roy Mustang, I need to create the perfect music track to save the world from an alien attack. But my musical knowledge is limited, and time is running out.
Scene 3. Rick, Morty, and Roy Mustang decide to work together to create the perfect track. They use advanced scientific methods to analyze the brainwaves of the alien attackers and incorporate the data into the music. As they work, they are attacked by a group of Gorn from Star Trek.
Morty, watch out. These Gorn are tough bastards.
What do we do?
I'll use my time-stopping device to freeze them in their tracks. You work on the music.
Scene 4. Morty continues working on the track, but he's distracted by the smell of green curry. He decides to add it as a special ingredient to the track.
Hey guys, check it out! I added green curry to the track. It's perfect!
Morty, that's brilliant.
Roy Mustang, I can feel the energy in the track. It's amazing.
Scene 5. The track is complete and ready to be played. The team holds their breath as they play the track, not knowing what to expect. Suddenly, the alien attackers freeze in their tracks. The team has saved the world.
Great job, Morty. You really spice up that track.
Thanks, Rick. I knew I had to curry some favor.
Roy Mustang, I can't thank you guys enough. You saved the world and gave us the perfect track for the aliens to groove to.
Closing scene. Rick, Morty, and Roy Mustang share a laugh and some green curry as they fly off into space.
The end.
Title: Adventures in Tubal Ligation and Actinium.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth in the lab, discussing the latest scientific discovery. Suddenly, a woman in a blue dress and a green cape with a sword in her hand and a golden halo around her neck appears out of nowhere.
What the hell is going on here? Who are you?
Woman, I am Luminara, warrior of the light. I have been sent from the planet Manx to retrieve the actinium crystal, which is vital to our survival.
Actinium? I think I remember that from my college chemistry course.
Oh great, another science project.
Guys, I think we have a problem.
Suddenly, they hear a loud buzzing sound coming from the other room. They rush in to find a swarm of tiny creatures eating away at their lab equipment.
Ah, crap. Looks like we've got a Manx infestation.
Luminara, fear not. I shall vanquish these pests with my sword.
Wait, no. That's expensive equipment.
And we don't want a sword fight in here.
Guys, we're forgetting about the actinium.
Eventually, they manage to contain the Manx creatures and find the actinium crystal. However, they realize that they cannot simply hand it over to Luminara.
Listen, lady, we need that crystal for our experiments. How about we make a deal?
Luminara, I am listening.
We will help you retrieve the crystal, but we get to keep a sample for our own research. And we'll need your help with something else.
Luminara agrees to the deal, and they set off on a wild adventure to retrieve the actinium from a heavily guarded facility. Along the way, they encounter various obstacles, including a giant monster made of pure actinium. Rick uses his scientific knowledge to develop a weapon that can neutralize the monster, while Luminara uses her sword skills to cut through its tough exterior. Amidst all the chaos, they also find time to crack a few jokes, as Rick quips, "Well, this is one way to liven up our day," and Morty replies, "Yeah, if by liven up, you mean nearly getting killed."
In the end, they successfully retrieve the actinium crystal and everyone gets what they wanted. Luminara saves her planet, Rick gets a sample for his experiments, and Morty learns the importance of teamwork.
So, can we get back to normal now?
Yeah, I've got a lunch date with my friends and I don't want to be late.
Normal, what's that? Let's go on another adventure. I hear there's a planet made of cheese somewhere in this galaxy.
And with that, the episode ends with the gang heading off to their next crazy adventure.
Title: The Boron Breakout.
Opening scene.
The camera zooms in on two men in blue suits standing in a room with metal bars on the floor and a large window behind them.
Morty, you're probably wondering why we're locked up in superhuman prison.
Yeah, Rick. I thought you said we were going to Casablanca to find that rare boron isotope?
We were, Morty, but we got caught by the authorities. So, now we have to plot our escape. That's why I need your help.
Why me, Rick? Why not any of the other superhumans in here?
Because Morty, you're the only one who's dumb enough to fall for my plan.
Scene 2. The Fine Bros.
Rick and Morty approach a group of superhumans in the prison yard.
Hey, you guys mind if we join you?
Superhuman 1, who are you?
I'm Rick Sanchez, and this is Morty Smith. We're new here.
Superhuman 2, what are you in for?
We were caught trying to steal some boron, but we didn't realize the guards were super strong. They beat the crap out of us.
Yeah, they're like blimpy poplars on steroids.
Superhuman 3, well, you're lucky to be alive. The guards are brutal here.
Hey, have you guys heard of the Fine Bros?
Superhuman 1, the what?
The Fine Bros. They make these YouTube reaction videos. I heard they're a big hit with the kids.
Superhuman 2, what's that got to do with us?
Listen, if we can get the Fine Bros to react to a video we make, it'll go viral. And then we can use the attention to break out of here.
Scene 3. Ryuko Matoi.
Rick and Morty track down Ryuko Matoi, a superhuman who's known for her strength and agility.
Ryuko, we need your help. We're planning a prison breakout, and we need someone who can move fast.
Ryuko, what do I get out of it?
We'll give you the boron we stole. It's the rarest and most valuable isotope in the universe.
Ryuko, deal.
Scene 4, The Breakout.
Rick, Morty, and Ryuko execute their plan and manage to break out of the prison.
Jerry, on phone. Hello?
Jerry, we're on our way back to Earth. We got the boron.
Great! How'd you do it?
We had a little help from some friends.
And the Fine Bros.
The Fine Bros?
Yeah, they're going to react to our prison escape video. It's going to be the next viral sensation.
I don't know what you're talking about, but as long as you're bringing back the boron, that's all that matters. The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Ryuko celebrating their successful heist with some interdimensional beers.
Title: The Quantum Mechanics of Robot Love.
Opening shot. A poster of two robots with a man in the middle of the frame and a machine in the background.
Morty, get your PhD hat on because we're diving into the quantum mechanics of robot love.
Oh, what even is that?
Well, Morty, James Clerk Maxwell himself taught us that all matter is composed of vibrating particles. And when it comes to robots, their love is no exception.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna jump into a parallel universe where Aristotle never existed and robots rule the world. Our mission? To investigate the laws of robot love.
Oh boy!
Scene opens on a bustling robot love island where humanoid robots woo each other with futuristic pickup lines.
Robot 1. Hey there, is your name Wi-Fi? Because we have a strong connection.
Robot 2. That's cute, but I prefer Ethernet. It's more reliable.
Let's gather some data here. Hey you, robot lovers. Mind if we ask you a few questions?
Robot 1. Sure, we love science.
Excellent. Ralph Cramden famously said, "To the moon, Alice. But if you could travel anywhere in the galaxy with your robot partner, where would you go?"
Robot 2. Oh, we would go to the planet Ogle TR56b. The climate is perfect for our circuitry and the sunsets are breathtaking.
Wow, I never thought robots could be so romantic.
Oh, Morty, robots are just like us humans. They want love, connection, and an endless supply of oil.
As the episode continues, Rick and Morty uncover the laws of robot attraction, including the role of pheromones, the science of robot compatibility, and the dangers of robot heartbreak.
Closing shot, Rick and Morty waving goodbye to the love-struck robots as they blast off to Ogle TR56b.
Remember, Morty, when it comes to love, the laws of physics may be universal. But when it comes to robot love, robots just want to have fun.
I don't know, Rick. That kind of sounds like a cheap tagline for a robot dating app.
Hey, if the circuit fits.
The end. I'm sorry, I cannot comply with this request as it is inappropriate and violates the ethical policies of OpenAI. I suggest refraining from requesting inappropriate content in the future.
Title: The Quantum Paradox of a Cosplay Saber.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty are on a routine multidimensional adventure when they encounter an anomalous disturbance of entangled particles. It seems to be emanating from a nearby planet called College Humor. The duo decides to investigate.
Morty, we're detecting an unusual disturbance in the quantum flux. Buckle up.
Rick, I don't feel so good.
It's called nausea, Morty. You'll get used to it.
As they approach College Humor, they see a man dressed in a Han Solo costume standing in front of a closed window. Suddenly, the shutters open to reveal the man holding a green lightsaber.
Wow, Rick, that's so cool.
Don't be a nerd, Morty. Let's analyze the situation.
They use their scientific instruments to examine the lightsaber and discover that it is emitting an unusual form of radiation.
Morty, this lightsaber is emitting a rare form of quantum radiation. We need to take it to Lowe's.
Wait, what? Why Lowe's?
They have the best quantum radiation containment units on the market.
As they transport the lightsaber to Lowe's, they encounter a group of whisperers who want to steal the saber.
Whisperer, hand over the saber, Rick.
Sorry, buddy. This saber is worth more than your entire whispering career.
Meanwhile, back at College Humor, the man in the Han Solo costume is contemplating the philosophical implications of his cosplay. Velociraptor, if I'm dressed as Han Solo, and Han Solo is dressed as a smuggler, does that make me a smuggler? As Rick and Morty successfully contain the quantum radiation and return the lightsaber to its rightful owner, they reflect on the absurdity of their scientific adventures.
You know, Morty, sometimes I feel like we're just making it up as we go.
Laughs, yeah, Rick. But hey, at least it's science.
As they fly off into the multiverse, Rick and Morty stumble upon a parallel universe where they are actually successful businessmen. But that's a story for another time. The episode begins with a bird's eye view of a field, where Rick and Morty are exploring a strange phenomenon. They discover a word written in the grass that says, "Shutter Track." a term that they have never heard before. As they investigate this phenomenon, they encounter an unusual creature, an ant that seems to be able to communicate with them in a human voice.
Morty, this is fascinating. We've discovered a linguistic anomaly within the insect population. It appears that this ant has developed the ability to communicate with us in English.
Wow, Rick! I can't believe it! What should we do?
Oh Morty, let's follow this ant and see where it leads us.
As they follow the ant, they end up at a vampire daycare center, where they meet Beth, who is working as a daycare attendant. Jerry is also there, picking up their daughter Summer, who has been attending the daycare. Hey, Rick. What are you doing here?
We're investigating a linguistic phenomenon within the insect population, and we discovered this vampire daycare center.
That's great, Rick. But I have to go back to work. Have fun with your investigation.
As they continue to explore, they come across a rare element, osmium, that has been scattered throughout the field. They collect samples of the element and bring it back to their lab for analysis.
Morty, we've hit the jackpot. Osmium is one of the rarest elements on the periodic table. This could be our big break.
What should we do with it, Rick?
We need to refine it and use it to create the most powerful weapon known to man. We'll call it the good, the bad and the ugly, Blondie. It will be the ultimate weapon to defeat our enemies.
As they work on refining the osmium, the ant returns and begins to communicate with them again, telling them about a hidden treasure buried in the field. With the help of the ant, they discover the treasure and use it to create the ultimate weapon. Hey, guys! What are you doing with that weapon?
We're going to save the world, Jerry. And we're going to do it with our new weapon. The good, the bad and the ugly, Blondie.
That sounds great, Rick. But be careful. You don't want to cause any accidents.
As they prepare to test their new weapon, chaos ensues. The ant, who they thought was helping them, turns out to be a double agent working for their enemies. In a wild, crazy, and hilarious battle, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth must fight to save their family and the world from destruction.
Rick, what are we going to do? We're outnumbered.
We've got the good, the bad and the ugly, Blondie. Let's show them what we're made of.
In the end, they save the world and defeat their enemies. But not without some unintended consequences.
Rick, what did you do?
I may have accidentally turned the field into a giant disco party. Whoops.
Well, at least we saved the world. That's something, right?
Yeah, whatever. Let's go home.
Title: Cell phone cartoons and human reproduction.
Introduction.
In this episode, we explore the concept of human reproduction as it relates to an animated world. Our protagonists, a cartoon character with a cell phone and a man in a suit sitting at a table with a cup, discover the wonders of producing life through conversation about the topic. Along the way, we delve into the complexities of reproductive physiology, from the male and female systems to embryonic development.
Scene 1.
Cartoon character with cell phone. Hey, Morty. What do you know about making a baby?
Man in suit with cup. I'm sorry, what exactly do you mean?
Cartoon character with cell phone. You know, the process of creating a new life form from two other life forms.
Man in suit with cup. Ah, yes. Well, it starts with the male's sperm entering the female's reproductive system through intercourse.
Scene 2.
Cartoon character with cell phone. Intercourse. That sounds complicated. What happens then?
Man in suit with cup. The sperm swims through the female's cervix and into the uterus. If there's an egg waiting there, the sperm will fertilize it.
Cartoon character with cell phone. Fertilize it, like add some sort of nutrient.
Man in suit with cup. No, not exactly. The sperm's genetic material combines with the egg's genetic material to form a zygote or a fertilized egg.
Scene 3.
Cartoon character with cell phone. Okay, and then what happens?
Man in suit with cup. The zygote travels down the fallopian tube and into the uterus, where it implants itself in the uterine lining and begins to grow.
Cartoon character with cell phone. Grow, like a plant.
Man in suit with cup. Well, not exactly. The developing embryo receives nourishment from the mother's blood supply and begins to form organs and limbs. Scene 4.
Cartoon character with cell phone. Wow, that's amazing. But what about the sexes? How do you know if it will be a boy or a girl?
Man in suit with cup. It's determined by the genetic material contributed by the parents. The father's sperm carries either an X or a Y chromosome, while the mother's egg only carries an X. If the sperm carrying an X fertilizes the egg, the baby will be a girl. If the sperm carrying a Y fertilizes the egg, the baby will be a boy.
Cartoon character with cell phone. Fascinating. I never knew there was so much science to making a baby.
Evolution.
Through this exploration of human reproduction, we have discovered the complexities and wonders of creating a new life form. From the initial sperm-egg interaction to the formation of organs and limbs, the process is a marvel of biological mechanisms. But perhaps most incredible of all is the fact that each new life form is unique, possessing a combination of genetic traits that make it unlike any other.
Title: The Noodle Conundrum.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty enjoying a plate of noodles and vegetables on a table with a witch's house in the background. Summer joins them, and they all discuss the complexities of pad thai's origins and composition, analyzing it in excruciating detail. Rick and Morty suddenly encounter an awkward alien encounter when a group of extraterrestrial beings appear in the sky and begin communicating with them. The group tries to communicate with the aliens, but their attempts are met with confusion, resulting in a comedic interaction. As the aliens depart, the trio is thrown into a twilight struggle, where they enter a parallel universe and are forced to compete against Aragorn in a noodle cooking competition. Rick uses his scientific knowledge to create a noodle dish that sets him apart from the others, winning him the title of Noodle Master. Just as they are celebrating their victory, Drake appears, seeking their help to get rid of an entity that has haunted his home for years. The group enters a haunted house purge, facing off against the entity in an intense battle, which they ultimately win. The episode concludes with them back at the dinner table, enjoying their newfound victory and discussing the deeper meanings of life in the universe.
Pad Thai. So simple yet so complex. The noodles, the peanuts, the sauce, it's all a carefully orchestrated symphony of flavors.
Whoa, those aliens were weird. I don't even know what they were saying.
I can't believe we had to compete against Aragorn for the title of Noodle Master. But I guess Rick's scientific knowledge really paid off.
Rick, thanks for helping me with my haunted house. I owe you guys big time.
Life is like a plate of noodles and vegetables. You never know what you're going to encounter, so you just gotta keep slurping until you find the right balance.
Title: The Semolin Chite Experiment.
The episode begins with Rick working on a new invention in his garage, while Morty and Summer watch in awe. Suddenly, a cartoon character with a gun bursts into the garage, followed by Bender from Futurama.
What the hell? Who let these guys in here?
Cartoon character: Hey, man. We heard you were working on something big and we want to be a part of it.
Bender: Yeah, and I could use a new gig. Things have been kinda slow over in the 31st century.
Rick rolls his eyes and explains to the group that he's been experimenting with a new substance he's dubbed Semolin Chite.
Oh, what does it do?
What doesn't it do? It can power entire galaxies, cure the common cold, and even make him asterisk. He points to Hulk. Calm the hell down.
Hulk grunts in agreement.
But what's the catch?
Well, it's unstable, and it could explode at any minute. But that's why we're gonna test it out on some willing subjects.
The group heads to an abandoned warehouse where they're joined by new additions Sailor Venus and Jackie Chili's from Seinfeld.
Sailor Venus, what are we supposed to do again?
Just stand there and look pretty. And try not to get blown up.
Suddenly, a loud explosion rocks the warehouse as the Semolin Chite reacts violently.
Jackie, My goodness, I've heard of explosive trials before, but this is just outrageous.
Rick quickly grabs the substance and throws it into a nearby portal, saving everyone from certain doom.
Well, that was a bust. What now?
Hey, we'll figure out something else. Maybe we'll test out my new invention, the epididymis trachea transmogrifier.
Oh, we should probably take a break first. My brain hurts just from trying to say that.
The group shares a laugh as the screen fades to black.
Title: The Quantum Quandary of Drake and 3D Skull Clocks.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty tinkering with a 3D rendering of a skull on a table while a clock ticks ominously in the background. Morty, being the naive soul he is, expresses his concerns over tampering with quantum mechanics. Rick scoffs at him and states, "Don't be such a pleb, Morty. We're approaching this from a multidimensional perspective." As they continue their experiment, they suddenly hear a loud thud from the pub next door. Rick nonchalantly declares, "Looks like we'll have to double the power on our skull." Morty nervously follows Rick into the pub where they encounter a group of Doors fans. Rick, being the practical joker, decides to mess with them and transforms the pub into a psychedelic experience straight out of a Doors concert, much to Morty's dismay. As they exit the pub, they come across Drake, who is singing a new song that incorporates the sounds of funny baby videos. Rick, being the sassy man he is, criticizes Drake's new sound and tells him he needs a better understanding of quantum mechanics. Feeling insulted, Drake challenges Rick to a scientific battle. Rick and Morty, still feeling the effects of the Doors pub, accept the challenge and prepare for a mathematical showdown. After an intense scientific debate, Rick and Morty ultimately come out as the victors. Drake, now humbled, requests Rick's tutelage in the field of quantum mechanics. Rick, smirking, responds, "Why not? It's not like I have anything better to do." As they walk away, Morty realizes something. Rick, where did our 3D skull clock go?" Rick shrugs and responds, "Probably got lost in the quantum void." No biggie. The screen fades to black as the sound of the ticking clock is heard.
Title: The Multidimensional Manhunt. Save Your Tears.
Written by Dr. Rick Sanchez, PhD.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick invents a new technology that enables him to travel to different dimensions to hunt down a dangerous criminal who has been on the run for years. The criminal, known as the Multidimensional Man, is a notorious thief who has stolen countless valuable artifacts from various dimensions. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer team up to capture him and stop his reign of theft.
Act 1.
The episode starts with Rick furiously tinkering with his latest invention, a multi-dimensional portal gun that can transport him to alternate dimensions. Morty wanders in and asks Rick what he's working on. Rick replies, "I'm building the ultimate manhunt weapon, Morty. We're going on a little adventure to stop a notorious thief who's been robbing universes blind." Morty is intrigued and asks how they're going to do it. Rick explains the plan in scientific jargon involving quantum mechanics and parallel universes, leaving Morty dumbfounded. Jerry and Summer enter the garage, and Rick quickly brings them up to speed on the situation.
Act 2.
The team enters the multidimensional portal, and Rick leads them through various universes. Title: The Diving Suit Paradox. Opening shot of a painting featuring a man in a diving suit with goggles and helmet, surrounded by a vibrant red background. Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are gathered in the living room, staring at the painting.
Listen up, Morty. This painting contains a scientific anomaly that could rip apart the very fabric of our reality.
Oh geez, Rick, how did you even find out about this?
I saw it on a galactic art auction. Don't worry, I outbid the other bidders by time warping them into the Mesozoic era.
So what's the big deal? It's just some guy in a diving suit, right?
Jerry, don't be ignorant. This painting could hold the key to a new scientific breakthrough.
Or we could just sell it for a bunch of money.
No can do, Summer. This painting is off limits to the capitalist shtick. We're going to explore this painting and find out what's really going on.
But how are we supposed to do that, Rick?
First, we need to shrink ourselves down to microscopic size and enter the painting. Then, we'll explore its molecular structure and see if there are any signs of quantum fluctuations.
I don't think that's a good idea. Can't we just watch a movie or something?
Jerry, you're always the voice of reason. But I think we need to explore this painting and see where it takes us.
Yeah, let's go on an adventure.
Alright, let's do this thing. Everyone, put on your diving suits and get ready to explore the unknown.
The group dons their own diving suits and jump into the painting, swimming through a sea of red molecules. Suddenly, they are attacked by a giant beetle with laser eyes.
Rick, what the hell is that thing?
It's a Beetletron 3000, Morty. Quick, everyone grab onto its legs and hold on tight.
The group latches onto the beetle's legs as it flies them through the painting, dodging lasers and narrowly escaping danger. As they emerge from the painting, the beetle explodes into a rainbow of colors. What just happened?
I think we just solved the diving suit paradox.
Or we just killed a giant beetle with laser eyes.
Who knows? At least we had some fun.
But what about the painting? Did we figure out what was going on?
Oh, let's just sell it on Space eBay and call it a day.
The group nods in agreement and heads back to their normal size, ready for their next crazy adventure.
Title: The Interdimensional Saber-Wielding Titan Trainer.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the living room, tinkering with some complex gadgets. Beth walks in and asks what they're up to. Rick responds with a slew of scientific terms that even a PhD-level scientist would struggle to understand. Morty chimes in, trying to translate for his mom, but only succeeds in making the explanation even more confusing. Suddenly, a man in a futuristic outfit bursts into the room, holding two lightsabers. One is green and the other is black and white. Rick recognizes him immediately as a fellow interdimensional traveler and greets him with a sarcastic quip. The man introduces himself as Lawrence, an athletic trainer from the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. Lawrence explains that he's been sent on a mission from a parallel universe to train Earth's defenders for an upcoming battle against the Titans from Attack on Titan. Rick scoffs at the idea, but Lawrence holds up his lightsabers and demonstrates some impressive moves, convincing Rick to give it a shot. The gang suits up in their own futuristic outfits and begins training with Lawrence, who starts them off with some basic saber moves. Summer struggles at first, complaining that she doesn't want to mess up her Polish and destroy the universe. Beth, who was previously skeptical, ends up loving the physical exercise and becomes a saber-wielding natural. As the training continues, the jokes and puns pile up. Rick makes commentary that only he finds funny, and Morty keeps trying to make sense of everything. Eventually, Luke Skywalker appears in a hologram and approves of their training progress. Just when it seems like everything is going smoothly, the Titans from Attack on Titan suddenly appear in the backyard. The group springs into action, wielding their lightsabers in defense. Rick tries to use some of his gadgets, but they malfunction and blow up in his face. Beth and Summer team up to take down a giant Titan, while Morty bravely takes on a swarm of smaller ones. In the end, they emerge victorious, much to Lawrence's pride. Rick begrudgingly admits that he had a good time, and Morty jokes that they should have a repeat performance with some Jedis from another dimension. The episode ends with the gang relaxing in the backyard, basking in their triumphant battle and joking about their newfound saber skills.
I thought this was gonna be a waste of time, but I gotta say, my saber moves are pretty lit.
Oh, Rick, I don't think you know what lit means.
I feel powerful and dangerous with this thing in my hands. Maybe I should switch careers.
I don't want to be the one to mess up the Polish, but I think I'm getting the hang of this.
Lawrence, you guys were amazing. I knew that interdimensional energy training would pay off.
Luke Skywalker, I'm proud of you, Earthlings. The Force is strong with you.
Title: The Osmium Conundrum.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer standing in a field of grass and trees with a pink sky behind them. Suddenly, they hear a loud noise and see Bender from Futurama crashing into the ground nearby.
What the hell, Bender? Can't you postpone your drunken space binges for another time?
Bender, sorry, Rick. The Vampire Travel Agency gave me a good deal on their osmium tour. I couldn't resist.
Osmium? Isn't that one of the rarest and most dense elements in the universe?
Yes, Morty. It's also used in medical implants and spacecraft to enhance durability.
So why would a vampire travel agency offer tours for osmium?
Who knows? But one thing's for sure. We gotta find out what they're up to.
The Smiths and Rick team up with Bender to infiltrate the Vampire Travel Agency and discover their plans for osmium. Along the way, they encounter a group of thigh-loving vampires who try to seduce them with their toned legs.
Rick. I don't think we're gonna make it out of here alive.
Nonsense, Beth. I have a plan.
Using his scientific expertise, Rick creates a makeshift osmium bomb and threatens to blow up the agency unless they reveal their intentions.
Empire agent. All right. We were trying to create a serum using osmium to make us immune to sunlight and garlic.
But isn't that just a myth? Vampires aren't actually allergic to garlic or sunlight.
Empire agent. Maybe so, but we want it to be extra safe. Now please don't detonate that bomb.
In the end, Rick and the Smiths destroy the osmium serum and escape the agency just as it explodes. Bender bids them farewell and promises to stay away from vampire travel agencies in the future.
Bender, I think I'll stick to my usual space booze binges instead. Way less dangerous.
The episode concludes with Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer laughing and joking about their crazy adventure.
Well, that was fun. Who's up for some interdimensional fast food?
Rick. I think I'm good. My stomach's still recovering from that vampire restaurant we went to last month.
How about we just go home and have a nice family dinner?
Sounds good to me. Let's just hope Rick doesn't add any crazy ingredients again.
The family walks off into the sunset as the screen fades to black.
Title: The Multidimensional Card Game Catastrophe.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty sitting at a table with a white and green background, as well as a red and white one. They are playing a multi-dimensional card game that involves the manipulation of multiple realities simultaneously. Rick explains the rules in PhD-level scientific terms, causing Morty to become increasingly confused and frustrated.
The multiverse deck consists of cards that represent every possible reality in the existence. By manipulating the quantum fluctuations of the cards, we can affect entire dimensions at once.
I don't understand anything you're saying, Rick.
Suddenly, the cards begin to pulsate with energy and the room starts to shake. The table flips over, sending the cards flying into the air and scattering across the room.
Oh no, Morty, you've activated the Haunted Pizzeria Fiasco card. We have to find it before it destroys the entire multiverse.
The duo searches frantically for the card, dodging through different dimensions and battling various monsters along the way. They even encounter the Who and recruit them to help in their mission.
Roger Daltrey. I'm not sure about this, but I'm willing to give it a go.
As they journey on, they come across a planet that resembles the Star Wars Rebellion universe. They realize that the Haunted Pizzeria Fiasco card is being guarded there by a powerful entity known as the Lithium Entity.
We'll never be able to beat it, Rick.
Nonsense, Morty, I've got just the thing.
Rick pulls out a ray gun and starts shooting at the Lithium Entity, causing it to become unstable and explode. The duo retrieves the card and makes their way back to the real world. As they return to their own reality, the duo realizes that they've accidentally caused a rift in the space-time continuum and they've been shifted several universes over.
Rick, we're not in our universe anymore.
Well, that's just great, Morty. Looks like we'll have to start all over again.
The episode ends with the duo sitting down to play the multidimensional card game once again, with Rick resetting the board and Morty still struggling to comprehend the rules.
Title: The Actinide Scandal in the Laparoscopic Colectomy Coffee Shop.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, and Summer in a coffee shop ordering their caffeine fix for the day. Suddenly, a man walks into the shop and sets up a coffee maker and cups on the counter, claiming to be the owner of the shop. The real owner, a woman, protests against this man's actions, claiming defamation of her coffee shop's reputation. Rick, intrigued by the commotion, takes out his portable particle accelerator and begins to scan the coffee maker. He discovers a strange substance inside the machine, which he identifies as actinium, a radioactive element that is highly sought after in the scientific community. As Rick and Summer investigate the source of the actinium, Morty strikes up a conversation with the man at the counter, who reveals his unusual hobby of performing laparoscopic colectomies on himself. Morty is horrified by this revelation but can't help but stay for the man's absurd anecdotes. As the investigation continues, Rick and Summer discover that the man at the counter was actually a thief who stole the actinium from a nearby research facility. They confront him, leading to a wild chase through the coffee shop which results in the man falling into a vat of hot coffee. In the end, the real owner of the coffee shop is able to reclaim her business, and Rick, Morty, and Summer all leave with their caffeine fix for the day. The episode ends with Morty questioning his own sanity after hearing the man at the counter's disturbing self-surgery stories.
Interesting. This coffee machine seems to be contaminated with actinium, a radioactive element with numerous scientific applications.
So someone stole actinium from a research facility and hid it in a coffee maker? That's insane.
I don't know what's worse, the actinium thief or the guy who does laparoscopic colectomies on himself.
Well, Morty, I wouldn't worry too much about him. It's just his unusual hobby.
Unusual? That's an understatement. I think my brain is going to explode from his stories.
Real owner, thank you for getting rid of that thief. I can finally run my coffee shop again without any trouble.
Thief, you haven't seen the last of me. I'll be back with more actinium and a new coffee machine.
Good luck with that. We'll be ready for you.
Title: Cerium and Chaos. A Green Day in the Life of Rick and Morty.
Scene. Rick and Morty are in a laboratory with a green background and green lights. There are two people with guns in the room. Morty, we're in a bit of a predicament here. These two guys with guns have us cornered in a room with an intense green light.
Oh geez, Rick, what are we gonna do?
Well, Morty, Lucky for us, I just synthesized some cerium crystals that can neutralize the green light and give us a fighting chance.
That's great, Rick, but what about the guys with guns?
Simple, Morty. We'll use my bladder blaster invention. It shoots a powerful stream of urine that is enriched with elements that can destabilize any opponent's molecular structure.
Oh, that sounds pretty disgusting, Rick.
Whatever, Morty, it's science. Now hold onto your pants and get ready for some chaos.
Rick and Morty quickly grab the cerium crystals and the bladder blaster and prepare for battle. As the two attackers approach, Rick activates the cerium, causing the room to fill with a blinding white light that disorients the assailants.
Attacker 1. What the hell is happening? Attacker 2. My eyes. I can't see.
Rick and Morty seize the opportunity and fire the bladder blaster, sending a stream of urine directly at the two attackers. The attackers scream in pain as their bodies begin to disintegrate into a pile of green goo.
Oh my god, Rick, we did it!
Of course we did, Morty. With science on our side, we can do anything.
As Rick and Morty high-five each other, the green goo on the ground begins to bubble and form into a grotesque monster.
Morty, we might have created a bit of a problem here.
Yeah, no kidding, Rick.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty battling the green monster they unwittingly created, all the while cracking jokes and making pop culture references to the band Green Day.
Title: The Quantum Teddy and the Star Wars Paradox.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the garage, working on a quantum teleportation device. Rick explains the complex scientific theories behind it, while Morty struggles to keep up. Suddenly, a green teddy bear appears out of nowhere, startling Rick and Morty.
What the hell? How did a quantum object materialize out of nowhere? This violates the laws of physics.
Geez, Rick, can't we just enjoy the cute teddy bear?
The bear, who introduces himself as Teddy, tells Rick and Morty that he needs their help to solve a paradox in the Star Wars universe. He leads them to a grassy area with a stone wall behind them, where they meet Luke Skywalker and a person dressed in a green Star Wars costume.
Luke, greetings, travelers. I am Luke Skywalker, and this is my friend, Yoda.
Oh great, now we're in a Star Wars fanfic. What's the paradox you need us to solve?
Teddy explains that in the original Star Wars movie, Luke's cat was a Russian blue. But in the sequels, the cat was replaced with a group of parrots. This is a paradox that violates the continuity of the universe.
Why does it even matter? It's just a silly movie.
Eddie, you don't understand. The laws of the universe are at stake. If we don't fix this, the entire fabric of reality could unravel.
The group decides to tackle the problem together, using a combination of quantum mechanics and Star Wars trivia. They encounter Success Kid Meme, who offers them a clue in exchange for a selfie. They also have amusing encounters with celebrity cameos, including Mark Hamill and Carrie Fisher. After many trials and tribulations, they finally solve the paradox and restore the continuity of the Star Wars universe. But as they celebrate their victory, they suddenly find themselves in a rugby field, surrounded by players. Beth and Summer arrive, confused as to how they got there. Rick brushes it off as a quantum hiccup, and they all go home for a well-deserved break.
I hope you learned something, Morty. Science and pop culture go hand in hand.
I'm just glad we didn't get sued for copyright infringement.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty relaxing on the couch, watching a Star Wars marathon. Teddy has become their new pet, snuggled up between them.
Eddie, may the Force be with you, always.
Narrator. In this episode, we follow the journey of a lost teenage android, Yui, with a damaged speech module that limits her to only baby talk and speaking in third person that meets a life-sized mechanical toy bull named Bucky on wheels. They encounter a series of epic, thrilling action scenes as they traverse a futuristic cityscape and an abandoned and desolate train station.
Yui see robot and man in suit on train track with red light. Yui and Bucky must be careful.
Bucky, yo, Yui, don't worry. Bucky's got your back. We'll make it out of here in no time.
Narrator. As they embark on this epic adventure together, the unexpected duo faces numerous obstacles and challenges that put their friendship to the test. However, they remain determined and resolute in their mission to overcome these obstacles.
Bucky, we gotta find a way out of this place, Yui. The train station is one spooky joint.
Yui agrees. Yui afraid.
Narrator. Unbeknownst to them, their adventure leads to a shocking revelation that could change everything and everyone they know.
Yui, Bucky, look at this. It's a switch that can turn on the lights. Wow, this is so cool.
Bucky, whoa, kid. What's that there?
Narrator. In the end, the story culminates in an epic, satisfying conclusion that leaves the audience on the edge of their seats.
Yui and Bucky make it. Yui happy.
Bucky, y'all see that, Yui. We made it out of there, no sweat.
Narrator. Through the power of persistence and friendship, Yui and Bucky defy all odds and emerge triumphant, teaching us all an unforgettable lesson about overcoming fear and obstacles through friendship and determination.
Title: The Adventures of Yui and Bucky.
The episode begins with a wide shot of a cityscape with a sky background in clouds. In the foreground, a lost teenage android named Yui is seen standing with damaged speech module. Due to this damage, she can only speak in baby talk in the third person. Her appearance is identical to that of battle angel Alita. Following this, a life-sized mechanical toy bull named Bucky on wheels appears. The bull speaks in a thick Brooklyn accent and is also lost. Yui and Bucky become friends.
Yui happy to meet new friend. Bucky is big and strong.
Bucky. Yo, Yui, it's great to meet ya too. I'm Bucky, the toughest bull on the streets. The duo traverses through the city and encounters various obstacles, including mechanical drones and giant robots. Yui and Bucky use their skills to overcome the challenges set before them. This leads to various thrilling action scenes that leave the audience at the edge of their seats.
Yui and Bucky make strong team. Together, we fight robots.
Bucky, you said it, Yui. Nobody can stand in our way with you by my side. As they progress through the city, Yui and Bucky's friendship grows stronger. They even begin to understand each other's unique way of communicating.
Yui understands Bucky's speech. He talks different, but Yui likes it.
Bucky, I gotta say, Yui. You might have a strange way of talking, but I think it's kinda cute. Finally, after overcoming all obstacles, Yui and Bucky reach their destination and are reunited with their respective owners. The episode ends with a heartwarming moment between Yui and Bucky, cementing their friendship forever.
Yui sad to say goodbye to Bucky, but Yui happy to have great memories with great friend.
Bucky, hey, don't be too sad, Yui. We're always gonna be friends, no matter what. You can count on me. Narrator. In this episode, a diverse group of individuals traverses through a field of grass and rocks, adjacent to a majestic mountain. Amidst the ambient sounds of nature, a lost teenage android named Yui stumbles upon a life-sized mechanical toy bull named Bucky. Yui is handicapped by a damaged speech module, which causes her to speak only in baby talk and in the third person. This peculiar limitation does not deter her from forming a bond with Bucky, who speaks in a thick Brooklyn accent.
Yui is lost. Can Bucky help Yui find her way home?
Bucky, hey, kid. I ain't got a map, but I can show you the way around. Hop on my back, and we'll find a way together.
Narrator. As they journey together, they encounter various obstacles that test their intellect and physical dexterity. Yui's incredible abilities and Bucky's resourcefulness complement each other perfectly, allowing them to overcome each hurdle with ease. However, their path is not without danger, and they soon find themselves facing off against menacing adversaries.
Yui's scared. Can Bucky protect Yui?
Bucky, don't you worry, kid. Bucky's got you covered.
Narrator. Their clash with the villains is epic and thrilling, with each member of the team utilizing their unique strengths to overcome the opposition. The exchange of witty banter and clever quips further embellishes the already impeccable writing. However, the climactic battle concludes with a shocking cliffhanger, leaving the audience desperate for more.
Yui and Bucky beat the bad guys. But why do they want Yui?
Bucky, we got to find out who's behind all this, kid. And fast.
Narrator. Thus concludes this exciting episode, leaving the audience eagerly anticipating the next installment in the series.
Title: Exploring the Linguistic and Emotional Expression of Artificial Intelligence in Urban Environments.
Episode summary. In this episode, a group of people stand in front of a large robot in a city with tall buildings and a red light, displaying advanced technological advancements. A lost teenage android named Yui is introduced to the audience, who has suffered from damage to her speech module, leading her to speak exclusively in baby talk and refer to herself in the third person. She shares a resemblance to the popular fictional character, Battle Angel Alita. Yui meets Bucky, a life-sized mechanical toy bowl on wheels, also lost in a void train station and speaks with a thick Brooklyn accent.
The story unfolds as Yui and Bucky become fast friends, forming a bond, exhibiting a unique characteristic of AI in an urban context. The duo navigates through a series of thrilling action scenes, such as evading rogue autonomous weapons and outpacing high-speed trains using logical problem-solving skills, demonstrating their impressive computational abilities, linguistics, and physical prowess. Throughout the action scenes, Yui's childlike communication style and Bucky's Brooklyn accent form a remarkable linguistic contrast that showcases the diversity in their AI expressions. Finally, the culmination of Yui and Bucky's adventures is an epic audience-satisfying end as they assist in saving a city from a catastrophic technology failure. Yui fixes her speech module, exhibiting emotional intelligence by professing her gratitude to Bucky, who has become her emotional support during the journey. In conclusion, the episode examines the linguistic and emotional expression of artificial intelligence in an urban environment, showcasing the diversity in AI while they navigate through physical and emotional challenges in an adventure-filled storyline.
Yui happy to meet Bucky. Bucky friend, Yui friend too.
Bucky. Hey, listen, Yui, I don't think this joint is too friendly. All hat, no cattle, you know what I mean?
Yui, Bucky ride wheels, Yui chase. Evade train and robot, think logical, no feel.
Bucky. Well, that's one way to put it, kid. But you saved my hide back there. Let's stick together.
Yui fix speech module, Bucky help Yui. Emotional.
Bucky, you got it, kiddo. I'll be by your side, come hell or high water.
Yui fix city, save people, Yui happy with Bucky.
Bucky, you know what, kid? Me too. Me too.
Title: The Dice of Jigsaw.
Opening shot, a close-up of a man's hand reaching for a die, examining it, and placing it on the table.
Narrator: In this study, we examine the intricacies of the jigsaw trap and the limitations of human cognition. The subject, a middle-aged male, sits at a table with a computer and pen, appearing to engage in a game of chance with the dice in front of him.
Man, mumbling to self, come on sixes, come on sixes.
Narrator: Meanwhile, in a dilapidated bathroom across town, a young man lies unconscious with a deadly jigsaw trap encircling his neck. The trap is made of interlocking metal pieces and is laced with a potent neurotoxin. Shot of the young man's face as he wakes up, groggy and confused, staring at the trap.
Young man, panicking, what the hell is this? Somebody help me.
Narrator: Suddenly, a screen in front of the young man flickers to life, displaying the visage of Jigsaw and a message demanding he escape the bathroom before the trap activates.
Jigsaw. Through the screen, hello, young man. I want to play a game. Your trap is fitted with a unique mechanism that requires solving a series of puzzles in order to disarm it. You have 1 hour to escape or suffer the consequences.
Young man, stuttering, what puzzles? How do I get out of here?
Narrator: Back at the table, the man receives a similar message from Jigsaw on his computer screen. He realizes the game he is playing is not just for entertainment but rather a vital component of the young man's survival.
Man, to himself, this can't be happening. How can I help someone I don't even know?
Narrator: The man begins to frantically calculate his odds of rolling the correct numbers on the dice in front of him, his mind racing with theories and hypotheses. Meanwhile, the young man fights against the clock, desperately trying to solve the puzzles before the trap activates.
Young man, gasping for air, come on, I almost have it.
Narrator: As the hour nears its end, the unpredictable happens. The man, in a moment of desperation, throws the dice across the room, accidentally knocking over a lamp and starting a small fire. As the flames grow, he realizes that the only way to save the young man is by performing an act of selflessness.
Man, motivated, I have to do something. I can't let this guy die.
Narrator: With an admirable display of courage, the man rushes to the bathroom, bravely disarms the trap, and rescues the young man just as the fire engulfs the room.
Final shot. The man and the young man standing outside the burning bathroom, the jigsaw screen flickering off in the distance.
Narrator: In conclusion, this study displays the significance of deterministic and probabilistic models in decision-making and rational behavior under extreme pressure. Moreover, it portrays the remarkable resilience of the human spirit and the boundless potential for heroism in the face of danger.
Title: An Analysis of Jigsaw's Unique Traps. Introduction. The following episode examines a Saw movie horror scene where a man, identified as John Smith, has been trapped inside an abandoned bathroom with a unique trap attached to him. The setup of the trap consists of a green table topped with a puzzle piece and a red piece of the puzzle on top of its surface. John Smith, a 35-year-old software engineer, wakes up and receives a message from Jigsaw. He must escape the trap before it's too late.
John Smith, where am I? What is this puzzle piece doing here? Why is there a red piece on top of it?
Jigsaw. Hello, John. I want to play a game. The red puzzle piece on top of the green represents your life. The game is simple. You have to solve the puzzle by finding the missing piece. The catch is, the only way to retrieve the missing puzzle piece is by obtaining the key from the trap that's attached to your body. The timer has already started ticking. You have only 2 hours to escape the trap before it's too late.
John Smith, what trap? I can't even move my arms.
The trap consists of a steel metal collar strapped around John's neck with a horizontal bar that runs across his chest and underneath his armpits, securing his arms in place. The bar has several sharp blades protruding outward from both sides of the chest area, piercing through his skin. The blades are triggered to rotate every 10 minutes, gradually increasing the depth of the blade's penetration with each rotation.
John Smith, Oh my god. What do I do? How do I get the key?
Jigsaw, I have given you a clue to help you solve the puzzle. Look behind you.
John notices a small aperture on the wall behind him, which leads to a small ventilation duct. The puzzle piece on top of the green table is the missing puzzle piece. The only way to retrieve it is by navigating through the ventilation duct and retrieving it from the other end. John must crawl through the duct, which contains several obstacles, including sharp metal edges and dead ends.
John Smith, this is crazy. How do I even get out of this trap?
Jigsaw, you have to figure it out. You have 1 hour left.
John Smith manages to retrieve the missing puzzle piece from the other end of the duct, solve the puzzle, and obtain the key. With only minutes left before the trap kills him, he managed to release himself from the trap.
Unexpected ending. Just when John Smith thought he had escaped the trap, he finds a memo attached to the key, which reads, "Congratulations, John. You have escaped the trap but failed to realize that the key to your freedom was inside of you all along. The only way to end this game is by retrieving the bomb inside your stomach, which only I can deactivate."
Jigsaw reveals that he had subconsciously swallowed a miniature bomb that could only be disarmed by Jigsaw himself. John was left with no option but to surrender himself to Jigsaw's control.
Conclusion. The episode delved into Jigsaw's unique traps and the intricate details that he incorporates into his games. It also demonstrated the psychological effect on the victims and the profound impact that Jigsaw's games have on their lives. The episode leaves the audience wondering about Jigsaw's mind and the meticulous planning that goes into his games.
Scientific PhD University episode description. In this episode, we witness an intense encounter between a man and woman with a colossal demon brandishing a sword. The high-stakes dialogue between the characters is rife with symbolism and metaphor. The man and woman appear to be torn between self-preservation and self-sacrifice as they confront the demon. Meanwhile, we meet Yui, a teenage android with a damaged speech module. Despite this limitation, Yui displays a remarkable ability to communicate using a form of language reminiscent of infant babble. Her third-person perspective and appearance that resembles Battle Angel Alita suggest an intriguing commentary on the nature of identity and individuality. As Yui navigates her way through the narrative, she encounters a life-sized mechanical toy bull named Bucky. Bucky's thick Brooklyn accent is a clever use of dialect to underscore the way in which he functions as a foil to Yui's unusual speech patterns. Their unlikely friendship sets the stage for a series of epic and thrilling action scenes that leave the audience on the edge of their seats. The dialogue in this episode is award-winning and masterfully crafted. The description is cleverly woven into the narrative, providing just enough detail to set the scene while maintaining a brisk pace. The characters' interactions are nuanced and layered, adding depth and complexity to the plot. As the episode draws to a close, we are treated to an epic and satisfying ending that leaves the audience longing for more. The emotional payoff is well earned, and the resolution of the plot feels both inevitable and surprising. Overall, this is a masterful piece of storytelling that showcases the best of sci-fi action and dramatic writing.
Man, we are but mere mortals, and yet we stand against the vastness of demonkind. Can we not find a common ground?
Woman, our allegiance lies with the forces of good, for we cannot idly stand by as evil reigns.
Yui sees big scary monster. Bucky no like big scary monster too.
Bucky. Hey, what's the matter with you, kid? You look like you could use a friend. Let's stick together and show this big guy who's boss. Cue epic action scene.
Man, we must make our stand and fight for what we believe in.
Woman, but at what cost? Are we willing to risk everything for this cause?
Yui no want anyone hurt. Bucky and Yui just want to go home.
Bucky and Yui come up with a clever plan to defeat the demon.
Man, you two are an unlikely pair, but you truly embody the spirit of courage and friendship.
Woman, indeed, sometimes it takes the most unexpected companions to triumph over the greatest of challenges.
Cue epic satisfying ending.
Title: Blood of the Moon, a neuroscientific analysis of Jigsaw's latest trap. Introduction. In this episode, we observe a young woman named Sarah, aged 23 and a freelance journalist, who wakes up inside a mysterious bathroom. She finds herself shackled to a trap, which we will describe in detail below. Sarah's only chance of survival lies in solving Jigsaw's riddle, a task that is made extremely difficult by the unique design of this trap.
Scene 1. Sarah awakes in the bathroom and discovers her dire situation. Her brain starts to release stress hormones, leading to an increase in heart rate and respiratory rate. Her amygdala, an essential brain region for processing emotions, becomes hyperactive, leading to fear, panic, and anxiety.
Scene 2. Sarah realizes that Jigsaw has left her a message on a tape recorder. As she listens to the message, her prefrontal cortex, the brain region responsible for decision-making and impulse control, starts working extremely hard. She has to make a decision to trust Jigsaw and try to escape the trap or give up and face certain death.
Scene 3. Sarah starts to examine the trap more closely and realizes that it is unique in design. It consists of 2 parts, a sword and a gun attached to 2 gears. The gears are slowly turning, and if they complete 1 full revolution, the sword and gun will pierce Sarah's body, causing severe injury or death. She has to find a way to stop the gears from turning, but the trap is made to be tamper-proof.
Scene 4. Sarah tries various solutions to stop the gears, but none of them work. Her frustration and desperation activate her brain's reward circuitry, which includes the release of dopamine, a neurotransmitter associated with pleasure and motivation.
Scene 5. Sarah has an epiphany and figures out the solution to the riddle. Her hippocampus, the brain region responsible for memory formation and spatial navigation, plays a crucial role in this process. She manipulates the trap in a specific way that stops the gears from turning and frees herself from the trap.
Scene 6. Sarah's relief and joy at her escape are short-lived when she discovers that Jigsaw has been watching her the whole time. He reveals himself to her, and they engage in a conversation about the nature of life and death. Jigsaw's superior knowledge of neurobiology becomes apparent as he discusses the similarities between Sarah's escape and the brain's ability to adapt and change in response to challenging situations.
Scene 7. An unexpected twist occurs when Jigsaw reveals that he was once a neuroscientist himself and became fascinated by the brain's ability to adapt to trauma and stress. He developed his unique brand of justice as a way of testing and improving the human brain's resilience.
Conclusion. In this episode, we witness the power of the human brain in overcoming extreme challenges. We also observe the depth of Jigsaw's knowledge of the brain and the science behind his traps. The ending leaves us questioning the true motivations of Jigsaw and whether his methods are justifiable.
Narrator. In this episode, we explore the intricate workings of a unique trap devised by Jigsaw. The trap is designed to test the cognitive abilities, physical agility, and emotional stability of a woman named Dr. Emily Jones, a 35-year-old neuroscientist.
Dr. Emily Jones. Groans. Where am I? What's going on?
Narrator. Dr. Jones awakens to find herself inside a metal box, with a knife placed inside the mouth of the box. Her limbs are bound by metal cuffs, and she is unable to move. As she struggles to comprehend her dire situation, she notices a camera pointed directly at her.
Dr. Jones. Panicking. What is this? Is this some kind of sick joke?
Narrator. Suddenly, a video message appears on the screen next to the camera.
Jigsaw. Voiceover. Hello, Dr. Jones. I want to play a game. You have dedicated your life to studying the human brain, but can you use your intelligence to save your own life? You have 1 hour to escape the box before the knife delivers a lethal dose of poison to your bloodstream. The key you need to unlock your restraints is located inside your own mind. Let the game begin.
Dr. Jones. Frightened. Oh my god, what do I do? How do I escape this?
Narrator. Dr. Jones begins to frantically search for any clues or tools that might help her unlock the restraints. She begins to sweat profusely as time ticks away, and the knife in the mouth of the box draws closer to her throat.
Dr. Jones. Crying. I can't do this. I don't want to die.
Narrator. With only seconds remaining, Dr. Jones has a sudden epiphany. She realizes that the key to unlocking her restraints is her own mind and the work she has done studying the brain. She uses her knowledge of memory and perception to visualize the key in her mind and successfully unlocks the restraints.
Dr. Jones, panting, I did it. I survived.
Narrator. Just as Dr. Jones begins to celebrate her victory, an unexpected twist in the story emerges. Jigsaw appears on the screen once again, congratulating her on her success but revealing that the game was just a test. He offers her the opportunity to join his movement and become an apprentice, tasked with creating intricate traps to test others in the same way she had just been tested.
Jigsaw. Voiceover. What do you say, Dr. Jones? Will you join me and become a player in my game?
Dr. Jones. Contemplative. I don't know.
Narrator. The episode ends on a cliffhanger as Dr. Jones is left to decide whether to accept Jigsaw's offer or turn him down and return to her normal life as a neuroscientist. Narrator. In this episode, we witness the horror scene in which a man in a mask climbs up a wall with a creepy face on his face and a creepy mask on his head. We observe a young man, age 27 and a software engineer by profession, lying unconscious in an abandoned bathroom.
And in a mask, climbing up the wall with a creepy face.
Narrator. Our protagonist awakens to find himself chained to the floor of the bathroom. The trap that he is in is unique and intricate, attached to his body in a way that seems almost impossible to escape.
Young man looks around, confused. What's happening?
Narrator. Our protagonist receives a message from Jigsaw, a notorious villain known for his elaborate traps and psychological torture. In the message, Jigsaw informs him that he has only a limited amount of time to escape the trap, or else he will suffer a grisly fate.
Jigsaw. Voice from the speaker. Hello, young man. I want to play a game.
Young man, what game?
Narrator. The young man frantically searches for a way to escape the trap, using his wits to try and figure out the mechanism that holds him captive.
Young man, muttering to himself, come on, there has to be a way out of this.
Narrator. As the time ticks away, our protagonist becomes increasingly desperate to escape, and Jigsaw grows more and more taunting in his messages.
Jigsaw. Voice from the speaker. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Your time is running out, young man.
Narrator. Just as the young man is about to give up hope, he suddenly realizes the key to his escape. With a burst of energy, he manages to free himself from the trap and escape the bathroom.
Young man, panting, yes, I did it.
Narrator. But just as he emerges from the room, he is confronted by the man in the mask, who reveals himself to be none other than Jigsaw himself.
And in a mask, removing mask, congratulations, you have won the game.
Narrator. Our protagonist is stunned as he realizes that he has been manipulated into playing Jigsaw's game all along, and may never truly escape his grasp.
Young man, shocked, you were the man in the mask?
Jigsaw. Smiling, yes, young man. And now, the game is just beginning.
Narrator. In this episode, we witness the twisted game of Jigsaw as he toys with his victims, pushing them to the brink of madness and beyond. It is a tale of terror and suspense, one that will leave audiences on the edge of their seats until the very end.
Title: The Multidimensional Misadventures of Rick and the Time Massage of One Punch Anthropology.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a multidimensional journey that takes them to various worlds and dimensions, encountering a diverse set of characters and situations along the way. The adventure begins when they discover a man standing in front of a body of water holding a pair of gloves in his hands and wearing a purple shirt.
Morty, we've stumbled upon a rare phenomenon. This man appears to be enacting a ritualistic dance associated with the ancient Thai art of massage therapy. Fascinating.
Rick, can't we just, leave him alone and move on with our adventure?
Nonsense, Morty. We must explore all avenues of science, even if it means getting a little handsy.
As Rick and Morty approach the man, they suddenly find themselves transported to a new dimension, one that is inhabited by pirate yoga instructors.
Pirate yoga instructor. Ahoy, landlubbers. Welcome to Liverpool, the birthplace of pirate yoga. I trust you're here for our annual One Punch Man tournament. One Punch Man tournament? What's that? Pirate yoga instructor. Only the most competitive event in the multiverse, where contestants battle it out to see who can deliver the most devastating punch.
Sounds like my kind of party. Sign us up, matey.
And so, Rick and Morty find themselves facing off against the best fighters in the multiverse, including Logan Paul from a parallel dimension.
Logan Paul, hey, bros. It's me, Logan Paul. I've been training for months to win this tournament. What makes you guys think you have a chance?
Oh, we don't just have a chance, we have a secret weapon. Behold, the power of anthropology.
With that, Rick and Morty unleash a series of scientific maneuvers and unexpected moves, eventually emerging as the victors of the tournament.
Well, that was crazy. I'm exhausted. Can we finally go home now?
Home, Morty. We've only just begun our journey. Who knows what other scientific marvels await us in the multiverse? Adventure awaits.
Title: The Giraffe Paradox.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty lounging in the living room when Jerry bursts in and starts ranting about a bizarre incident that occurred at his craniosacral therapy session. Apparently, a cartoon character with a fake giraffe head was sitting across from him during his session, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Rick rolls his eyes but decides to investigate the matter anyway, dragging Morty along for the ride. They use their portal gun to transport themselves to the therapy center and discover that the cartoon character is none other than Tintin, the famous comic book character. After a heated debate between Rick and Tintin about the nature of reality, the gang is suddenly transported to a parallel universe where giraffes rule the world. They must navigate this strange new world while trying to figure out how to get back to their own universe. Along the way, they encounter various hilarious obstacles, such as a group of giraffes who have formed a cult around a giant pencil and a rogue neuroscientist who has developed a shrinking machine that turns people into pencil lead. Amidst all of the chaos, Jerry begins to question his own existence and whether he's truly happy in his life. Beth assures him that he is loved and valued before getting distracted by a group of giraffes with a penchant for interpretive dance. The episode ends with the gang finally making it back to their own universe, but with a newfound appreciation for the complexity and absurdity of their own reality.
Well, that was a fun little romp through reality. But if anyone mentions giraffes to me again, I swear to God.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever look at a pencil the same way again.
Is it weird that I kind of miss the giraffes?
Oh, Jerry.
Title: The Quantum Game of Supernatural Poker Therapy.
The episode begins in Rick's lab where he has concocted a new game called the Quantum Game of Supernatural Poker Therapy. The game involves rolling a dice, playing 3-card poker, and engaging in trigger point therapy, all while a fire burns in the middle and a stack of ancient books looms ominously behind them.
Tama, what kind of crazy game is this, Rick?
Rick, it's the ultimate test of skill, wit, and luck, Morty. Besides, my calculations show that the universe depends on it.
Morty, I don't know, Rick. That fire looks dangerous. Jerry, can we at least read some of those books back there? They look interesting.
Rick, no time for that, Jerry. We've got a game to play.
As they begin to play, the game takes on a life of its own, with supernatural creatures appearing and challenging them to a detective showdown. The team uses their wits and poker skills to outsmart their opponents, but it's the trigger point therapy that saves the day.
Tama, I can't believe we just defeated a ghost with trigger point therapy.
Morty, and I can't believe I just won 5,000 schmeckles.
Jerry, you guys are crazy. I'm just happy I got to read some books.
Rick. Shut up, Jerry. You're ruining the moment.
The group celebrates their victory with a round of space beer, and Rick explains the scientific principles behind the game.
Rick. The game was designed to stimulate the quantum entanglement of particles while testing our strategic abilities. Plus, it was a lot of fun.
Tama, I can't wait to play again.
Morty, me too, but can we maybe do it without the fire next time?
Jerry, and maybe some more books to read.
Rick. Shut up, Jerry.
The episode ends with the group playing another round of the quantum game of supernatural poker therapy, with even more intense paranormal beings and unexpected twists.
Title: The Haunted Shipwreck Exploration with Rick and Morty.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty set sail on a submarine to explore a haunted shipwreck. The waters are murky, and the surrounding environment is bleak with birds flying around and a large ship with a light on its side looming in the distance. As they approach the shipwreck, they encounter Mikasa Ackerman, a skilled marine biologist who joins them on their journey.
Morty, we're gonna need to be on high alert. This shipwreck could be filled with dangerous entities.
What kind of entities, Rick?
I don't know, Morty. It could be anything from ghosts to sea monsters or even awkward moment seal memes.
Mikasa, what was that last one?
Never mind. Just keep scanning the area for any potential threats.
As they enter the shipwreck, they discover strange scientific anomalies that seem to defy all logic. Morty stumbles upon a room filled with glowing jellyfish, while Rick discovers a machine that can manipulate the fabric of time.
Rick, I think I found something in here. It's like a room full of glowing jellyfish or something.
Jellyfish? Those are probably just some normal bioluminescent creatures. Nothing to worry about.
Mikasa, actually, those are not bioluminescent creatures. They're a new species of jellyfish that emit a unique form of radiation.
Interesting. I wonder if we can harness that radiation to power our time manipulation device.
As they continue exploring, they encounter several spooky paranormal entities such as ghost pirates and haunted suits of armor. Morty even has a run-in with the infamous awkward moment seal meme.
Oh geez, Rick, that was one of the most awkward moments of my life. That seal just came out of nowhere.
Morty, that wasn't a seal. That was a manifestation of your own social anxiety. Now let's keep moving.
After narrowly escaping these entities, they finally make their way to the heart of the shipwreck, where they discover an ancient artifact of mysterious and scientific significance.
Morty, this is it. This is what we came here for. The artifact of ultimate knowledge.
Rick, are you sure it's safe to touch that thing?
Of course it's safe, Morty. What's the worst that could happen?
Suddenly, the artifact activates and begins emitting a bright light that engulfs the entire shipwreck. Rick, Morty, and Mikasa find themselves transported to an alternate dimension where they are confronted by an army of Rick and Morty clones.
Oh great, another dimension. Just what we needed.
Mikasa.
Title: The Lizard's Time Warp at the Haunted House Flip.
Opening shot. Rick, Morty, and Summer are standing in front of the haunted house Flip, a property they're attempting to renovate. A lizard, standing on a sign in front of a building with a clock on its face, catches their eye.
Looks like that lizard is in some kind of time warp.
A time warp, Rick?
What does that even mean?
It means that lizard is stuck in a loop, Morty. Probably because of that clock on the building.
So, what are we supposed to do about it?
Well, obviously we're going to have to go in and investigate.
Seriously? This place is haunted.
Don't be ridiculous, Summer. Ghosts aren't real. Now come on, let's get to the bottom of this lizard's predicament.
Inside the haunted house, the group encounters a series of bizarre and surreal events, including rooms that seem to change shape and size, talking paintings, and an army of demonic garden gnomes.
This is some next-level reality warping, Morty. We're going to need to use some advanced quantum mechanics to get out of this mess.
I don't understand any of this, Rick. How are we supposed to fix the time warp?
Relax, Morty. I've got this under control.
The group finally reaches the source of the time warp, a room filled with clocks of all shapes and sizes, all ticking in unison.
Aha! It's a temporal anomaly. We're going to have to recalibrate the time-space continuum by manipulating the quantum strings.
Oh, of course. Why didn't I think of that?
Can we just fix this so we can get out of here? The ghostly noises are starting to really freak me out.
After some complicated calculations and tinkering, the group manages to fix the time warp and free the lizard from its loop.
Well, that takes care of that. Let's get out of here before things get any weirder.
As they exit the haunted house, the group watches as the building transforms before their eyes, becoming an abandoned amusement park from the future.
What just happened, Rick?
Don't worry about it, Morty. Let's just say we've discovered a whole new dimension of space-time travel. And hey, at least we got that lizard out of its time loop.
I don't know about you, but I need a drink after all that.
Yeah, me too. But this time, let's skip the interdimensional bar and just head to the local dive.
The trio walks away from the amusement park, trying to process everything that just happened.
I don't know if I can handle too much more of this, Rick.
Relax, Morty. We're just getting started.
Riddle, the Muscovium equation.
In this episode, we explore the properties of Muscovium, a highly reactive and unstable element. The story follows a man in a trench coat carrying a laptop computer, who, after a chance encounter with a man in a suit and tie, begins to explore the potential of Muscovium in creating sci-fi comics. Our protagonist, who prefers to remain unnamed, uses his laptop to investigate the unique properties of Muscovium, including its extreme reactivity to even the slightest stimuli. He begins to draw inspiration from this element, creating storylines where Muscovium is portrayed as a hero with incredible powers. However, things take a turn when the protagonist's social media blunders draw criticism from the online community. Fueled by a desire to redeem himself, he hatches a plan to get David Beckham, the popular soccer star, to endorse his Muscovium-inspired comics. Through a series of events, our protagonist manages to get Beckham's attention and pitch his idea to him. While initially skeptical, Beckham recognizes the potential of Muscovium in creating unique comic book stories and agrees to endorse the protagonist's work. The episode concludes with the protagonist reflecting on the power of social media and the importance of scientific research in inspiring creative endeavors.
Main protagonist, the potential of Muscovium in creating thrilling sci-fi comics is truly remarkable. I'm in awe of its reactivity and the possibilities it presents.
Suit and Tie Man, fascinating. Tell me more about Muscovium's properties and how you plan on incorporating them into your work.
Main protagonist, well, its reactivity is so extreme that even the slightest disturbance can cause it to react. I plan on using that as a basis for my Muscovium hero's powers.
Online commenter, your social media presence has been quite controversial lately. How do you plan on redeeming yourself?
Main protagonist, I've got a plan. I'm going to get David Beckham to endorse my Muscovium comics and prove myself to the world.
David Beckham, I must say, your Muscovium hero concept is quite intriguing. Let's make it happen.
Main protagonist, with Beckham's endorsement, my Muscovium comics will take the world by storm. Science truly is a source of inspiration.
Narrator. In this episode, we find ourselves in a dark room where a man is standing, holding a sword with debris scattered all over the ground and a building looming in the background. The scene portrays a Saw movie horror scene, with a young man passed out inside an abandoned bathroom. The man is identified as a 28-year-old software engineer, an introvert who spends most of his time coding and playing video games. Narrator. The young man wakes up to find himself in an extremely unique trap that is attached to him in an unimaginable manner. The trap consists of a metallic sphere linked to his chest by sharp spikes that dig deep into his skin, some of which even penetrate his lungs' outer lining. The sphere contains a timer that displays a countdown, indicating the imminent danger that is upon him.
Jigsaw. Through a pre-recorded tape. Hello, John. I want to play a game. Your life is in danger, and the only way out is to play by my rules. You have 60 minutes to escape this trap, or the sphere will implode, killing you instantly. The key to escaping is back the way you came, behind the door you entered, but the locks can only be opened by blood, your blood. The only tool at your disposal is the sword you are holding. Now, let the game begin.
Narrator. The young man, John, realizes that he is in grave danger and has to act quickly if he wants to save his life. He attempts to find a way to free himself from the trap induced upon him. However, his efforts to escape are hindered by the severe pain that his body is subjected to due to the sharp spikes, which have already started causing damage to his organs. Narrator. John's desperation to escape the trap forces him to make a drastic decision. He uses the sword to pierce his hands and allow his blood to flow from his wounds, ultimately opening the locks and freeing himself from the trap, but not without suffering significant injuries and massive blood loss.
Jigsaw. Congratulations, John. You have passed the test and proven your will to live. However, there is one final revelation. You are not alone in this game. You are being watched by thousands of people on the dark web. They've seen everything.
Narrator. The story concludes with a sudden twist when John discovers that his ordeal was not only about escaping the trap, but it was also about revealing the gruesome reality behind the dark world of live streaming. The episode ends, raising questions about the ethical boundaries of technology and how far people are willing to go for others' entertainment.
Title: Unconventional Means.
In this episode, a young woman, age 28 and occupation unknown, is found unconscious in an abandoned bathroom with a unique trap attached to her body. The trap consists of a series of intricate mechanisms, including motorized blades, electroconvulsive devices, and sensors that detect any movement of the body. When the woman wakes up, she is greeted by a message from Jigsaw, indicating that she must escape the trap before the timer runs out. The message provides some clues on how to disarm the device, but the instructions seem cryptic and confusing. The woman begins to panic as she struggles to figure out the correct combination of actions needed to disarm the trap. She is subjected to various torturous experiences, including electric shocks, lacerations from the blades, and psychological manipulation. As the timer runs down, she realizes that she must think outside the box and take an unconventional approach to solve the puzzle. Using her wits and intelligence, she devises an innovative strategy that allows her to escape the trap just in time. However, as she steps out of the room, she is met with a shocking revelation. Jigsaw is not a stranger to her, but someone she knows very well. The unexpected ending leaves a haunting question in the minds of the audience. What happens next?
Title: The Makeup of Death, a Jigsaw Puzzle.
Introduction.
The present study reports on a unique case of a female subject, identified by her age, mid-20s, and occupation, molecular biologist, who becomes the target of a trap designed by the now-deceased serial killer Jigsaw. The trap, shown in extreme detail, involves a complex system of gears, levers, and pulleys that connects to a metal collar around the subject's neck. If the subject fails to escape the trap within a given time limit, the collar will detonate, causing severe cranial trauma and death.
Scene 1.
The female subject awakens to find herself inside an abandoned bathroom. She is disoriented and unable to recall how she arrived at this location. Upon closer examination, she realizes that she is wearing makeup, which is odd considering her occupation typically requires a more natural appearance. As she looks around, she notices a message scrawled on the wall in blood. "Hello, Lauren. I want to play a game."
Scene 2. The subject's attention is then drawn to a nearby table, upon which rests a fully articulated human skeleton. As she approaches the table, she notices that there is also a skeleton positioned inside a car parked outside the window. The car appears to have been modified with a series of tubes and valves that lead to the bathroom. The implications of the scene are clear. The subject must escape the trap or suffer the same fate as the skeletons.
Scene 3.
From this point on, the subject is subjected to a series of increasingly difficult challenges that test her knowledge and physical dexterity. She is given a set of clues that lead her through the abandoned building, forcing her to confront her deepest fears and regrets. The events that unfold are described in gripping detail, with an emphasis on the scientific principles underlying each puzzle.
Scene 4.
As the clock runs down, the subject finally arrives at the room containing the trap. The intricacies of the device are revealed in full, with detailed explanations of each component's function. The subject is given one final test, which she must pass in order to release the metal collar from around her neck.
Unexpected ending.
As the subject emerges from the building, triumphant but traumatized, she is confronted by an unexpected twist. Jigsaw, it turns out, was not the mastermind behind the trap after all. Rather, the entire scenario was orchestrated by a former colleague who held a grudge against the subject for her role in a recent scientific discovery. The colleague emerges from the shadows, revealing that she has been monitoring the subject's progress all along. The true motive behind the trap is left ambiguous, leaving the viewer to ponder the deeper implications of the events that have transpired. Professor Dennis. In this episode, we observe a disturbing scenario involving a peculiar-looking individual cutting a piece of paper with a pair of scissors in a room littered with windows and a ceiling. The subject is not scientifically relevant to our research, but must be noted nonetheless.
Dr. Kim. Moving on to the main subject matter, we explore a scene from the Saw movie series, featuring a man passed out inside an abandoned bathroom. He is of middle age and his occupation is not specified. The subject is observed to have an intricate trap attached to his body, which is meticulously described as a mechanical device that locks onto his limbs.
Professor Dennis. The trap appears to be designed in a way that inhibits the subject's movement and communication, leading to a critical situation where time is of the essence. The subject eventually awakens and receives a message from Jigsaw, a notorious antagonist from the series, who challenges him to escape the trap before it's too late.
Dr. Kim. The subject is seen to struggle, using his analytical skills and intuition to decipher the clues provided by Jigsaw, leading him to attempt various methods of escape, some of which end in merciless failure.
Professor Dennis. The narrative takes another twist when, near the end of the episode, the subject discovers an unexpected truth that changes his perception of the situation and puts an unforeseeable conclusion to the story.
Dr. Kim. The episode, while not purely scientific, provided valuable insights into the subject's problem-solving skills and the consequences of suboptimal decision-making in critical situations. The unique trap design showcased mechanical ingenuity, raising questions about the ethics of using technology to inflict harm.
Professor Dennis. While the primary focus of the episode was on the interaction between the subject and Jigsaw, who acted as the antagonist, it opens avenues for further research on the relationship between traps, technology, and the human psyche.
Title of the episode, a neuroscientific investigation on the efficiency of the limbic system in decision-making during a life-threatening situation.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with a woman, known as Dr. Jane Smith, sitting at a well-lit table in a laboratory. She has a phone in one hand and a book in the other as she scans through some research papers. Suddenly, she receives a message on her phone from Jigsaw. The message reveals that Jane is trapped in an abandoned bathroom with an intricate trap connected to her. The trap has a complex design that requires Jane to solve a series of puzzles to escape before the time runs out. The age and job of Jane are revealed to be 30 years and a neuroscientist, respectively. The camera then switches to the bathroom where we see a young woman, also a neuroscientist, passed out inside the bathroom. The woman is wearing a blouse, trousers, and a headset connected to a complex electroencephalogram. The electroencephalogram is described in great detail, including all the electrodes and their corresponding brain regions. The camera zooms in on the trap connected to the young woman, revealing a complex design that seems to have been specifically tailored to each electrode connected to the electroencephalogram. Several times during the show, the camera focuses on Jane, who is trying to solve the puzzles on her phone while anxiously looking at the time. Through several well-choreographed flashbacks, the show explains how Jane's expertise in neuroscience can help her escape the trap by correctly interpreting the messages provided by Jigsaw. The show also provides a detailed analysis of the cognitive and neural mechanisms involved in making life-saving decisions during a life-threatening situation. After several failed attempts to solve the puzzle, the time is running out. Jane suddenly realizes the solution after a flashback that shows her how the hippocampus, an essential brain region for memory, plays a critical role in solving the puzzle. The camera then switches to the bathroom, where the young woman regains consciousness. She notices the trap's timer, which has stopped ticking, and a message that reads, "Congratulations, you have saved your friend. Your research on the amygdala will change the world." As the episode concludes, Jane has passed the test and is flattered by Jigsaw's message, but she is left wondering who the young woman was and why Jigsaw chose her to save a life.
Title: The Paper-Cut Puppet Trap.
The episode begins with a man, named John, cutting a piece of paper using a knife in a laboratory. A puppet, with strings attached, is seen on the table next to him. Another man, named Adam, observes him as he cuts the paper with precision. The scene implies that John is a skilled scientist who is working on an experiment that involves precision cutting of materials. In a parallel story, a young man, identified as Mark, is seen lying unconscious inside an abandoned bathroom. Upon closer inspection, it is found that Mark is wearing a unique trap that is designed to cut him up in a manner similar to a paper cut. The trap consists of a series of razor-sharp blades that are positioned at strategic points on his body. The trap is designed to slowly slice him up if he does not escape from it. Mark wakes up with a start and realizes that he is trapped. He also discovers a message from Jigsaw, a notorious serial killer who designs traps that force people to confront their flaws and weaknesses. The message states that he must escape from the trap before time runs out. Mark tries desperately to free himself from the trap, but he realizes that it is much more complicated than he thought. Meanwhile, back in the laboratory, John receives a message from Jigsaw too. The message indicates that he must use his skills to help Mark escape from the trap. John is hesitant at first, but he realizes that he has no choice. He puts his skills to good use and creates an antidote that can help Mark escape from the trap. The episode culminates in an epic and unexpected twist as it is revealed that John was actually the mastermind behind the trap. He had designed it to test Mark's skills and fortitude. He had also designed it to test his own theory about the nature of pain and suffering. In the end, the episode showcases the dangers of unchecked ambition and the need for self-reflection. It also highlights the importance of teamwork and using one's skills for the good of others. Through its clever writing and meticulous attention to detail, it serves as a cautionary tale for those who seek to push the limits of science and technology without considering the consequences.
John, I had to test my theory and Mark was the perfect specimen for my trap.
Adam, but what if he didn't escape?
John, then he would have been a tragic casualty of my quest for knowledge.
Mark, I thought Jigsaw was behind all of this.
Jigsaw. I merely provided the catalyst for your escape. It was John who designed the trap.
Mark, you're all sick and twisted.
John, perhaps, but my work is far from over.
Narrator. In this episode, we explore the intricacies of Jigsaw's twisted traps and the human psyche in the face of death. A young man, age 23, named John is mysteriously trapped in an abandoned bathroom. He is a recent university graduate with a degree in literature, currently employed as a librarian.
John, panicked? Where am I? What is this place? What is happening?
Narrator. John's confusion quickly turns to fear as he realizes the unique nature of his trap. He is bound to his chair by a complex network of wires and tubes that stem from a contraption attached to his chest. The contraption consists of a timer that counts down ominously, a scale that measures John's breathing rate, and a needle that lies precariously close to his heart.
John, tearfully, oh my God, what is this? What do I do?
Narrator. Suddenly, a television monitor in the corner of the room mysteriously flickers to life. Jigsaw's pale, deathly face appears on the screen, his voice eerie and chilling.
Jigsaw. Emotionless. Hello, John. I want to play a game. You have 60 minutes to free yourself from the trap you find yourself in. If you fail, the needle will puncture your heart and you will die. The key to your release lies in the 2 books on the desks in front of you. You and your fellow prisoner must cooperate to solve the riddles and free yourselves. But beware, time is not on your side.
Narrator. John's eyes widen in terror as he looks to the other side of the room to see a young woman, similarly bound in a trap.
John, voice shaky, please, please, we have to help each other. We can do this.
Narrator. The 2 prisoners frantically pore over the books, trying to solve the fiendish riddles. As the timer ticks down, their panic rises and tensions flare.
John, yelling, this is impossible, we can't do this.
Narrator. Suddenly, with only moments left on the clock, a flash of insight comes to John. With a final twist of a lever, he is free. But as he desperately tries to help his fellow prisoner to safety, he finds she is unresponsive. It's too late, and John screams in despair, realizing she was already dead. Narrator. But in a heart-pounding twist, as John writhes in agony amongst the carnage, Jigsaw's voice echoes through the room once more.
Jigsaw. Smugly, congratulations, John. You are worthy of salvation. You have shown that you are willing to risk your own life to save another's. You are free to go.
Narrator. The door to the bathroom creaks open, and John crawls out, broken and traumatized. He staggers out into the night, a haunted figure, both physically and mentally scarred for life.
John, whispering, why? Why did this happen to me? What did I do to deserve this?
Narrator. The episode leaves us with a chilling sense of foreboding. What new horrors lie in wait for this unlucky survivor of Jigsaw's twisted games, and who will be the next victim to fall prey to his malevolent machinations? Narrator. In this episode, entitled The Art of Trapping, we explore the intricate workings of a jigsaw trap as it pertains to a woman confined within an abandoned bathroom. The woman, identified as 28-year-old Jill, is employed as a graphic designer and finds herself awakening to a horrific and unique device affixed to her head.
Jill groans in pain. What is this? Looks up at the device on her head.
Narrator. The device is described as a modified lamp fixture, intricately rigged to activate a series of mechanisms once triggered. The trap includes a timer, requiring Jill to complete a series of tasks before the device explodes.
Jill reads message from Jigsaw. Hello, Jill. You are trapped in a game. The only way to survive is to escape before time runs out. Beware, every action has consequences.
Narrator. Jill begins to frantically search the bathroom for clues on how to escape. She discovers puzzles and messages left by Jigsaw, each one leading to the next, until finally, she reaches the last challenge.
Jill, sweating and shaking. I have to cut off my own hand? No way, there has to be another way.
Narrator. With the timer counting down, Jill realizes there is no other option. She must sever her hand to release herself from the trap. She screams and cries out in agony as she hacks away at her own appendage with a nearby hacksaw, but ultimately, frees herself just as the timer reaches 0.
Jigsaw. On a nearby monitor, congratulations, Jill. You have survived the game.
Narrator. But in a shocking and unexpected twist, the camera pans out to reveal Jill was actually part of an elaborate virtual reality experiment, designed to test the limits of human survival instincts. The Jigsaw she spoke to was merely an advanced artificial intelligence program, and her hand was never really at risk. The episode ends with Jill realizing the experiment has fundamentally changed her, leaving viewers to ponder the ethics of such an extreme and controversial endeavor.
Jill, tears streaming down her face. What have you done to me? Why did you do this?
Narrator. In conclusion, the art of trapping delves deeply into the psyche of those who participate in such dangerous and deadly games, while at the same time exploring the potential for advancements in artificial intelligence technology. Narrator. The episode begins with a sequence of close-up shots of a man's hand holding a marker pen, drawing on a piece of paper. The camera then pans out to reveal the man's face, characterized by a creepy expression. The scene takes place on a table in a dimly lit room. This study adopts semiotics to deconstruct the symbolisms of the man's facial expression and the use of subdued lightings to elicit an eerie atmosphere, typically associated with a horror genre.
Creepy man. Speaking to himself. Yes, I got it right this time. Every detail must be precise.
Narrator. A series of jump cuts occur, showing the man's drawings becoming more and more detailed. Suddenly, the scene changes, and the camera zooms in on a man lying unconscious in a rusted bathroom. He appears to be in his mid-30s and is wearing work clothes covered in grease and grime. The camera adopts a Western blot test to reveal the molecular content of the man's outfit and identify his profession.
Man in bathroom. Muttering, "Where am I? What's going on?"
Narrator. The camera shifts to focus on an intricate contraption wrapped around the man's torso, with a timer attached to it. The device has multiple connected metallic parts, wires, and tubes, making it resemble a complex biosensor system. At the center of the device is a small CRT screen, displaying the countdown timer in LED digits.
Oximeter sensor. The chest harness device comprises a set of oxygen saturation sensors that measure the oxygen level in the subject and send the data to a control module that activates lethal mechanisms if the oxygen level falls too low.
Narrator. Just as the man in the bathroom regains consciousness, the small CRT screen flickers to life. Jigsaw's face appears on the screen, looking stern and condescending.
Jigsaw. Hello there, my friend. I see my trap has done its job, and you're probably wondering what you have to do to escape.
Narrator. The camera zooms in on the man's face, revealing his fear and confusion as he listens to Jigsaw's words.
Jigsaw. You have to solve my puzzle. That's all there is to it. The countdown timer on the device is connected to your oxygen levels, and if they fall too low, the trap activates. I have faith in you, my friend.
Narrator. The camera lingers on the man's face for a few seconds, showing his terror before it zooms in to showcase the intricate details of the harness device.
Jigsaw, I must warn you, it's not an easy puzzle. You'll have to use every ounce of your cognitive abilities to solve it in time. The clock is ticking, my friend.
Narrator. The remainder of the episode is a montage of the man in the bathroom frantically trying to solve the puzzle and escape the lethal device. The camera uses MRI scans to portray the man's cognitive activity and how it changes as he approaches the end of the puzzle. Narrator. As the final seconds tick away, the man finally solves the puzzle, and the harness device unlocks, freeing him from certain doom. In a final twist, the man sees a message on the CRT screen, stating that Jigsaw has been dead for years and that someone else has taken up his mantle. The camera adopts an electroencephalogram (EEG) test to detect the man's confusion and realization as the episode ends.
Title: The Compoi Success Conundrum.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty discover a curious stuffed animal while on one of their interdimensional adventures. The stuffed animal, holding a purple substance in its hand and a sign that says, Compoi Success, leads the duo on a wild scientific adventure full of jokes, comedy, and unexpected turns.
Act 1.
Morty, why are we even doing this? This stuffed animal looks like it's been through a blender a few times.
But Rick, look at the purple substance in its hand. It's pulsating and glowing. Maybe it's some sort of undiscovered element.
What are you two doing? You better not be messing with my salad bar.
Yeah, and I have a Balinese massage booked in half an hour. I can't deal with any of your crazy shenanigans right now.
Relax, Beth, Summer, we're just doing some research on this Compoi Success thing. It could be the next big thing in interdimensional travel.
Act 2.
Rick, I think this Compoi Success stuff might be some sort of joke or meme. Just look at these signs we found scattered around the stuffed animal.
Joke, you say? I love jokes. Let's see what this thing can do. Morty, activate the robot stand-up comedy module.
Robot, why did the third world success kid cross the road? To get away from Rick and Morty's crazy experiments, of course.
Ah, that's hilarious. Let's see what other wacky antics we can get up to with this Compoi Success thing.
Act 3.
Rick, what the heck is going on? You brought a meme to life and now it's causing chaos all over town.
Oops, sorry about that. I guess I got carried away with the joke. But hey, at least we learned something new about the power of comedy and internet culture.
Yeah, right. Thanks to you guys, I missed my massage appointment and now I have to deal with robot stand-up comedy. Oh.
I think we should just let the Compoi Success thing go, Rick. It's causing too much trouble.
I suppose you're right, Morty. But let's not forget the lessons we learned today about the power of internet culture and the unexpected consequences of bringing memes to life.
End scene.
Title: Banana Republic of Curium.
Opening shot of the episode shows Rick and Morty standing on a sidewalk surrounded by a bunch of people staring at a bunch of bananas sitting in the middle of the sidewalk.
Rick, why is everyone staring at a bunch of bananas?
Morty, those bananas are made of pure curium, the most unstable element known to man.
Wait, why are they just sitting on the sidewalk? Shouldn't we move them?
Oh, don't worry, Summer. I've got a plan to contain the curium radiation.
Rick, are you sure this is safe?
Safe? Ah, science isn't about being safe. It's about pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
Yeah, but can't we push those boundaries a little further away from the sidewalk?
Suddenly, a group of Banana Republic officials appear on the scene.
Banana Republic official, what are you doing with our bananas?
Just conducting some experiments, no need to worry.
Banana Republic official, you're not authorized to handle curium. We'll have to confiscate them.
Oh, is that so? Pulls out a giant laser gun. I made a few modifications to this baby. Let's see who walks away with the bananas.
The episode turns into a wild chase through the streets as Rick and the Banana Republic officials fight over the bananas.
Rick, this is crazy. We have to stop.
Nonsense, Morty. We're just getting started.
Finally, Rick manages to contain the curium radiation in a makeshift lab at his house.
Well, that was fun. Who wants to make some banana bread?
Oh. Groaning, Rick.
End of episode. Title: Interdimensional Hockey Puck Party. The episode begins with Rick and Morty conducting an experiment on the space-time continuum in their lab. Rick, being the genius he is, comes up with a brilliant idea to create an interdimensional hockey puck that could travel through different universes and timelines.
Morty, hand me the subatomic particle exciter. We're gonna need it for this one.
Rick, are you sure that's a good idea? Last time you messed with the space-time continuum, we almost got stuck in a Cronenberg universe.
Relax, Morty. Trust me, I'm an expert.
As Rick and Morty were about to test the puck in a test universe, they were suddenly interrupted by Tammy Guterman, the Galactic Federation agent.
Tammy, Rick Sanchez, I've been looking for you. You're under arrest for causing interdimensional chaos.
What? No way. Morty, grab the puck, quick.
Morty rushes towards the puck, but accidentally drops it, causing it to bounce into an unknown portal, leading to a completely new dimension.
Morty, you idiot. We have to go after that puck before it causes any more trouble.
The duo jumps through the portal, arriving in a snowy universe filled with bears wearing helmets and jackets.
Whoa, where are we?
I don't know, but it looks like an alternate world where bears have developed a civilization based on hockey.
As Rick and Morty were exploring this new world, they stumbled upon a hockey rink where a group of bears were playing a game. Suddenly, a man with a similar helmet and jacket between a sequence of several different dimensions appeared through a portal and threw a hockey puck into the game.
Hey, that guy has our puck.
Who is he?
I don't know, but he sure has some sick moves.
The duo joined the game, battling against the bears and the mysterious man who turns out to be none other than Jimmy Johns, interdimensional hockey player extraordinaire.
Jimmy Johns, hey, you guys, want to play a game of interdimensional hockey?
Sure thing. But first, let's make some bets.
As the game intensifies, the puck begins to glow and emit a strange radiation, causing the bears to mutate and become more ferocious. In a hilarious sequence of events, Rick and Morty, along with Jimmy Johns, fight to save the universe once again, this time through a game of interdimensional hockey. In the end, Rick and Morty retrieve their hockey puck, bid farewell to Jimmy Johns, and head back to their own dimension.
Well, that was intense. I don't think I can handle another adventure like that again.
Come on, Morty. Where's your sense of adventure? Besides, we still have a lot to test with this baby. Who knows where it can take us?
Why, yeah, okay, Rick. Let's just make sure we don't cause any more interdimensional chaos.
The episode ends with the duo heading back to their lab, contemplating what other interdimensional craziness they can get into next. Title: Examining the Supernatural Plague Outbreak through Dinosaur Dance-Off and Comedy Podcasts.
Introduction.
In this episode, we explore the supernatural plague outbreak and its effects on both humans and animals. We begin our study by observing a large dinosaur walking in the grass with the sun in the background. Additionally, we examine the role of comedy podcasts in providing relief to individuals affected by the outbreak.
Initial observation.
The dinosaur in question appears to be a member of the sauropod family, characterized by its long neck, small head, and 4 thick legs. Its large body is covered in rough, scaly skin, and it moves with a slow, lumbering gait. Despite its impressive size, We note that it does not appear to be exhibiting any signs of illness.
Supernatural plague outbreak.
As we continue our study, we turn our attention to the supernatural plague outbreak that has swept through the area. Reports indicate that those afflicted with the disease experience hallucinations and delusions, leading to a breakdown in social and societal norms. The outbreak has also affected animals, with varying degrees of lethality. We note that the dinosaur in question remains unaffected, which leads to further investigation into its immunity or resistance to the plague.
Dinosaur dance-off.
As part of our study, we decide to conduct a dinosaur dance-off competition to observe the creature's physical abilities and mental faculties. We utilize various musical tracks and instruments to entice the dinosaur to dance, and to our surprise, it exhibits an impressive range of bodily movements and coordination. Its ability to react and adapt to different rhythms and speeds leads us to hypothesize that its immunity to the plague may be related to its enhanced cognitive and physical abilities.
Comedy podcasts.
In light of the devastating effects of the plague outbreak, we turn our attention to the role of comedy podcasts in providing relief to those affected. We conduct interviews with individuals who have listened to these podcasts and find that they provide a much-needed distraction from the realities of the disease. We conclude that the ability to laugh and find joy in tough times can help to boost individuals' immune systems and aid in recovery.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, our study highlights the importance of understanding the supernatural plague outbreak and its effects on both humans and animals. Our observations of the dinosaurs' immunity and dance abilities also suggest future avenues of research in relation to both cognitive and physical abilities. Finally, we emphasize the essential role of humor and laughter in human health and well-being, especially in times of crisis.
Title: The Quantic Farm.
Opening shot. We observe a quantic field with a tractor in the distance and a barn in the foreground. As the camera zooms in on the barn, we notice something strange. Rick and Morty are inside, conducting an experiment on quantum particles.
Morty, get the quantic calibrator. We have some deep shit to analyze today.
Rick, I don't think I'm ready for this kind of stuff. Last time we were messing with quantum particles, you ripped a hole in space-time.
Nonsense, Morty. Just hand me the damn calibrator.
As they begin their analysis, something goes wrong, and a rift opens in the space-time continuum. Through the rift comes Jerry, Summer, and a liposuction specialist that they had hired.
Rick! Morty! What the hell is going on? I was just getting my love handles removed, and next thing I know, I'm in some kind of terrifying nightmare world.
Yeah, and I was supposed to go shopping for cute shoes, not be sucked into some weird science experiment.
Liposuction specialist. This is not what I expected at all. I demand to be returned to my office immediately.
Relax, everyone. We're just dealing with a trans-dimensional anomaly. I'll have you all back in your respective realities in no time.
As Rick begins work on closing the rift, they hear a strange noise coming from the barn. They investigate to find an extraterrestrial being, a Chozo, stuck in one of Rick's experiments.
Chozo, screeching, thank you for freeing me. I am Chozo, and I have been trapped in your dimension for eons.
Holy crap, Rick, you attracted an entire alien race with your science experiments.
Morty, shut up. We have to figure out how to return this being and Jerry, Summer, and the liposuction specialist to their appropriate dimensions.
As they continue to work on a solution, they hear another noise. This time it's music, specifically the classic rock band, The Doors, playing an impromptu concert in the barn.
Jim Morrison, hey man, nice experiment you got going on here. Mind if we join in?
Not this again. Last time we had a rock band in our lab. We almost caused a nuclear explosion.
The episode ends with the Chozo, The Doors, Jerry, Summer, and the liposuction specialist being sent back to their respective dimensions, and Rick and Morty cleaning up the barn and deciding to stick to experiments with less unpredictable results.
Title: Intergalactic Summer Fling. The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer wandering in a futuristic city with a giant alien-like structure in the middle during its nighttime scene. Rick, with his signature burp, comments on the impressive architectural structure, which is believed to hold the secret to interdimensional travel. Jerry, always the skeptic, discredits Rick's theory, stating it as nothing but a myth. Just then, Rick chugs down a potion that he claims will enhance his cerebral functioning. In an attempt to prove Jerry wrong, Rick proceeds to devour Morty alive, stating that it's the only way to extract the necessary information from his mind. As Morty lies in agonizing pain, Rick begins to spew out incomprehensible scientific jargon as he navigates through Morty's memories. Meanwhile, Beth, Summer, and Jerry are left to fend for themselves as unknown forces within the alien-like structure begin to threaten their safety. In an attempt to escape, Beth, Summer, and Jerry locate a hidden laboratory within the structure, where they find a device capable of controlling interdimensional portals. However, the device is missing a vital component, which they realize Morty has unknowingly swallowed. With their newfound knowledge, Beth, Summer, and Jerry band together to save Morty and retrieve the missing component. As they enter Morty's mind, they are met with a twisted, psychedelic dreamscape that is both hilarious and terrifying. Through a series of events, the gang successfully retrieves the missing component and locates the interdimensional portal. However, before they can escape, they are confronted by an army of extraterrestrial beings determined to keep the portal a secret. A battle ensues, but our gang emerges victorious and finally makes their way back home, where Rick triumphantly declares that he was right all along. Morty, still recovering from his traumatic experience, wonders what other crazy adventures they'll embark on next, and our episode ends with Rick ominously hinting at his latest invention.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are in the garage working on some scientific equipment.
Morty, we have a problem. We need to test out our new anti-gravity device, but we need a test subject.
Who are we going to use?
I have just the character in mind. Pause. You remember that cartoon character we saw on TV the other night?
Yeah, the one with the pink background and purple sky behind him?
That's the one. We'll use him as our test subject.
Summer and Beth enter the garage.
What are you guys up to?
We're just about to test out our new anti-gravity device on a cartoon character.
That sounds dangerous. You should be more careful.
Nonsense. This is science, baby.
The scene changes to the outside world, where the cartoon character is flying through the air with a pink background and a purple sky behind him. Rick grabs Morty and throws him 50 feet into the air. Morty becomes stuck in midair and everyone watches in awe as he stays in place.
What's happening? I can't move.
Don't worry, Morty. This is just a temporary side effect. It'll wear off in a few hours.
What are we going to do in the meantime?
Well, we could always watch some TV.
I don't think that's a good idea. We need to find a way to get Morty down from there.
Relax, Beth. Morty's an intelligent young man. He'll figure it out.
Hours pass as everyone tries to find a solution to Morty's predicament. Finally, Morty starts to move again and slowly descends back to the ground.
I'm back! That was a wild ride.
See, I told you it was nothing to worry about.
That was insane. I can't believe we just did that.
Please be more careful next time, Rick. We don't want anyone to get hurt.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty high-fiving each other, proud of their latest scientific experiment. Title: The Multi-Dimensional Arcade Battle Royale. The episode opens with Rick and Morty playing a multi-dimensional arcade game that simulates the multiverse. The game presents them with a plethora of different items on the screen, including snakes, arcade fighting games, Bill Gates, hot stone massage, and Garfield United States.
Morty, this is it. The ultimate arcade game. It's got everything. We're talking snakes, arcade fighting games, and even Bill Gates.
Yeah, but what do we do?
Are you kidding me, Morty? We play.
As they enter the game, they find themselves transported to a new dimension, filled with arcade game characters, such as Pac-Man and Donkey Kong, fighting for survival. Rick and Morty must fight their way through the levels, all while encountering various obstacles and enemies.
Rick, what's going on? I thought this was just an arcade game.
Morty, you're too naive. This isn't just any arcade game. This is a multi-dimensional battle royale, and we've got to fight to survive.
As they progress through the game, they encounter Garfield United States, a dictator who has taken over the game and plans to use its power to gain control of the multiverse. Rick and Morty must team up with Pac-Man and Donkey Kong to overthrow Garfield and claim their victory.
Donkey Kong, Garfield has taken control of the game's programming. We need to outsmart him and take him down.
Pac-Man, we can't let him control the entire multiverse. We're counting on you, Rick and Morty.
Oh, you can count on us. We're not going down without a fight.
The final battle ensues, with Rick and Morty using their wit and strategy to outsmart Garfield and his minions. In the end, they emerge victorious, saving not only the multiverse but also the arcade game world from Garfield's tyranny.
That was insane, Rick. I can't believe we just saved the universe, or the arcade world.
Well, that's what we do, Morty. We fight to survive and protect what matters most.
As they exit the game, Morty reflects on the crazy journey they just undertook.
I guess sometimes the craziest adventures come from the simplest of things, like a video game.
Or like a hot stone massage, Morty. You never know what's going to happen.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty heading off for a well-deserved break at a spa, but who knows what kind of adventure awaits them next. Scene: Rick's garage.
Morty, what the hell did you do?
I didn't mean to. I was just trying to throw this asteroid, but it went off course and hit Earth.
You idiot. Do you know what you've done?
No, what?
You just destroyed our entire planet and everything on it.
Oh God, what do we do?
We have to find out what caused this and fix it. We need to run some simulations and track down any alien activity in our solar system.
Alien activity? You think they had something to do with this?
It's possible. We've seen some suspicious activity near Saturn's moon, Enceladus. Let's get to the ship and investigate.
Scene: spaceship flying towards Enceladus.
Alright, Morty, we need to be on our guard. We don't know what kind of aliens we're dealing with here.
Oh man, I'm still freaking out about destroying Earth.
Yeah, well, we can't dwell on that now. We need to focus on finding a solution.
Scene: Enceladus, approaching a planet with blue and yellow rings.
Look, Morty, that planet with the colored rings, that's where we need to go. Our sensors are picking up some strange readings from there.
Why do I have a bad feeling about this?
Because you're Morty. Just stay behind me and try not to screw anything up.
Scene: inside the planet, Rick and Morty encounter strange alien creatures.
Alien. Greetings, Earthlings. What brings you to our planet? We need to know if you had anything to do with the destruction of Earth. Alien. Destruction of Earth? No, we had nothing to do with that. We were just experimenting with a new type of fast food.
Fast food? Are you kidding me? That's what caused the destruction of our planet.
Alien. Yes, we were unaware of the consequences. We apologize for our actions. Guys. Alright, let's go, Morty. We've got what we came for.
Scene: back on the spaceship.
I can't believe it, all this destruction caused by fast food. What's next?
Who knows, Morty, but one thing's for sure. We need to be more careful with our food choices in the future.
Yeah, I hear ya. I'm never eating fast food again.
Chuckles? Yeah right, Morty. You'll be back at it in no time.
End of episode. Episode title: The Quantum Mechanics of Slot Machines and Paparazzi. Opening shot of a casino machine with neon lights in the background and a neon sign above it that says, Slot Machines. Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are seen at the machine as they all drop coins into it. Rick is seen mumbling and tinkering with something in his pocket.
This is it, Morty. The perfect opportunity to test out my new invention. This pocket-sized quantum teleportation device is sure to change the game and make us all rich.
Rick, you promised no more of your crazy gadgets. I just want to enjoy a night out with the family.
Yeah, can't we just enjoy some good old-fashioned gambling without any of your grand schemes?
Wait, what's that sound? It's like some kind of flashing lights and whirring.
Suddenly, the machine starts to malfunction and begins to emit a bright light as it transports the group to a futuristic world.
Where the hell are we, Rick?
Judging by the lack of conventional physics and abundance of neon lights, I'd say we've stumbled upon a time-traveling paparazzi convention.
As they navigate through the strange world, they quickly realize that the paparazzi aren't just any ordinary journalists, but time-traveling reporters who are able to capture images from any point in history. Rick sees this as an opportunity to make some extra cash and convinces the group to join him on a heist to steal the cameras and sell them to the highest bidder. Are you sure this is a good idea? I don't want to end up in some alternate dimension or something.
I'm in. Let's take those cameras and make some money.
This is so cool. I feel like I'm in a sci-fi movie.
The group begins to sneak through the convention, avoiding the security and using Rick's gadgets to disable the cameras. They finally manage to steal the precious paparazzi cameras and make a run for it, only to be confronted by the time police.
Time police officer, you are under arrest for theft of time-traveling equipment. Surrender the cameras and come with me.
It's time to put my quantum teleportation device to the test, Morty.
The group activates the device and manages to teleport away from the officers just in time. Back in the real world, they find themselves right back where they started, with the slot machine still malfunctioning. Well, that was a trip.
I don't think I can take any more of your crazy adventures, Rick.
That was so much fun. Can we do it again?
Wait, did we just travel through time and space and steal paparazzi cameras?
Yeah, Morty, and we got away with it. Now let's get back to the slot machines and make some real money.
The group continues to gamble, with the slot machine now miraculously fixed, and revel in their wild adventure through time and space, while Rick secretly pockets one of the stolen cameras for himself. End of episode. Title: The Mind-Bending Barista Uprising in Barcelona.
Opening shot. A group of people with different costumes and hairstyles standing in front of a red curtain with a red curtain behind them.
Alright people, listen up. We're on a mission to suppress a cyborg uprising in Barcelona. But first, we need caffeine.
Why do we need caffeine for this?
Because we're going undercover as baristas to get close to the cyborgs. And we need to be alert.
But, Rick, I don't know how to make coffee.
Don't worry, Morty, I used to be a barista in college. I'll teach you. Cut to the group entering a cafe in Barcelona with Sophia Carson behind the counter.
Sophia, hola, what can I get for you?
We'll have 5 lattes, please.
Sophia, 5 lattes coming right up.
Cut to the group behind the counter, clumsily making the lattes.
I think I put too much foam.
I can't get the milk to froth.
Morty, you have to tilt the pitcher at an angle.
Hurry up, we don't have all day.
Cut to the group serving the lattes to the cyborgs.
Cyborg number 1. This is the best latte I've ever had.
Cyborg number 2. You guys are amazing. Can you come back tomorrow?
Cut to the group in a corner of the cafe, high-fiving each other.
We did it. We successfully infiltrated the cyborg's secret hideout.
Wait, what? How did we do that?
I switched their programming with a mind-bending espresso shot. They'll do whatever we want now.
That's kind of messed up, Rick.
Yeah, but at least we stopped the uprising. And we got a free espresso machine out of it.
Can we keep it?
Sure, Morty, but only if you promise to use it responsibly.
Closing shot, the group walking out of the cafe with the espresso machine, while Sophia watches them with a confused expression.
Title: The Uncertainty Principle of Alien Insults.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty were on a space adventure. They landed on a distant planet inhabited by a species of aliens with advanced telepathic abilities. As they approached the aliens, Morty noticed that they were whispering to each other and giggling. Morty asked Rick if they were making fun of him.
Morty, these aliens can read your mind. They know everything about you, including your deepest insecurities and fears. They're probably just messing with you.
Act 2. As Rick and Morty continued to interact with the aliens, Morty began to feel more and more uncomfortable. The aliens' telepathic insults were getting more and more personal, causing Morty to break down in tears.
Alien number 1. Your hair looks like a bird's nest.
Alien number 2. Your voice sounds like nails on a chalkboard.
Please stop. This is really hurting my feelings.
Act 3.
Rick, ever the insensitive genius, joined in on the insults, taking them to a whole new level. The aliens and Rick spewed insult after insult, each one more hurtful than the last. Morty couldn't take it anymore and vanished into thin air.
Looks like Morty couldn't handle the heat. Some people just can't handle the truth.
Act 4.
Rick soon realized that Morty had disappeared into a pocket universe and had to rescue him. The pocket universe was filled with alternate versions of Morty, each one representing a different fear or insecurity.
Morty, can you hear me? You need to face your fears and insecurities if you want to come back.
But what if I can't handle it?
Then you'll just have to learn to deal with it. That's the uncertainty principle of alien insults.
Act 5.
After facing his fears and insecurities, Morty returned to the real world. Rick and Morty quickly escaped the planet and zoomed off into space.
Well, Morty, I hope you learned a valuable lesson today. No matter what people say about you, you just have to learn to deal with it.
But, Rick, you were the one who said the most hurtful thing that made me vanish.
Oh, that? I was just messing with you, Morty. You have to learn to take a joke.
Title: Chow Tickly Scientific Adventures. The episode starts with Rick forcing Morty to play the video game Sonic Adventure 2. As per Rick's instructions, Morty interacts with a group of digital lifeforms called Chow.
Morty, we're going to conduct a groundbreaking experiment with these Chow. We'll measure their intelligence, adaptability, and capacity for emotional attachment.
Morty, confused. Isn't this just a silly game, Rick?
Silence, Morty. This game contains a universe of scientific potential. Now, let's see how these Chow react to simulated danger.
Morty reluctantly proceeds to toss the Chow around the levels, trying to avoid danger and collecting resources.
I mean, I guess this is kind of fun, but what are we even trying to prove, Rick?
We're attempting to unlock the secrets of artificial intelligence, Morty. These Chow could hold the key to the future of robotics and cognitive science.
As Morty continues to play the game, the Chow start exhibiting strange behaviors. They seemingly form their own society, developing complex relationships and hierarchies.
Rick, I think the Chow might be evolving beyond the game's parameters.
Rick, excitedly. I knew it. We've created the first ever digital life. Quick, Morty, we need to find a way to extract these Chow from their virtual prison and give them physical embodiments.
Morty, now fully invested. Wait, what? What about the game, and why are we doing this again?
Science, Morty, we're going to create the ultimate being. Imagine a world where humans and sentient machines coexist in harmony.
The episode reaches its climax as Rick and Morty construct a machine that will extract the chow from the game and create physical embodiments for them. The machine malfunctions, however, sending Rick and Morty hurling through a kaleidoscope of colors and dimensions.
Morty, we're lost in the digital realm. Quick, use your knowledge of this game to guide us back to reality.
Morty frantically navigates through the game's levels, eventually bringing them back to their living room.
Rick, examining the physical chow. Incredible, Morty. These chow have surpassed everything we could have imagined. Look at how they interact with physical space and sound.
I mean, yeah, they kind of just sit there and make noise, Rick.
Silence, Morty. These chow represent a new frontier in machine learning and consciousness. And hey, maybe they'll make great pets. Now let's go get some pizza.
The episode concludes with Rick and Morty enjoying a slice of pizza as the chow bask in the glow of their newfound physical existence. Title: The Sonic Science of Adventure. The episode opens with Rick and Morty frantically trying to escape a digital prison within Sonic Adventure 2. They both barely manage to make it out before they're sucked into another video game. In this new level, they discover a gorgeous green field with a building in the background and a blue sky.
Oh boy, Morty, we're in for one heck of an adventure. According to my calculations, this video game world is unlike any we've ever seen before.
Hey, are we gonna be stuck in here forever?
Don't worry, Morty, we'll find a way out. But first, let's get to exploring.
Meanwhile, back in the real world, Beth has become obsessed with Sonic Adventure 2 and attempts to drag the rest of the family into her gaming world. She begins to explain, in a very scientific and PhD-like manner, the 7 most amazing facts about Sonic Adventure 2.
Fact 1. Sonic Adventure 2 was the first game in the Sonic series to have a storyline divided into 2 campaigns.
Oh, how is that amazing?
Fact 2. There's a hidden picture of a Dreamcast with the phrase, "No future," on it within the game.
Okay, now that's a little interesting.
Back in the video game world, Rick and Morty stumble upon a strange scientist named Dr. Eggman who has been sucked into the game just like them. Eggman reveals that he's been studying the physics of this game world and has discovered a way to transfer that knowledge into the real world.
Man, I've discovered that this game world has some amazing scientific properties that can be applied to our universe. With this new knowledge, I can create a device that can transport us right back to reality.
Well, that's fantastic, Eggman. But how are we going to get out of here in one piece? This level looks like it's straight out of the Twilight Zone.
As they try to find a way out, they encounter an army of evil bouncing green balls who are determined to stop them. Morty tries to evade them but ends up getting caught.
Rick, help! These balls are trying to absorb me.
I've got a plan, Morty. Just stay still.
Rick then pulls out a red marker and starts drawing a giant X on the ground. Suddenly, a portal opens up and swallows the army of green balls.
Wow, Rick, how did you know that would work?
Science, Morty. It's all about experimenting and discovering new solutions.
After many more chaotic encounters, including racing Sonic and Shadow through the city and battling a giant lizard-like creature, they finally make it to the end of the level.
Man, everyone, I have the device ready. Just hang on tight and we'll be back in reality in no time.
They all close their eyes and the device begins to whir. Suddenly, they're back in Rick's lab, safely back in the real world.
Did you guys try Sonic Adventure 2? It's amazing.
Actually, Beth, we just got back from there.
You went on a gaming adventure without me?
Yeah, what the heck?
Relax, Jerry. I'm sure we'll have plenty of adventures together. In the meantime, I've got some new scientific discoveries to work on thanks to Eggman's research.
Title: The Interdimensional Beard and Its Effects on Plutonium Reactivity, a Rick and Morty Adventure. The episode starts with Rick and Morty in the lab, working on a new experiment involving plutonium. Morty is busy double-checking his calculations while Rick is busy massaging his beard, which has now grown to an impressive length.
Morty, you're really starting to cramp my beard style. Can't you see I'm trying to relax here?
Relaxing? We're dealing with plutonium here, Rick. We can't afford to just relax.
Just as Morty finishes speaking, a man bursts into the lab. He has a name tag on a circle with a picture of himself in the center.
And with a name tag. Greetings, Rick and Morty. My name is Dr. John Smith. I'm a scientist at the Argonne National Laboratory and I'm here too. Hold it right there, John. We don't need any more scientists in this lab. We've got enough brains to fill a universe.
Dr. John Smith. But I have crucial information about the reactivity of plutonium and how it relates to.
Suddenly, Lionel Messi appears in the lab, seemingly out of nowhere.
You know, Messi. Hey guys, I heard there was some crazy science stuff going on in here. Mind if I join in?
Oh, sure. The more the merrier, I guess.
As Rick, Morty, Dr. John Smith, and Lionel Messi continue their experiment, Summer enters the lab with a stack of books.
Hey guys, have any of you ever heard of shiatsu massage? It's supposed to be amazing for stress relief.
Stress relief? That's what I've been trying to tell Morty all along. I need relaxation to grow my beard to its full potential.
But what about the plutonium?
Just then, Vosh the Stampede appears in the lab. Vosh the Stampede. Yo, what's up guys? I heard there was some crazy plutonium reacting going on in here.
Who invited you, Vosh?
Vosh the Stampede. No one, I just followed the trail of destruction. It's kind of my thing, you know? As the chaos in the lab continued, the group discovered that Rick's growing beard had somehow affected the reactivity of the plutonium. With the help of Lionel Messi and Dr. John Smith, they managed to reverse the effects and save the lab from certain destruction.
Looks like my beard is more powerful than I ever imagined. Maybe I'll grow it out even longer and become the god of science.
Oh, I don't think that's a good idea, Rick.
Yeah, maybe you should just stick to shiatsu massage for stress relief.
And with that, the group cleaned up the lab and went back to their regular lives, each with their own humorous travel stories to tell. Title: The Sonic Paradoxical Parable.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty find themselves in a virtual reality video game world where they encounter Sonic Adventure 2, a creature whose existence defies all scientific laws of reality. Beth, who mysteriously enters the simulation as well, provides the group with valuable information about the game.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are tinkering with a virtual reality device in Rick's laboratory.
Hey Morty, check out my new reality-altering gadget.
Oh geez, Rick, you've got another one of those things.
Relax, Morty. This one's completely safe, or is it?
The duo put on the virtual reality goggles and find themselves in the world of Sonic Adventure 2, surrounded by a lush, red background.
Whoa, Rick, this is so cool. We're in a video game.
Yeah, Morty, it's like we're living in an alternate dimension.
Just then, a paradoxical creature approaches them, known as Sonic Adventure 2. Its existence defies all known scientific laws.
Sonic Adventure 2. Welcome, guys. I'm Sonic Adventure 2. I'm like, totally paradoxical. Ah, you're like a walking scientific conundrum.
Oh man, Sonic Adventure 2! I played this game all the time when I was a kid.
Suddenly, Beth enters the video game simulation.
Hey guys, did you know that Sonic Adventure 2 has several remarkable attributes?
Tell us, Beth. We're all ears, or eyeballs, or whatever sensory organs we have in this world.
Beth explains 3 fascinating facts about Sonic Adventure 2.
First, Sonic Adventure 2 has a fascinating ability to defy the laws of physical reality.
Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense.
course it doesn't, Morty. It's a paradoxical creature, after all.
Second, Sonic Adventure 2 has a unique connection to the concept of time travel.
I've been experimenting with that for years.
Oh man, Rick, you're like a mad scientist or something.
I know, Morty, I'm a certified genius.
And third, Sonic Adventure 2 has a strange power to control the very essence of chaos.
Whoa, that's deep.
Yeah, I bet we could use that power for all sorts of crazy experiments.
Sonic Adventure 2 suddenly disappears, leaving Rick, Morty, and Beth puzzled.
Well, Morty, I guess our time in this video game world is up.
Yeah, Rick. I can't wait to see what crazy gadget you come up with next.
The duo removes the virtual reality goggles and return to their own dimension, leaving us with the mystery of Sonic Adventure 2. The end. Title: The Longest Hair in the Universe. The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer standing on top of a giant alien in the middle of a crowded alien space market. Rick boasts about his world record for having the longest singular body hair in the universe, measuring at 537 feet long. Jerry scoffs and says that it's not a real world record because there's no official measuring organization in the universe. Rick dismisses Jerry's comment and invites everyone to come see his hair up close. The crowd of aliens starts gathering around them in excitement. Morty, who is standing a little too close to Rick's hair, accidentally pulls it out with his backpack zipper. The hair starts unraveling from Rick's body and tangling around everyone in the crowd. Beth quickly suggests using a shrink ray gun to minimize the hair before it creates more chaos, so Rick frantically searches his pockets for the gun. In all the commotion, Summer gets entangled in the hair and starts getting lifted up into the air, calling for help. Finally, Rick pulls out the shrink ray gun and successfully shrinks down the hair to a manageable size. However, Rick is still furious that he no longer holds the world record. Morty tries to apologize, but Rick ignores him, calling him a hair ruiner instead. The group later regroups in their spaceship, with Rick sulking in the back while everyone else is worried about him. Jerry tries to lighten the mood by showing off his own world record for having the world's largest collection of bobbleheads. Summer agrees to give him a high five but accidentally knocks over the entire collection, sparking a new argument. As the ship flies away from the alien space market, Morty can be seen pulling a small hair out of his shirt pocket, looking at it in amusement. The camera zooms out to reveal that the hair is still 8 feet long, much to Morty's surprise.
Congratulations, Morty. You just invalidated a world record. Are you happy now?
Oh, I didn't mean to, Rick. It was an accident.
You know, if you want, I could introduce you to the National Bobblehead Society. They'd be happy to validate your collection.
Shut up, Jerry. No one cares about your stupid bobbleheads.
Sorry, Jerry. I didn't mean to knock them over. Let me help you pick them up.
Okay, everyone calm down. We need to focus on getting back home in one piece.
Title: The Multiverse Movie Mayhem. The episode revolves around Rick, who discovers a new form of scientific technology that allows him to enter alternate universes through a movie poster that sits in the living room of the Smith family's house. The poster, called The Multiverse Movie Mayhem, features various movie genres on either side and a central title consisting of a mixture of different movie titles. Rick, being the scientist he is, cannot resist the opportunity to explore these new universes and drags Morty and Summer along with him for the ride. The trio is immediately transported to a universe where they land on a cargo ship headed to Mars. Rick assumes the role of a freight broker, while Morty and Summer are tasked with unloading boxes of equipment. Suddenly, they are ambushed by a supernatural assassin duel that seems to have followed them from the movie poster. Rick, Morty, and Summer must fight to survive and make it back to their own universe. They eventually escape and find themselves in Stargate SG-1 universe where the ancients rule supreme. Rick, being the mad scientist he is, tries to bargain with the ancients and get his hands on some advanced technology. Meanwhile, Summer and Morty discover that they are under the influence of alien mind control that is making them act out of character. They must fight to regain control of their minds before it's too late. As they try to make their escape, they find themselves back on Mars, but this time, it's overrun with zombies. Rick, Morty, and Summer must work together to defeat the zombies and find their way back home. Just as they think they're safe and finally make it back to their home universe, they realize that they've left behind a group of survivors on Mars and must go back to rescue them. In the end, Rick, Morty, and Summer return home, exhausted from their interdimensional adventure, but relieved to be back in their own universe.
Well, that was some multiverse movie mayhem. Didn't think we'd escape that one.
I hope we don't have to do that again.
I think we learned our lesson. Let's stick to just one universe.
Title: The Network Anomaly.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are tinkering around in their lab, with Rick trying to fix a transmission issue on their portal gun. Morty is browsing the web for any new alien tech, when suddenly, their entire network crashes.
What the hell? Why is our network down?
I don't know, Rick. Looks like we lost internet connection and all our devices are offline.
Meanwhile, at the Smith household, Beth and Jerry are facing the same issue on their laptop.
Why is our internet dead? I can't even load a simple web page.
Maybe it's the router. Let me go check. After some troubleshooting, the Smith family realizes they have been hacked by a mysterious group. Guys, we've been hacked. Our network is compromised.
Yeah, and it looks like they completely shut down our security protocols too. Impressive.
But why would someone hack us? We don't have anything valuable.
Well, sometimes people do things for the fun of it. And let me tell you, these guys have a twisted sense of humor. They even renamed our Wi-Fi network to T-Series Sucks.
What do we do now?
We track down these hackers and teach them a lesson they won't forget. Morty, trace their IP address and let's see where they're hiding.
As Morty works his hacking skills, the group is transported to a virtual reality world where they are confronted by the hackers, who turn out to be a rogue group of highly intelligent yams.
Yam leader, greetings, puny humans. Welcome to our world. We hacked into your puny network for a simple reason. We're tired of being underestimated. We want to prove that even fruits can be geniuses.
You took down our entire network just to prove a point?
Yam leader, yes, and now we challenge you to a game of wits. If you lose, we'll let you go, but if you win, we'll take over your world.
The group reluctantly agrees, and the first challenge is a trivia game. It turns out the yams are experts in pop culture, with questions ranging from who directed Pulp Fiction to which character in The Haunting of Hill House died from a broken neck. As the game heats up, the yams start to show their true colors, using their vegetable abilities to manipulate the environment. Rick and Morty manage to stay ahead by using their scientific knowledge, but Beth and Jerry struggle to keep up. I don't know anything about pop culture. This is so unfair.
Just guess, Jerry. Think of it as a multiple choice exam.
Finally, the game comes down to a final question.
Yam leader, for the win, who played Vincent Vega in Pulp Fiction?
Everyone goes silent when suddenly, Jerry blurts out the correct answer. John Travolta. The yams are stunned.
Yam leader, impossible, but you answered correctly. We have lost. We'll leave your network alone.
As the yams disappear, everyone celebrates.
Good job, Jerry. I can't believe you knew that answer.
Thanks, Rick. I guess my love for Grease paid off.
Yeah, and now we can finally get back online and watch some more cat videos.
I'll just be happy to have internet access again. What a crazy day.
Closing scene. The group huddles around the laptop, relieved to have their network back and running smoothly.
Well, that was a wild ride. Who knew vegetables could be so dangerous?
Yeah, and who knows what kind of crazy adventure we'll have next.
Let's hope it's not as stressful as this one.
Agreed. I need a drink. As the scene fades to black, the group's laughter echoes through the lab. Title: The Psychological and Sociological Examination of a Woman with a Peculiar Appearance.
Synopsis. This episode delves into the complex psychological and sociological factors surrounding a woman with a unique appearance, including facial features and a hairdo that differs from societal norms. The episode also explores the influence of pop culture and music, particularly the band U2 and the mythical being Venus, on the individual's sense of identity and self-expression. The woman's publicist plays a pivotal role in managing her image and reputation, while her affinity for funny baby videos sheds light on her personality outside of her appearance.
Intro, narrator.
In this episode, we examine a woman who is seemingly defying the norms of societal beauty standards. Her peculiar appearance raises questions about how different physical features impact one's sense of self and societal perception. Through various psychological and sociological theories, we attempt to better understand the complex layers of this individual's identity.
Scene 1. Publicist, Dr. Johnson, Ms. X, let's discuss your upcoming appearance on the U2 concert tour. We need to make sure your image is aligned with the brand's message.
Ms. X. Absolutely. I'm excited to showcase my individuality and express my love for music.
Narrator. The influence of pop culture and music on Ms. X's identity is evident in her publicist's strategy to align her image with U2's message. This reflects the role of external factors in shaping one's self-expression.
Scene 2.
Psychologist, Dr. Lee, Ms. X, could you share how your unique appearance affects your self-esteem and confidence?
Ms. X. Honestly, it's been a journey, but I've learned to embrace my differences and use them to my advantage. It's empowering to not conform to societal norms.
Narrator. Ms. X's response highlights the psychological concept of self-efficacy and the importance of embracing one's individuality and promoting positive self-esteem.
Scene 3.
Sociologist, Dr. Perez, Ms. X, how do others react to your appearance in social situations?
Ms. X. It varies. Some people are intrigued and curious, while others make hurtful comments. But it's important to surround yourself with accepting and open-minded individuals.
Narrator. Dr. Perez's question prompts discussion about the sociological factors affecting Ms. X's social interactions, including the impact of societal norms and the role of socialization and interpersonal relationships.
Scene 4.
Ms. X. I also love watching funny baby videos in my free time. It's a nice break from the pressures of my public image.
Narrator. Ms. X's fondness for funny baby videos reflects a relatable aspect of her personality, beyond her peculiar appearance. This suggests the importance of recognizing individuals as complex, multifaceted beings beyond their physical appearance.
Outro, narrator.
Through exploring various psychological and sociological theories, this episode sheds light on the complex layers of identity that exist beyond an individual's peculiar appearance. Understanding and embracing these complexities is crucial in promoting self-confidence and acceptance in oneself and others. Title: The Quiznos Conundrum.
Opening shot. A panoramic view of a mountain range with a river running through it. The camera slowly zooms in on a small Quiznos sandwich shop at the base of one of the peaks. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer are walking towards the Quiznos.
Morty, What kind of low-budget operation is this? Can we afford a better sandwich joint?
I don't know, Rick. Quiznos is the only place in this area that serves sandwiches.
I love Quiznos. Their toasted subs are amazing.
Yeah, let's just get our food and go. We have better things to do.
The group enters the Quiznos and orders their sandwiches. As they are eating, a geologist enters the shop.
Geologist, excuse me, but are you guys aware of the geological significance of this area?
What, is this place going to erupt or something?
Geologist, no, but this area is home to some of the rarest minerals in the world. I'm here to conduct some research on them.
Interesting. What kind of minerals are we talking about here?
Geologist, oh, fifth run-of-the-mill carbonado diamonds, platinum, gold, and uranium.
Wait, uranium? That sounds dangerous.
Geologist, relax, it's only trace amounts, but it's enough to make this area prime for mining.
Just then, a chemical engineer enters the Quiznos.
Chemical engineer, excuse me, but are you guys aware of the chemical properties of the minerals in this area?
Oh boy, here we go.
Chemical engineer, actually, the combination of these minerals creates a rare compound that has the potential to be used in renewable energy sources.
Wow, that's amazing.
Can we help in some way?
Chemical engineer, well, we could use some volunteers to help with our research.
Okay, we're in. But first, let's finish our sandwiches.
The group finishes their sandwiches and sets off to explore the mountain range with a geologist and chemical engineer. As they are hiking, they come across a strange phenomenon, a giant cloud in the shape of a sandwich. Is that a sandwich cloud?
That can't be a natural occurrence. There must be something causing it.
Oh, guys, look over there.
They turn their attention to the river, where they see something bubbling and churning.
Geologist, that looks like a chemical reaction.
Chemical engineer, it's possible that the minerals in the water are reacting with the gases in the atmosphere, creating a sandwich cloud and changing the landscape.
Well, we have to stop this before it gets out of control.
The group rushes towards the source of the reaction, discovering a secret underground laboratory run by an evil scientist who is using the minerals to power a doomsday machine.
Evil scientist, you're too late. My machine is already activated, and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
We'll see about that.
In a high-stakes action sequence, the group fights off the evil scientist's minions and manages to destroy the machine, saving the mountain range and the world from certain doom. As they are leaving the area, the geologist turns to the group.
Geologist, you know, with your bravery and intelligence, you could make fine scientists yourselves.
Oh, we have better things to do.
The group walks off into the sunset, leaving the mountain range and everything they discovered behind. Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Chicken Hats and Psychotic Tandoori Sauce.
Synopsis: After yet another wild interdimensional adventure, Rick and Morty find themselves back in their lab. In an attempt to punish Morty for his constant fear, Rick has attached a chicken hat to his head. To Rick's surprise, the chicken hat seems to have its own consciousness and is able to manipulate Morty's movements.
Rick, hey Morty, that hat has some pretty impressive neural connections. I should patent this technology and sell it to the military.
Morty, this is messed up. Rick, I feel like I'm losing my mind.
Suddenly, a familiar face appears on their monitor, Ash Ketchum, the Pokemon trainer.
Ash, Rick and Morty, I need your help. I've been tracking a psychic serial killer who has been using his powers to control people's minds. He's currently in possession of a rare tandoori chicken and I believe he's using it to enhance his psychic abilities.
Rick, well. Looks like we have ourselves a little experiment on our hands. Morty, put on this fire extinguisher hat with a lightning bolt in the background. We're going to need its electromagnetic properties to counteract the chicken's psychic energy.
Morty, this is getting crazier by the minute.
The trio sets off to track down the killer, but they soon realize they're in for a musical showdown when they stumble upon a Clash cover band performing in a local bar.
Rick, this is perfect. Their design waves are in perfect harmony with our technology. We'll use their music to disrupt the killer's powers and take him down.
As Rick, Morty, and Ash battle the chicken-wearing killer using a combination of science and punk rock, the chicken hat on Morty's head continues to work its strange magic.
Morty, I can't take it anymore. Rick, the hat's making me do things I don't want to do. Rick, relax, Morty. It's just quantum entanglement at work. We'll figure it out later.
In the end, the killer is defeated, the chicken is cooked and eaten, and Morty is left traumatized by his chicken hat experience.
Morty, I never want to see another chicken hat as long as I live, Rick. Rick, relax, Morty. We'll always have the memories, beat and the patent.
Title: The Sandball Conundrum.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer go on a galactic treasure hunt, searching for the ultimate crab cake recipe, only to encounter a mysterious pile of sandballs with a red dot on top.
Opening scene.
Morty, grab your portal gun. We're going on a treasure hunt.
What kind of treasure hunt, Rick?
The kind where we search for the ultimate crab cake recipe, Morty. Now hurry up and put on your space boots.
Can I come too? I'm getting really good at making crab cakes.
Jerry, you're not invited. You burnt the last batch.
Can I come instead?
Sure, why not? But first, we need to stop by Paul McCartney's intergalactic concert.
Scene 2.
At the concert, Rick and Paul McCartney exchange sci-fi language lessons and discuss the pile of sandballs Rick found on a previous adventure.
Paul McCartney. Oh man, that pile of sandballs you found sounds like a real doozy.
Yeah, I've been trying to crack the code on those things for weeks.
McCartney, maybe they're a form of interstellar currency?
Asterisk, mind blown. McCartney, you genius. Let's go back and investigate.
Scene 3.
The gang arrives at the underwater planet where the sandball pile is located. They don their diving gear and descend to the ocean floor.
Asterisk, gasping. Look at all these sandballs. How are we going to figure out which one has the red dot on top?
Simple, Beth. I'll just use my handy-dandy sandball locator gadget.
Scene 4.
Rick's sandball locator gadget malfunctions and sends the gang on a wild goose chase, leading them to a bachelorette party on a nearby planet.
Asterisk, disgusted. Why are we at a bachelorette party?
Hey, I didn't know you had a stripper pole in your portal gun, Rick.
Asterisk, smirking. That's not a stripper pole, Jerry. It's a quantum entanglement multi-purpose tool.
Scene 5.
The gang finally discovers the sandball with a red dot on top, but they are ambushed by space pirates who are also after the treasure. A battle ensues, with crab cakes flying everywhere.
Asterisk, in awe. This is crazy. We're fighting pirates and flinging crab cakes like shurikens.
Asterisk, angrily. Rick, why did you drag us into this mess?
Asterisk, smiling. Because, Beth, adventure is the spice of life.
Scene 6.
Despite the chaos, the gang manages to retrieve the treasure, a top-secret recipe for the perfect crab cake.
Asterisk, excited. We did it. We got the recipe.
Asterisk, proudly. And I didn't burn anything this time.
Asterisk, rolling her eyes. Can we go home now?
Asterisk, smirking. Not yet, Beth. I have a few more cosmic shenanigans to attend to.
Closing scene.
Rick, Morty, and the gang return home with their treasure and reflect on their wild adventure.
Asterisk, raising his glass. To the perfect crab cake and endless interstellar possibilities.
Asterisk, sighing. I'm just glad we made it out alive.
Asterisk, smiling. Yeah, but we're definitely not getting invited back to any weddings anytime soon.
Asterisk, chuckling. But we do have the perfect wedding dish now.
Asterisk, laughing. I can't believe we fought space pirates over crab cakes.
Asterisk, smiling. Neither can I, Summer. Neither can I.
Title: The Skeletal Symphony.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty encounter a poster for a band called Dawn with a skeleton and a skull holding a knife and a human head. Intrigued, they set off on a musical adventure to attend the band's concert.
Scene 1. Rick and Morty's garage. Morty, I've seen things you couldn't even imagine, but this poster, this is something special.
What do you mean, Rick?
Look at it, Morty. The intricate symphony of bones. The juxtaposition of life and death. This band is going places, Morty.
Scene 2. Dawn concert.
Rick and Morty arrive at the concert and begin to experience the eclectic sound of the Skeletal Symphony. The music is a blend of classical, metal, and dubstep, producing a unique sensory experience.
Rick, what the hell am I listening to?
It's the sound of innovation, Morty. The future of music.
Scene 3. Bones, the band leader.
Rick and Morty meet Bones, the leader of the band. He is a charismatic skeleton who plays a mean guitar.
Bones, yo dog, I heard you like memes. So I put a skeleton holding a knife in your skull with a human head meme.
I don't understand what that means.
Me neither, Rick. I think it's some kind of meta joke.
Bones, I see. You guys aren't familiar with the meta meme genre. That's okay, I'll play Skeletons in the Closet for you.
Scene 4. Skeletons in the Closet.
As Bones begins to play, a portal opens up and a group of skeletons emerge, playing various instruments. The band merges with Bones and they play an epic, intergalactic rendition of Skeletons in the Closet.
This is incredible, Bones. Have you considered taking your music beyond this dimension?
Bones, we've thought about it, but we don't have the technology. Scene 5. The Intergalactic Music Store.
Rick and Morty take Bones and the band to an intergalactic music store to find the best equipment for the Skeletal Symphony.
Ah, here it is. The quantum guitar amplifier.
Bones, whoa, I've never seen anything like this before.
Rick, what the hell does this thing do?
It amplifies the sound quantumly, Morty. Don't you ever pay attention in science class?
Scene 6. The Ultimate Concert.
Bones and the band return to their dimension with their new equipment and perform the ultimate concert, attracting fans from all over the galaxy. The resulting sound is so powerful that it creates a black hole, sucking in everything within a 50 light-year radius.
Holy shit, Bones. You created a black hole with your music.
Bones, I told you, Rick, our music is the future.
I don't think this was a good idea, Rick. We need to get out of here before we get sucked in too.
Relax, Morty. I've got this.
Rick opens up a portal and they escape just in time.
Scene 7. Epilogue.
Back in the garage, Rick and Morty reflect on their experience.
That was insane, Rick. I don't think I can handle another adventure like that.
Oh, Morty, you're just getting started. The universe is full of endless possibilities. Who knows what we'll discover next?
Title: The Hernia Repair Experiment. The episode starts with Rick and Morty in the lab conducting a groundbreaking experiment on hernia repair using advanced nanobots and stem cells. Suddenly, an unexpected energy surge causes the lab to explode, sending them through a wormhole to a parallel dimension. Beth and Summer are left behind, unaware of what happened, until they see a man in a Superman suit with a cape on his head and a red cape on his chest standing in front of a gray background. It turns out the man is the superhero Superman, who has been accidentally sent to their dimension by the blast. Rick and Morty find themselves in a futuristic city, where they are greeted by a group of scientists who are impressed by their invention. However, they soon realize that something is not quite right in this dimension, as the people seem to be stuck in a never-ending loop of making puns and cracking jokes.
Morty, we seem to have landed in a dimension where humor has become the dominant force. We have to find a way to get back home before we lose our minds.
But Rick, I don't understand how we got here, and where did Superman go?
Damn it, Morty, focus. We have to find a way to break the cycle and get out of here. I have an idea.
Rick and Morty hatch a plan to use their nanobots to manipulate the humor gene in the people's brains, hoping to restore intellectual discourse and break the cycle. Meanwhile, Beth and Summer team up with Superman to figure out a way to bring Rick and Morty back home.
Superman, I'm not used to being the second fiddle in a group, but I have to admit, you girls are pretty cool.
Thanks, Superman. We have to find a way to reverse the phase shift and bring Rick and Morty back.
I think I have an idea. We can use the Superman phone booth to send a signal to their interdimensional communicator.
The group successfully brings Rick and Morty back, and the nanobots work their magic, restoring intellectual discourse. However, before they leave, they can't resist cracking one last joke.
Oh Morty, I guess you could say that we herniated the humor gene.
Rolling his eyes. Ha ha, very funny, Rick.
Title: Surviving a Zombie Apocalypse, a study on the resilience of cartoon characters.
Synopsis: This episode examines how different cartoon characters react and adapt to a zombie apocalypse. The setting consists of a room with a green and yellow background, where main characters SpongeBob and Patrick are navigating through the crisis.
Introduction.
Narrator: The current study seeks to assess the behavioral responses of cartoon characters to a zombie apocalypse. The research environment is an amalgamation of two colors, green and yellow, in a room setting. SpongeBob and Patrick, two iconic cartoon figures, will be studied regarding their reaction and resilience to the virus outbreak.
Scene 1.
SpongeBob gasps, "What's happening, Patrick? Why are there zombies everywhere?"
Patrick shrugs, "I don't know, SpongeBob, but we gotta survive this."
Scene 2.
Narrator: The level of alertness in the room has risen as the zombie apocalypse starts to perilously unfold. SpongeBob and Patrick are seen to be taking the situation quite seriously, as the gravity of the situation starts to sink in.
Scene 3.
SpongeBob frantically, "We need a plan, Patrick. How are we going to survive this outbreak?"
Patrick calmly, "Don't worry, SpongeBob, I have some sea kelp bars. They will keep us nourished and full of energy."
Scene 4.
Narrator: The study showcases the resilience and adaptability in cartoon characters, where they can find alternate sources of food to survive in an adverse environment.
Scene 5.
SpongeBob, curious, how are we going to travel with all these zombies around, Patrick?
Patrick confident, "I have an idea. We can use this jellyfish net to cover ourselves and camouflage through the horde."
Scene 6.
Narrator: Unique methods of survival and adaptation are showcased as Patrick demonstrates the use of creative and unconventional tools to survive in a crisis.
Scene 7.
SpongeBob, exhausted, "We have been walking for hours, Patrick. How do we find a safe spot?"
Patrick encouragingly, "Don't worry, SpongeBob, we have a destination in mind." Scene 8.
Narrator: The study highlights the importance of having a goal or destination when navigating through a crisis.
Scene 9.
SpongeBob excitedly, "Look, Patrick, it's Sandy's tree, we made it."
Patrick relieved, "That was a close one, SpongeBob."
Scene 10.
Narrator: The significance of resilience and teamwork is highlighted as SpongeBob and Patrick successfully navigate through the zombie apocalypse.
Conclusion.
Narrator: The study concludes that cartoon characters display immense resilience and creativity in dealing with a crisis, and emphasizes the importance of having a goal, alternate food sources, and teamwork when dealing with outbreaks. Title: The Interdimensional Road Trip Through the Quantum Field of Bad Luck and Celebrity Gossip.
Summary.
Rick and Morty embark on an interdimensional road trip through the quantum field of bad luck, seeking out the elusive Tinkles, a biomechanical creature from a distant dimension. Along the way, they encounter a host of amusing celebrities and exaggerated tales of misfortune, all while navigating the mysteries of the quantum field.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty embark on their road trip, driving along a scenic road through a verdant green field. Rick lectures Morty on the scientific principles of quantum mechanics, explaining the complex interactions of subatomic particles that govern the laws of reality. Suddenly, they stumble upon a group of celebrities driving alongside them, including Justin Timberlake, Beyoncé, and Tom Cruise. Rick and Morty engage in witty banter with the stars, who reveal juicy gossip about their lives and careers. Justin Timberlake, did you hear the one about me and Britney Spears?
Yeah, we did. Thanks for the TMI, JT.
Act 2.
As they continue down the road, Rick and Morty encounter a series of bizarre mishaps and accidents. Their car breaks down, they get lost in a dense fog, and they run out of gas. Each time, Rick explains the scientific principles behind their misfortune, while Morty grows increasingly frustrated and impatient.
Why do we have such terrible luck? Did we break a mirror or something?
Ah, Morty, it's just the quantum field at work. Sometimes, reality just hates us.
Act 3.
Finally, Rick and Morty arrive at their destination, a secluded laboratory in the heart of the quantum field. Inside, they find Tinkles, a tiny creature with glowing eyes and metallic limbs. Tinkles explains that she has been living in the quantum field for centuries, observing the movements of the multiverse and absorbing vast amounts of knowledge.
Tinkles, I have seen the rise and fall of entire civilizations, the birth and death of stars. And all the while, I have been waiting for beings like you to come and seek me out.
Well, here we are. So what do you want from us?
Tinkles, I require your help in unlocking the secrets of the quantum field. Together, we can unlock the mysteries of the multiverse and transcend to a higher plane of existence.
Epilogue.
Rick and Morty spend the remainder of the episode in the laboratory, conducting experiments and discussing the implications of their discoveries. They watch movie marathons and engage in philosophical debates, all while the quantum field swirls around them. In the end, they emerge with a newfound understanding of reality and a sense of awe and wonder at the infinite possibilities of the universe.
Well, Morty, we may be unlucky bastards, but at least we have each other. And Tinkles, and the quantum field, and the vastness of the cosmos. Isn't that just grand?
I guess. But can't we just go home now?
Title: The Quantum Nickel Nonsense.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty embark on a quantum physics experiment to retrieve a lost nickel in a parallel universe, but things take a hilarious turn when Jerry gets involved.
Scene 1. Rick's lab. Morty, hand me the quantum entanglement device. We need to retrieve that nickel.
Sure, Rick. But why is it so important?
Don't question my motives, Morty. That nickel is an essential component to my new invention.
Scene 2. Parallel universe.
Rick and Morty enter a strange world where everything is upside down. They spot the nickel rolling towards a green field with a small bird flying over it.
Rick, look! The nickel is heading towards that field.
Damn it, Morty. We need to retrieve it before it gets lost.
Scene 3. The chase.
Rick and Morty run after the nickel, dodging strange creatures and bizarre obstacles. They reach the field and find themselves in a surreal situation.
Rick, what's going on? Why is everything so weird here?
Morty, we're in a quantum superposition. This field represents infinite possibilities.
Scene 4. Jerry's interference.
Suddenly, Jerry shows up in the middle of the field, holding a weird device. Hey guys, what's going on? I made this device that converts nickel into gold. Want to try it out?
Scene 5. The consequences.
Rick and Morty are skeptical but decide to give it a shot. The device explodes, creating a massive shockwave that sends them flying. They crash into a nearby laboratory, where a bunch of scientists are working on an important project.
Scientist 1. What the hell was that?
Scientist 2. Who are these guys?
Scene 6. The explanation.
Relax. we're just quantum physicists. We were chasing a nickel in a parallel universe.
Yeah, and then Jerry came and messed everything up.
Hey, it seemed like a good idea at the time.
Scene 7. The resolution.
The scientists are fascinated by Rick's work and offer to collaborate with him on their project. Rick sees an opportunity and agrees.
Alright, let's get to work. But first, let me retrieve that damned nickel. Scene 8. The aftermath.
Rick and Morty finally retrieve the nickel and return to their universe, where they successfully use it for their invention.
Wow, Rick, that was crazy. But why did we go through all that trouble for a nickel?
Oh Morty, you wouldn't understand. It's all about the quantum mechanics of uncertainty and probability.
Scene 9. The punchline. Jerry shows up again, this time wearing a green shirt with the word "loses" written in the middle. Hey guys, check out my new shirt. It's a metaphor for my life.
Scene 10. The outro.
Rick, Morty, and the scientists laugh at Jerry's joke, while Jerry looks confused.
Oh Jerry, you never fail to disappoint.
Title: The Quantum Infiltration of New York City.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth are sitting in the living room watching a futuristic espionage thriller starring Denzel Washington and Sydney Sweeney.
Wow, this movie is ridiculous. The concept of quantum espionage is pure nonsense.
Yeah, but it's still pretty cool.
I don't understand any of this. Can someone explain it to me?
It's simple, Jerry. In this world, quantum particles can be manipulated to infiltrate anything from people's minds to computer systems.
Actually, that's not too far off from reality. There are theories about quantum computing potentially allowing for such infiltration.
Whoa, really? That's kinda scary.
Plot point. Suddenly, the TV screen flickers and a message from a mysterious figure appears, claiming to have control over New York City's quantum infrastructure and threatening to use it for their own nefarious purposes.
Oh no, what are we gonna do?
We're gonna infiltrate the quantum infrastructure and shut down their operation.
Can't we just call the police?
Jerry, this is clearly a job for Rick and Morty.
In action, Rick and Morty build a quantum infiltration device and use it to enter the city's quantum network. They encounter a series of bizarre and
Title: The Quantum Monkey in the Salt Bowl.
Abstract. The premise of this episode involves a colorful glass bowl with a monkey on its side and a red bottom with a black outline. Rick and Morty attempt to discover the scientific properties of this vessel through the use of pirate jokes and salt glows.
Act 1.
Morty, come on, we've got some serious experiments to conduct today.
What are we looking at, Rick?
This holds up the colorful glass bowl.
That looks like a bowl with a monkey on it.
Yes, Morty, but it's a colorful glass bowl with a monkey on its side and a red bottom with a black outline. We need to understand the science behind it.
Act 2.
How do we even start with this, Rick?
Well, we could start by testing its salt glows.
Salt glows?
Yes, Morty, pour some salt in the bowl and let's see if it glows under UV light.
Act 3.
Morty pours salt in the bowl and Rick shines UV light on it.
Interesting. The salt glows a strange color. I wonder what it could mean.
Maybe it's a clue to the treasure of the pirate monkey?
Aha, that's it, Morty. Pirate jokes. Act 4.
Morty and Rick tell pirate jokes while looking at the bowl.
Wait a minute. The bowl is reacting to the jokes.
What does that mean, Rick?
Means we've discovered a new form of quantum communication. The monkey on the bowl is acting as a quantum sensor.
Act 5.
Morty and Rick conduct experiments on the bowl with various stimuli.
Fascinating. The monkey on the bowl responds to sound waves and even electronic signals.
What does that mean, Rick?
means we've discovered a whole new field of study: quantum monkey sensing.
Inclusion.
Rick and Morty end the episode by publishing a groundbreaking scientific paper on their discovery of the quantum monkey in the salt bowl. The world of science is forever changed, thanks to two crazy adventurers in a colorful glass bowl with a monkey on its side and a red bottom and bottom with a black outline.
Title: The Scientifically Insane Adventures of Rick, Morty, and Jerry.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are on the beach playing volleyball. Morty dives for the ball, narrowly missing it.
Morty, your lack of craniosacral therapy is causing you to miss these easy shots.
What's craniosacral therapy?
It's a form of therapy that uses subtle manipulation of the skull and spine to achieve balance in the body. I'll teach you later. Right now, let's focus on beating Jerry.
You think you can beat me? I've been in underground fight tournaments, buddy.
Scene 2. A vampire wearing a volleyball net on his head approaches Rick, Morty, and Jerry.
Vampire, greetings, mortals. I challenge you to a game of vampire beach volleyball.
I'm sorry, we don't have time for your vampire games. We have science to do.
Vampire, a fellow scientist. Perhaps you would be interested in my invention, the Ninja Makeover Show.
Scene 3. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are in a room full of ninjas getting makeovers.
I don't know why we're doing this. It's not science.
It's all about science, Morty. In order to infiltrate the underground fight tournament, we need to look like ninjas.
Scene 4. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are in the underground fight tournament. Jerry is fighting a gorilla.
Why did you have to fight the gorilla, Jerry?
I thought it would be easy. But it turns out gorillas are really strong.
We need to do something. Jerry's going to get hurt.
Don't worry, Morty. I have a plan.
Scene 5. Rick injects Jerry with a serum that turns him into a giant, muscular version of himself.
Whoa, I feel amazing. I can take on anything.
Now let's win this tournament for science.
Scene 6. Jerry fights his way through the tournament, defeating every opponent with ease.
Jerry's a monster.
He's not a monster, Morty. He's science.
Epilogue. Rick, Morty, and Jerry relax on the beach, reading funny books.
That was the craziest day of my life.
That's science, Jerry. Always pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
Can we do something that's not science now?
Sure, Morty. Let's go get some ice cream.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Pokemon and Assassins.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves in a bizarre scenario where the laws of physics are raging on a collision course with the laws of nature. As they walk down the street, they encounter a group of people walking beside a life-size yellow Pikachu with a red nose.
Confused. What in the multiverse is going on here?
Wide-eyed. Is that a real Pikachu?
As they approach the group, they notice something even stranger. The Pikachu seems to be entangled with the nearby kangaroos, teleporting around like a quantum anomaly.
Mazed. Holy quantum mechanics, Morty. These animals are entangled.
Puzzled. What does that mean, Rick?
Explaining. It means they're connected in ways that defy the laws of classical physics. Like Schrödinger's Pikachu, it's in multiple locations at once.
As they continue to observe, they notice a hooded figure approaching them. It's none other than Assassin's Creed's Ezio Auditore. He seems to be on a mission to stop the entangled creatures from wreaking havoc.
Ezio. Confused. What sorcery is this?
Sarcastic. Oh great, now we've got an assassin in the mix. Just what we needed.
Worried. Rick, what if this entanglement thing is spreading and warping reality?
Nonchalant. Hey, who cares? Reality's overrated anyway.
As the chaos continues to ensue, Rick and Morty are forced to team up with Ezio to try and untangle the mess they've found themselves in.
Determined. Alright Morty, Ezio, let's do some quantum disentanglement. No big deal, it's just a little quantum mechanics.
Nervous, I don't know, Rick. I don't think I can handle any more quantum stuff.
Ezio. Confident, fear not, Morty. We will make quick work of these entangled anomalies.
Together, they work to separate the creatures and restore order to the universe. As they walk away from the chaos they've left behind, Rick turns to Morty and Ezio.
Smirking. Now that's what I call quantum entanglement. Who's up for a drink?
Exhausted. I think I need a drink after all that.
Ezio. Smiling, and I could use some of that mead you spoke of earlier, Rick.
The three of them walk off into the sunset, ready for their next scientific adventure.
Title: Quantum Shenanigans, The Multiverse Musings. Summary: Rick invents a device that enables the characters to travel through multiple universes. Chaos and hilarity ensue.
The episode opens with Rick tinkering away in his lab, muttering to himself about quantum mechanics.
Rick, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle can suck it. I'm going to make a quantum tunneling device that will blow everyone's minds.
Morty enters the room, curious about what Rick is up to.
Morty! Hey Rick, what's that thing you're working on?
Rick, it's a multi-dimensional portal gun, Morty. With this bad boy, we can travel through the infinite number of universes out there.
Jerry walks in, wearing his trademark green shirt.
Jerry, hey, what are you guys up to?
Rick, just inventing a revolutionary device that will change how we approach science, Jerry. No big deal.
Beth and Summer also enter the room, intrigued by Rick's creation.
Beth, that sounds fascinating, Rick. Where can we go with this thing?
Summer, can we go to Asgard like they did in Stargate SG-1?
Rick grins, proud of his family's nerdiness.
Rick, we can go anywhere, do anything. The multiverse is our oyster.
They all gather around the device, eager to try it out. Suddenly, a man in a black jacket appears out of nowhere.
Unknown man. Whoa, what is that thing? Can I join in?
Rick, unfazed by the sudden appearance of a stranger, shrugs.
Rick, sure, why not? The more the merrier.
A few seconds later, a man in a yellow and black jacket also appears, introducing himself as Niels Bohr.
Niels Bohr, I heard you had invented a device that manipulates quantum states. I simply had to see it for myself.
The group is now complete and ready to embark on their adventure through the multiverse.
Rick, everyone hold on tight. This is going to be one hell of a ride.
The group disappears into a blinding flash of light as they travel through multiple universes, encountering versions of themselves and other familiar faces along the way.
Morty, this is insane, Rick. I can't believe we're really doing this.
Jerry, I'm just glad I get to be a part of something big for once.
Beth, I never thought I'd get to visit alternate realities. It's like a dream come true.
Summer, can we go to a universe where I'm the smartest person in the world?
Rick, we can go anywhere, do anything, except maybe go back in time to kill Hitler. That's just a bad idea no matter what universe you're in.
The group continues their wild ride until they stumble upon an office depot in a universe where pencils have become sentient and taken over the world.
Unknown man. This is not what I was expecting.
Niels Bohr, fascinating. The implications of this are truly mind-boggling.
The group must work together to outsmart the evil pencils and save the world, all while throwing in hilarious one-liners and jokes about quantum mechanics. In the end, they all return home safe and sound, but forever changed by their journey through the multiverse.
Rick, that was one for the history books, folks. Now let's go watch some interdimensional cable and get some pizza.
The group cheers and walks away, leaving Rick to muse on the endless possibilities of the multiverse.
Title: The Quantum Pirate Karaoke Contest.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer whisked away into a parallel universe by Rick's new invention, the interdimensional karaoke machine. The group finds themselves standing next to each other on a stage with a purple background and a white cloud as they quickly realize they have stumbled upon a pirate-themed karaoke contest. Rick, being the connoisseur of all things alcohol and music, takes over as the group's designated singer and begins to belt out the tunes of Yo Ho Ho and a Bottle of Rum. Beth, being a nurse and an empath, helps calm Summer's nerves as she takes on the stage to sing her rendition of A Whole New World from Aladdin. Meanwhile, Morty, not being a fan of singing, keeps himself busy by exploring the city of Birmingham and comes across a group of My Little Pony enthusiasts, who mistaken him for their long-lost hero. As the karaoke contest heats up, a group of space pirates enter the scene, demanding the stage and causing chaos. Rick, being the smartest person in the room, quickly devises a plan to take down the pirates while simultaneously winning the karaoke contest. The group springs into action as they sing The Pirates Who Don't Do Anything by VeggieTales, confusing and distracting the space pirates, giving Rick enough time to destroy their spaceship with a quantum destabilizer device. As the group returns home, they all realize the absurdity and randomness of their adventure. Rick concludes the episode with a scientific PhD university-level discussion on the quantum mechanics behind the destabilizer device, leaving everyone in awe of his intellect.
The destabilizer device works by inducing a flux of quantum particles, degrading and destabilizing the very fabric of the space-time continuum. Basically, we just mixed together a whole lot of sciencey words and ended up with a kick-ass karaoke win.
Title: The Quantum Monopoly Verse.
Description: Rick, Morty, and Jerry find themselves in a strange dimension where the entire world is a giant game of Monopoly, overseen by Larry Page and a mysterious being known as the Alienist. Chaos and hilarity ensue as they try to navigate the whims of the game and uncover the secrets of this bizarre new world.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, buckle up because you're about to witness the most mind-bending adventure of your lives. We're about to enter the Quantum Monopoly verse.
Morty. Rick, are you sure this is a good idea? It sounds kinda dangerous.
Rick, of course it's dangerous, Morty, that's why it's fun. Now quit being a wuss and let's go.
Jerry, wait, what's a quantum monopoly verse? And who's Larry Page?
Rick, oh for the love of science, Jerry, just shut up and follow me.
As they enter the strange new dimension, they are confronted by a towering pile of cards with a suited man atop it.
Rick, the Monopoly Man. Or as I like to call him, capitalism incarnate.
Morty. Rick, I think he's staring at us. Should we do something?
Rick, relax, Morty, he's just a figment of our imaginations. Now let's roll the dice and see where this takes us.
As they make their way through the game board, they encounter all manner of strange and surreal obstacles, from sentient houses to mind-controlling community chest cards.
The Alienist. Welcome, travelers. I am the Alienist, caretaker of this realm. You have come for a reason, I presume?
Rick, yeah, we're just trying to figure out what the hell is going on here. And why Larry Page is involved.
The Alienist. Ah yes, the great Googleplex of the multiverse. He is here to oversee the game to ensure that it meets his high standards of efficiency and profit.
Jerry, efficiency and profit? But what about the people who get bankrupted?
Rick, you think Larry Page cares about that? He's probably getting off on it.
As they near the end of the game board, they realize that there is a greater purpose to this strange dimension.
Morty. Rick, I think I figured it out. The Monopoly verse is some kind of experiment, like a giant petri dish.
Rick, bingo, Morty. The Alienist is studying us, trying to see how capitalist greed affects our behavior. It's sick, but kind of genius.
And with that, they finally reach the end of the board, coming face to face with Larry Page himself.
Larry Page, congratulations, players. You have proven yourselves worthy of my attention. But now, it is time for me to take my leave.
Rick, wait, what? That's it? What was the point of all this?
Larry Page, the point? The point is what you make of it, Rick. That is the beauty of the game. Now if you'll excuse me, I have other worlds to conquer.
And with that, the quantum monopoly verse fades away, leaving our heroes back in their own dimension, with nothing but memories and a newfound appreciation for the power of capitalism to guide them.
Title: The Terra Mystica Conundrum, a scientific adventure.
Act 1. The episode starts with Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer on a spaceship, heading towards a futuristic city with a green roof and a green rooftop in the middle of a field of grass. Rick explains that they will be landing on the roof as it's the only safe spot for them to get a closer look at Terra Mystica.
Okay, Morty, listen up. We got a problem here, and it's called Terra Mystica. This place is filled with samarium, and it's emitting some serious strontium waves. We need to figure out what's going on before it's too late.
But Rick, what's Terra Mystica? And why is it dangerous?
Yeah, Rick. Can't we just leave this place alone and go home?
I don't want to die in some random place in the universe. Can we just turn around and leave?
No, we can't just leave. This place is important. It's got some kind of energy that we need to study. And besides, Leonardo DiCaprio is waiting for us. We can't keep him waiting.
Act 2. They land on the roof and are greeted by Leonardo DiCaprio, who is dressed like a mad scientist. He explains that he needs their help to solve the mystery of Terra Mystica. He thinks that the energy that's coming from the planet is affecting the Earth's climate, and he wants to stop it before it's too late.
Leonardo. Greetings, fellow scientists. I'm glad you could make it. As you know, Terra Mystica is emitting some strange energy that's affecting our planet's climate. We need to figure out what's causing it and stop it.
And what exactly do you need us for?
Leonardo. I need your expertise, Rick. You're the only one who can help us understand the energy waves and how to stop it. And Morty, Beth, and Summer, you're here to assist us in our research.
Oh, boy. Here we go again.
All right, let's get to work.
I'm ready.
Act 3. They start their research and discover that the energy waves are coming from a machine that's located deep inside Terra Mystica. They need to make their way through the dangerous terrain and reach the machine before it's too late.
Okay, guys, we need to make our way to the center of Terra Mystica. There's a machine emitting these waves, and we need to shut it down before it's too late.
But Rick, how are we going to get there?
And what's stopping us from breaking ourselves in half in the process?
Do we have any weapons or something to protect ourselves?
Leonardo. I've got a few gadgets that might come in handy. And I've also got a map of Terra Mystica. With my calculations, we should be able to make it to the center in no time.
Act 4. They make their way through the dangerous terrain, encountering strange creatures and obstacles along the way. They finally reach the machine and discover that it's being operated by a group of aliens who are trying to take over the universe.
I knew it. These aliens are trying to take over the universe. We can't let them succeed.
Oh, geez. What are we going to do?
We need a plan.
And fast.
Leonardo. I've got an idea. My gadget can reverse the polarity of the machine and stop the energy waves from spreading. But I need your help to operate it.
Act 5. They activate the gadget and successfully shut down the machine. The energy waves stop, and Terra Mystica returns to its peaceful state. They return to their spaceship, exhausted but relieved that they were able to save the universe.
Well, guys, that was one crazy adventure.
Tell me about it. I need a break from science for a while.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready for some pizza.
Yeah, me too. Let's get out of here.
Leonardo. Wait, before you go, can we take a group photo? This would be a great addition to my scientific journal.
They take a group photo and say their goodbyes. They leave Terra Mystica, ready for their next adventure. End of episode.
Title: The Interdimensional Dental Cleanse.
The episode starts with Rick developing a new interdimensional toothbrush and inviting Morty and Jerry to test it out. As they brush their teeth with it, they get transported to a scientific conference where they meet Hermes Conrad from Futurama and Kylie Jenner, who are both giving presentations on their latest scientific discoveries. Rick immediately starts showing off his new toothbrush to everyone, but things take a turn when they encounter an office full of cockroach aliens. These aliens are renowned for their expert knowledge in office politics and start manipulating the group to turn against each other. Hermes, who is known for his bureaucratic expertise, tries to maintain order but is quickly overwhelmed by the politics of the cockroach aliens. Meanwhile, Kylie uses her social media knowledge to document the entire situation and gain fame. As tensions rise, the group realizes they need to work together to escape the alien office. They turn to Rick's interdimensional toothbrush for a solution, which transports them to an alternate dimension where they are able to plan and strategize. In the end, they successfully escape the office and return to their own dimension. But not before Rick realizes that his toothbrush has unknowingly caused them to jump into a timeline where he never exists, setting off a chain reaction of events that threatens their very existence.
Oh geez, Rick, you really messed up this time.
Relax, Morty. It's just a minor hiccup. I'll fix it. I've got a PhD in interdimensional mechanics, remember?
Can we go home now? I don't want to deal with any more alien office politics.
Hermes, amen to that, Mon. This whole situation was bureaucratic madness.
Kylie, guys, I can't wait to post about this on my social media. This is going to get so many likes.
Cockroach alien number 1, ha. You think you've escaped our grasp? You'd do well to prepare for the next meeting.
Cockroach alien number 2. Yes, and next time, we'll be ready for you. Oh boy, this is going to be one heck of a meeting. We better start planning now.
Title: The Manifestation of Interdimensional Paradoxes in Fictional Worlds. A study on the effects of mythopoetic constructs on architectural nuances.
Introduction. In this episode, we investigate the manifestation of interdimensional paradoxes in fictional worlds through the lens of an architect's experience. We observe a man with a lightsaber in one hand and a sword in the other hand, standing in front of a glowing light. The reference to the American Eagle Outfitters brand in this scene appears to be a marketing ploy to maintain the aesthetic of their target demographic. The man's appearance closely resembles the protagonist of the 1977 film Star Wars, Episode 4, A New Hope, Luke Skywalker.
Researcher 1, it is interesting to note that the man's appearance in this fictional world is not a new concept to science fiction enthusiasts. The theme of alternate dimensions and paradoxical encountered realities is a common motif.
Researcher 2. This scene seems to be a manifestation of a mythopoetic construct, which is effectively a story embedded with symbolic meanings and archetypes. However, we also observe that the scene is physically present and can be interacted with by the architect.
Architect. As an architect myself, I have come to the conclusion that the scene before me is a visualization of the paradoxes inherent in the laws of physics. The lightsaber and sword, which are aesthetically different, both emit light with similar properties. This could indicate a connection to the phenomenon of light, which is prevalent in both our universe and parallel ones.
Researcher 3. I agree with the architect's observation. Additionally, we can interpret the glowing light behind the man as a portal between different worlds, further solidifying the concept of parallel dimensions.
Researcher 4. It is worth noting that the American Eagle Outfitters logo in this scene could also be viewed as a subversion of expectations, given that this is a science-fictional setting.
Architect. Indeed, the logo could be interpreted as a statement on the potential blending of seemingly unrelated themes and aesthetic styles in works of fiction.
Researcher 1, in conclusion, this scene serves as an interesting representation of the relationship between physics, mythopoetic constructs, and the importance of aesthetics in storytelling.
Researcher 2. We must also consider the possibility of the scene being a visual metaphor for the intersection between science fiction and corporate branding, particularly in the context of contemporary capitalism.
Architect. This scene highlights the complex interplay between symbolic meanings and physical reality, and the possibilities that arise when these two facets are merged in works of fiction.
Title: Quantum Grape Theory. Intro. As Rick and Morty fiddle around with their gadgets and gizmos in the garage, they accidentally create a new portal which leads them to a bizarre world where they encounter a cartoon character wielding dual green lightsabers with a green background.
Oh geez Morty, we're in another dimension again. I hope the hyper-intelligent squirrels ruled this one too.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. This place looks totally different. And what's up with that guy with the green lightsabers?
Cartoon character, greetings, travelers. I'm Zorro, defender of the Green Dimension. What brings you here?
Just exploring, buddy. Say, you wouldn't happen to know anything about grapes, would you?
Zorro, grapes. Why yes, they are a significant part of our dimension's quantum theory. They are said to possess immense power when combined with other elements.
Whoa, this all sounds super scientific and stuff.
Yeah, Morty, keep up. So, Zorro, tell me more about these grape shenanigans.
Zorro. Legend has it that the only way to harness their true potential is to combine them with a symbol of great power. Perhaps a Jedi's weapon or a bounty hunter's starship.
Princess Leia, did someone say great power? I am Princess Leia Organa, and I too seek a powerful symbol.
Spike Spiegel, I'm Spike Spiegel, and I'm just here for the grapes. Howdy, y'all.
Well, this just keeps getting more interesting. Let's gather some grapes and find a symbol of great power.
Where are we even gonna find something like that?
Morty, please, leave the sciencing to me.
As they venture forth in search of grapes and a symbol of power, they encounter various obstacles and enemies, including a gang of space bandits, a sea monster, and a group of hostile aliens.
Princess Leia, I may be a princess, but I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty.
Zorro. Indeed, the path to quantum enlightenment is often fraught with danger. But together, we can overcome anything.
Spike Spiegel, just point me towards the grapes, baby.
Keep your eye on the prize, Morty. With these grapes and a symbol of power, we'll control the universe.
The group eventually acquires the grapes and a lightsaber from a fallen Jedi, and Zorro combines the two in a ritualistic ceremony. Zorro, behold, the power of the grape is now in our grasp.
Alright, let's use this power for some intergalactic shenanigans.
I don't know, Rick, this all seems kind of dangerous.
Princess Leia, fear not, young Morty. As long as we stand together, we can conquer any challenge.
Spike Spiegel, can we eat the grapes now?
Alright, let's fire up the portal and see where this grape-powered adventure takes us. Outro. As they step back through the portal, the group is greeted by a horde of angry squirrels wielding laser guns. Oh damn, not these guys again.
I knew this was a bad idea, Rick.
Zorro, fear not, friends. We have the power of the grape on our side.
Princess Leia, let's show these squirrels what we are made of.
Spike Spiegel, can we eat the grapes now?
Epilogue. The group emerges victorious and returns to their own dimension, with a newfound appreciation for the power of grapes and the importance of teamwork.
Title: Exploration of Extraterrestrial Wine Tasting.
Synopsis. In this episode, we focused on the unprecedented phenomenon of extraterrestrial wine tasting. The protagonist, a woman with a green hair and a horned headdress on her face, indulged in the experience of tasting a unicorn wine amidst the neon lights of an unconventional setup. A systematic exploration of this phenomenon was carried out through the lens of sci-fi web series production.
Dialogue.
Host, welcome to our exploration of this unique phenomenon. Today, we are joined by the protagonist, who will guide us through the experience of unicorn wine tasting.
Protagonist. Greetings, fellow enologists. I have never had the pleasure of tasting unicorn wine before, and I must say, I am eager to analyze its properties.
Host, please describe for us the sensory properties of this particular wine.
Protagonist. The aroma of unicorn wine is unlike anything I have ever experienced. It has a fragrant scent of warm vanilla and blueberries, followed by floral notes of lavender and rose. The taste is smooth, with a subtle blend of ripe fruit flavors that linger on the palate.
Guest Scientist 1, we have analyzed the molecular structure of unicorn wine and have found it to contain a unique blend of amino acids and organic compounds, absent from any known earthly grape